Previously on the LCS.
They get another one, a nice shockwave. Sheep comes in and gets the kill.
Zion goes for the solo. Zion finds him alone. Kill picked up. Reginald nicely played.
It looks like he's going to be in a bad situation.
There's the Cyclone, picks up one.
1, 2, 3, 4. That's 2 coming in for Smithy because of the vision.
Well played, Daydreaming.
It's going to be Baron going down. Crumbs gets it for the team. Welcome to Week 8 of the North American League Championship Series Spring Split. We're coming to you live in front of this amazing audience from our studios in Los Angeles, California. Hello everyone, I'm Rivington Bislin III, and with me is Sam Kobe Hartman Kensler.
Good morning, Riv.
Good morning indeed. We've got a super week of action lined up for you. 3 days and 16 matches for the best of the North American teams to battle it out.
There's definitely a chance to see some big shakeups in Super Week. If you look at the top 3 teams, they're all within 3 games of each other, and they all play 4 games, so it definitely could happen.
A lot of chances. No one spot is safe. These teams have 12 games left to make something happen. To give you a better look at the landscape coming into today, let's break down the news out of the LCS. Starting with the announcement that Bjergsen would be out for another week, and once again in the mid lane is going to be Reginald.
Yeah, Reginald admitted that he hadn't played in 5 months, but despite his time off, he still turned in a solid performance in their game, and they held on to first place. So we're going to have to see if Reggie and TSM can hang on to the top spot through an intense Super Week schedule.
And they'll face a tough match tonight right out of the gate when they face off against the team who snapped their 11-game winning streak. That's Coast.
Yeah, Coast have been playing really well. They've won 5 of their last 6 games, and by comparison, TSM have only won 4 of their last 6 games. And Coast have shown more versatility, and all of the players have been making big contributions to the attack.
And another team that has been firing in all lanes is CounterLogic Gaming. Ended the week setting a team record with their 4th straight win.
I mean, since they brought in Dexter, they've looked like a completely different team. He's transformed their early game with his aggressive calls and his ability to read enemy junglers. And just to give you an example of why fans are so excited, CLG is only 3 games back from first place. And like we mentioned before, they've got 4 matches this week. And if there are any missteps by TSM and Cloud9, 2 teams who CLG play this week, then there's potential to see CLG at the #1 spot.
Tons of it. Always possible to see big shakeups in a Super Week. And we've got one coming from Team Curse. They're moving St. Vicious off of the Rift.
And replacing him, they are bringing in Bunny Fufu to start as support. He's coming from GGLA to the North American LCS. He's an experienced challenger player, and his most played champions are, of course, Thresh, Leona, and Morgana. Very strong guy there.
No way. And finally, starting today, teams will be playing on the 4.3 patch.
So this is the patch that includes those nerfs to Gragas, Kassadin, Kha'Zix, Yasuo, as well as a lot of item changes that are really interesting.
And turning to the European League, let's check out the highlights from their Super Week with hashtag LCS Big Plays. At Rutlifts OG says, keep your hands and feet in the ride at all times. That Thresh went for a wild ride. This moment comes from Fnatic versus SK Gaming. Here's your big play.
But they're going to come around the side. The culling comes on there. Peke's forced back away. Soaz is caught up. Freddy's chasing on towards him. It's a deep, deep hook from N-Rated. He goes very deep. Cyanide pays the price. He gets caught out there.
I love the central flay that he got when he was doing it, too. It's kind of all one fluid motion.
The drive-by flay. I
like the
that
Bruce
one too.
Lee, like water. So that play had an effect in the European standings. And, of course, being Europe, that meant a tie. Taking over the first place now is Gambit and SK Gaming.
Gambit's mid laner Froggen did take MVP. Whoa. Gambit's mid laner Froggen. That doesn't sound right. Somebody messed up there. While Rokat slipped into 3rd place with 11 wins and 9 losses.
So let's check out how the North American teams stack up now. In first place, it is Team Solo Mid, followed by Cloud9, 1 game back in 2nd.
Then it's Week 7 MVP Link and CLG in 3rd place. And sitting 2 games back in 4th place, it's Dignitas. In 5th, we have Coast with 7 wins.
And then it is a tie for 6th with Evil Geniuses and Team Curse. And sitting in last place is XDG. We'll see how that order changes after our 5 games today, starting with Evil Geniuses versus Cloud9.
And then we've got a rematch of Coast versus TSM. Their last game was arguably one of the most exciting of the split so far. And that will be followed by the surging CLG versus Dignitas. And in our 4th game, it's Curse versus XDG.
And then we will conclude the LCS day with Coast versus Dignitas. That's the schedule. So let's take a closer look at some of the players we're going to be keeping an eye on.
First up, it's going to be XDG's Sheep. He was instrumental in their big upset win over Cloud9, but then struggled in the team's loss to CLG. So we'll be looking for consistency this week.
Next up, it's Coast Wiz Fusion, who's been putting up big numbers and finding great positioning for his team fights, going 9-2-9 as Lucian in their win over Curse. 2 solid games that resulted in his best KDA of any week this split as well.
Then it's 2-time MVP Link, who will be coming in with some big expectations. His return to the mid lane has been a smashing success, and we'll be watching to see if he can keep it up during an entire Super Week.
Yeah, that does make it a challenge. Keeping pace with Link and Wiz Fusion in kills is Curse's Void Boy. He was the bright spot for his team despite their 0-2 week. He almost single-handedly kept Coast at bay in their hard-fought loss, and he really did step it up.
And finally, we're going to be watching Cloud9's Lemon Nation, who had a big game on Morgana against TSM, and his play was good last week, but he also received a lot of criticism for Cloud9's draft phase when their double AP comp didn't work against XDG.
I would be so sad if that beard is actually gone. And if that preview only whet your appetite for knowledge, head over to lolesports.com. There you can find team and player stats, in-depth interviews and analysis, and all the games from this season.
You can also reserve your spot to join our studio audience and attend one of our game day tapings for the full immersive LCX experience. Just click on the ticket link for all the details.
And while you're there, let us know who you think will take today's games. Click on Matches, select Week 8, and cast your vote. But now for a closer look at popping alts, let's send it over to Freak and Jat at the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Riv. Hey, everyone. I'm David Freak Turley. Joining me is Joshua Jat Leesman. What's up?
I'm doing good. How you about yourself?
I'm doing awesome.
Okay.
Great.
That's good.
Yes.
Got that under control.
Yes, we're
I was
good.
worried that you weren't doing well.
No, I'm doing
So
awesome.
it's good to hear.
It's better than well.
Okay.
Well's like a 7, awesome's like a 9.5. Now, a game can be won in a team fight, and a team fight can be won with a perfectly placed ultimate, or multiple of them, the Wombo Combo.
A wombo combo is where everybody on their team works together to basically blow up the enemy team in one go.
Generally, you have a few ultimates that you chain together.
It's pretty much just hitting a bunch of bolts, pressing R, and then just like watching people die.
You can instantly kill a team within 3 or 4 seconds.
He gets the black shield. Cruiser goes in. They actually ages him right away. The crowd control may not be there. The shock wave coming in.
A wombo combo is basically putting all of your eggs in one basket. It's high risk, high reward. Wombos can be very effective when you pull them off.
And you can usually just melt multiple people.
And when it doesn't work, you look really stupid.
And kind of just left there standing like,
Pack up the bags, boys, we're done.
then it's over.
But if you do get a wombo off, then it just goes great.
And then when the crowd starts yelling, it gets us hyped up even more.
It's such a good morale boost.
When you land a perfect wombo combo, the adrenaline rush that goes through you is like absolutely amazing.
2 weeks ago, we played the Alistar Oriana combo versus Coast, where Oriana puts the ball on me, and the ball comes on. I have that pull in, and I just instantly go, and then he does it at the same time, and then they all die.
The ball delivery cow making it happen. 2-3 kills so far.
Get it, no, get it.
Hey everyone, and of course, thanks to the ball delivery cow, we do have Coast Shifter here, as well as, of course, the odd one from TSM, guys. So I want to ask you guys, what are your favorite ultimates to cast? Shifter, we'll start with you.
Favorite ult to cast? I wish I was a good Oriana, but if I was a good Oriana, I'd love to do like a 5-man shockwave.
All right, odd one?
Yeah, currently it's probably just Wukong or Pantheon. Wukong for hitting several people, or Pantheon just engaging really far, and then everyone just gets hit by the man drop.
Mm-hmm. Works out pretty well. So, of course, you guys are going to be having your big rematch today in Game 2 of the day. Last one was really crazy. How do you guys feel about the next match coming in?
It's going to be a lot different since they have Reginald instead of Bjergsen this time. And honestly, we don't know much about Reggie right now because we haven't seen him play competitive since like Worlds, and except for the last week's match. But so we don't really know what to expect out of mid lane, but it's going to be a really close match, I think.
Yeah, and Odd One, you guys had a tricky defeat last time at Coast. It was a very close game. You guys almost came back, but then right down the stretch, you ended up losing. What was the team's morale like after losing that particular game to the easy Nexus kill?
It was a little rough. Like whenever you lose like that, when your Nexus is like about to die like barely, like it's sort of frustrating. Like because you're like, oh my god, like one hit away from killing Ari.
Yeah, you were
like,
so close to finishing off Ari too.
It's usually frustrating when he just does that, and you could have stopped it.
Shifter, how'd you feel about that one?
I felt pretty damn good. It was definitely the best way to finish the game, I think, but I don't think it should have been that close of a game. We should have been able to close it out a lot easier, but I'm glad we at least won.
Yeah, I remember talking with you guys. The mindset was like, don't throw, and you're like, guys, we're not doing anything anymore. And you just had to like actually go make moves again.
Yeah, we definitely played too scared, so we're looking to finish the game a lot more decisive this time. So that's what we've been working on all week and hope to show it in this game.
Yeah,
Cool.
and one more thing, Shifter. You guys are 5-1 in your last 6, yet no one really seems to be talking about Coast. Why do you think that is?
It's probably because we're like still like a kind of a win lane, or people think we're a win lane, win game kind of team. But I think our rotations lately have been really solid, and I don't know why teams have been respecting that lately. But yeah, I think it's been showing in our last few games.
Cool. And of course, you guys are going to be moving in now to Super Week here. 4 games for you guys, a fairly tough schedule. How do you feel going in to all your matches coming in?
I think our hardest match, honestly, is going to be probably the TSM and the CLG matches coming up. But I think if we play how we've been playing lately, then it'll probably go in our favor or like really, really close matches.
Yeah, and Odd One, kind of the same question for you. Coming into Super Week, but not having Bjergsen, having Reginald again, how have you guys prepared?
We've been playing with Reggie like every day for most of the days. Yeah, we figure it's still gonna be hard, like just like last week. We do face Coast again, who we lost to with Bjergsen, and we also have I believe a CLG game the next day, so it's gonna be really tough. So we figure we can at least try to be positive here and try to win more than half the games.
All right, so Shifter, of course, with Reggie going to be in there in the mid lane. Now, last time you faced TSM, you beat up Bjergsen pretty well. How do you feel facing against this guy?
Reggie, he's kind of a crazy kind of guy in the mid lane. He plays really aggressive, at least the last time I played him. So we're probably going to be like, battling the entire time if he decides to play like a hypey matchup, assassin versus assassin or something.
Yeah.
So I'm expecting a few kills out of mid lane.
That'll be a fun one to watch.
For either side.
Yeah, either way, just 7 kills before the NA laning phase. Just in total, whichever way it goes. Guys, thank you. And of course, you guys have heard what the pros have said, but we want to ask you guys as well what ultis are your favorites, and it's going to be your Twitter question of the day. What's your favorite champion ult to watch in LCS games, and why? Yeah,
and for you at home, be sure to write to us at LOL Esports. Use the hashtag LCS. Then we can highlight a few of your answers later in the show.
So we've got to take a quick break, but when we come back, we're going to get to our first match of the day, Evil Geniuses versus Cloud9. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, everyone. We start our Super Week with Evil Geniuses versus Cloud9. Kobe Cloud9 say that a loss fires them up to do better, and it works. They started last week with an upset to XDG. Then the next day, they came out hard against Team Solomid and showed just how dangerous they can really be.
Yeah, I guess going 25-3 in a season will do that to a team's mentality. And there's a reason that it's a big deal whenever Cloud9 lose a game in the LCS. And they're out to prove that they're still the team to beat.
Now, the last time these teams faced off, we saw Meteos and Balls asserting a lot of control over the top lane, giving Inox a really tough time.
Yeah, so to counteract that pressure, Snoop A can go top and help out Inox, try and keep him from getting behind early. But the danger is, when Snoop A's ganks don't work or his jungle is invaded, then he can quickly fall behind and farm. And when EG plays from a little bit behind, they do tend to make desperate initiations that have not paid off for them.
And we're going to get right into this game. Super Week has a lot to offer, so let's check out the starting lineups. On the blue side, it's Evil Geniuses. In the top lane is Inox, Snoopy in the jungle, Pole Belter in mid. At 80 is Yellow Pete somewhere in there. Crepo on support.
And on the red side, it's Cloud9. Balls is up top. Meteos is in the jungle. The mid is high. The AD carry is sneaky. And Lemonation still has his beard.
Still has it.
You can rest
Happy to see that.
assured that it's fine. He'll be supporting.
It was scary. You need that. Sometimes it's just comforting. You get a little extra padding for hits in the bottom lane. It's kind of like that early shield.
When was the last time that you actually shaved your beard?
No, like a
All
year.
the way off.
Year.
A year.
Absolutely. You can't do it.
That'd be scary.
Yeah.
Nobody knows what's going on under there.
Shave
You
the-
You have some weird half face tan, I guess.
This is where I keep the rest of my elo, actually.
Oh, that's where
Use it when I have to. So coming into this game, we actually saw Hai trying to play Lulu last week. I say trying to play. He did win it, so he did play Lulu last week, but it was his first one. Coming out against Pole Belter, it's going to be a pretty good matchup because they both love assassins.
Yeah, I really did like that game, too, because I think it's going to be more of a trend where we see a carry from sort of the jungle or from the top lane where Meteos was playing Kha'Zix, and then a lot more shields on the team, like the Lulu mids, and then Morgana support. So you have all these shields for a really fed carry that's coming either from the jungle or top lane or something like that, like Kha'Zix. You can have these melee carries that are usually very risky, but if you back them up with all these shields and all these buffs, then it makes it very, very easy. Like the same thing can go with Jax, as we've seen in Europe.
There's always a different way to do it. It still kind of blows my mind that Lulu's all isn't a bunch of AoE damage. It's a bunch of pop-up and heal for a team, and it's utilized against all those damage, all those assassinators that are coming out. So it's whatever you can put under your belt to really get the win. And then people have been trying to put that damage in the top lane, too, with more AP carries, trying to get LeBlanc in there, trying to put Gragas up there. We've actually seen teams doing that as well.
Yeah, the last time we saw Inox grab Gragas and go top lane, they won the game. That's what I really like about EG. They pick up high-priority champions, and then they decide where they're going to go later. So that's something that they can always keep people on their toes in champion select because they're so dynamic. And Inox loves playing carry champions, so maybe he'll be able to get somebody with some damage instead of having to play tanks over and over again. We are on 4.3 now as well. So interesting changes with the patch.
And we are waiting to get back into Champion Select. We did go in, and they were ready, but Inox actually missed the first ban. They were kind of talking a little too much, so we had to remake. We're going to get back in. All the bans are to be used. 3 on each side. Let's see what they get from each other. Lee Sin's going to be the first one.
You're ready to go. Boom,
it's still early for some people.
He's got Lee Sin off the board.
Kassadin goes away. Actually had a little bit of playtime over in Europe. They finally got him out of the cell.
Yeah, he got let out, but as I said, we're on 4.3 now.
Yeah.
More nerfs.
Yeah.
So Kassadin even weaker.
It's a nerf war.
Still banned once again. Early game champions being banned out by EG here, like this tactic against Cloud9. Don't want to let them get a foot up very early in the game because it's really hard to come back.
Yeah.
They thrive on the mid-game rotations. That's where Cloud9 really come into their own.
A lot is actually getting through as well here. LeBlanc hasn't seen a ban. Both teams like to put that under. Hai has used it. I believe Pole Belter did as well.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he got a win with it in week 5, so he's good to go on LeBlanc. Still waiting to see what the last ban is going to be coming out from Cloud9 as they focus down Pantheon, who's someone Snoopy has just been all over lately. And I believe in the last few clips we have of him, they're both his double kills. So he's been playing it quite well.
Yeah, that Pantheon right now is just so strong. The ganks from the jungle, pre-6 and post-6, they're just so devastating. Pretty much just all-around game-changing champion. Now, supports have actually been fighting over Morgana now because of the black spell shield. So it really makes Leona a very ineffective pick. And now they're kind of left with like Annie down in the bottom lane, since Lulu is banned out as well as a mid laner.
And how do you use Morgana as a support? You're not clearing waves with Tormented
So
Soil.
you do have to be quick with your reactions because the black shields, coming from a support, they don't block a lot of spell damage because you don't have AP to boost it up, but they're great against these physical damage CC abilities like Wukong ultimates and Vi ultimates. You can completely nullify one of those giant high impact ultis with just a regular spell there from Morgana. And she's also amazing in lane because when you do land a binding, it's so easy for you to get off a lot of harass.
That binding, it'll catch you most of the time. Like we said, when people don't see a champion a lot, it catches you off guard, and Dark Binding's range is something that'll do that more often than not. Looking on the other side for Cloud9, Meteos grabbing up Elise. Very happy about that, and it's actually sneaky. He's going to take Caitlyn. He's had a fair bit of gameplay on that, 5-0 so far throughout the split.
Now, Elise is someone who can actually have effective ganks even on a Morgana lane because she can put down the range magic damage first and then try to follow up with a Cocoon, even if the Black Shield does go up. But still, it is fairly tricky. I think that the big story here is that LeBlanc mid, because Pobelter, whenever EG win, a lot of the time it's Pobelter getting a good early lead and sort of taking over the game, roaming around. LeBlanc is a great champion for him to roam around. We'll have to see what Hai wants to run into that one. Since they are the ones who banned out Lulu, you know, he's got a lot less options there. Maybe Gragas.
Seeing Jinx as well, a little bit more, but still not as safe as they would like to be with that pick. They're going to see what they can do with that onto Yellow Pete. Like you said, EG focuses the power in their solo lanes quite a bit, so it looks like they're leaving that up for Inox on the last pick. You see a Thresh Shyvana coming in. Pretty standard here from Cloud9. They're getting what they want.
Man, Balls has had a lot of very good games on Shyvana, so that's a pretty good pickup for them. And with Renekton being banned out, he's feeling really good about that top lane situation. So I think Cloud9 are very happy with the way this pick ban is going. Maybe down bottom, they'll just be trying to shove lanes and just have to watch out for those bindings to hit.
Yeah, Cloud9 has to be happy. EG allowed Lemonation to get his 7-1 Thresh. He's played it 8 times. They're getting pretty much top tier champions. EG kind of, I think they're coming in this with disregard, not disregard, but just picking what they wanted without really looking at Cloud9 here.
I mean, EG have a solid roster too here.
For
the
sure.
only thing is the Jinx gonna have a hard time with the Shyvana jumping on her. She has no escapes. So the Trundle pickup, really they're just looking to kill Shyvana when she comes in. Pop that ulti on her and just burn her down. They're just looking to kill whoever is the initiation from Cloud9. Trundle the tank buster, great addition for them. And they got a whole bunch of boosting of the power to their early laning phase. Whenever you pick Evelynn, it kind of makes everyone on the other team play a little bit more passively because they have to be worried about where she is at all times. The only times when you get to see her are when she is ganking already, so you know she's already in a different lane, or she does reveal herself when she's attacking, you know, jungle camps. So if you can get vision down in the camps of the enemy, then you can see where she is, and that's something that Meteos has always done a very good job of, especially when he's on a strong early game jungler like Elise. So I expect to see Meteos making frequent early trips into the jungle of EG to try and find where Snoopé is and lay down some of those wards by camps where they know that she will pop up into regular vision.
So they go eye for an eye and kill power here in the mid lane. Kha'Zix is going to be picked up for Hai. This will be his, I believe, 3rd play going on to that. 100% so far for himself. Cloud9 has one heck of a team to get into a brawl right now. EG is just really going to be looking for that fast in and out. Hopefully Yellow Pete can be protected because these fights are going to be pretty scary.
Yeah. That's definitely a story when you do have Jinx. I mean, he's got a black shield, so that's going to be good for shielding anybody from the cocoons and from the thresh hooks. So hopefully they won't have to have people getting picked off a lot there. But, man, I really do think that the mid lane in this game is going to determine a lot. Because if Hai on Kha'Zix can get support from Meteos and get control of the mid lane, then it will free up Meteos to invade the jungle and they can nullify
one of his
Snoop's
favorite
jungle.
things.
However, if EG are the ones who get control of mid lane, the exact opposite is going to happen. And Evelyn is going to be running wild all over the lanes.
A lot of high risk, high reward in that mid lane as the teams load into the game. Let's check your predictions for this matchup. According to LOLesports.com, 80% of you think that Cloud9 is going to take the first win of Super Week.
Very confident there. A little bit less than usual. We aren't getting those 90% anymore because they have dropped a few games this split. I mean, it's very, very hard to repeat something like 25-3.
Yeah, just a little bit.
I mean, the expectations were very, very high for them.
There's a lot of consistency there, and the whole split as well. In the back of my mind, I'm like, how do they keep doing this without, getting any flaws, or nobody's really figuring anything to put them back or even giving them a bad game unless it happens from the first second? How do they keep doing it if they're just winning? Usually you need to lose to build on things, but they were just like, nope, it works. We'll pick these champions and keep it going. And that becomes one of the scariest mentalities when you just can't figure out how to beat your opponent. Cloud9 trying to be that opponent once again this split right now versus Evil Geniuses as we start off your Super Week. We are 65 games in here on day 1 of Week 8. We're about to go live on the Rift.
All right, so we do get our first look at the new Spell Thieves here from Crepo on Morgana. Going to be able to get off extra gold and damage when she lands any sort of harassment in lane. She's a very, very offensive champion. I think we're going to see a lot more supports trend toward, mages, ranged mages down in the bottom lane because of those buffs to Spell Thieves, further boosting Morgana's power down in the bottom lane.
Bottom lane, that early level 2 is always kind of a huge factor. Whoa. And then it flows into a party. And then it flows back into the mid lane with Yellow P.
We got kind of bored of seeing everybody just standing at the river, so we got to see what they do while they're at the river.
Got to go to Voltron view and then back. So what we have as they move about, I forgot what I was saying right there, but we'll just lock on to Pole Belter. LeBlanc last week coming in had 2 of her longest games at 52 and 51 minutes. People are figuring out how to slow down that early game assassination, that game ender. And they're figuring out how to make it go long. With LeBlanc going that long in games, it could get scary. So, as you said, in the mid lane, we'll definitely watch that as well.
I think this one's going to be action-packed. Not too long there. There's a lot of offensive power in the mid lane here. And I do expect a lot of attention.
Ooh, the early sweep.
Yeah, Lemonation, a pretty big fan of that one. Usually when he does get that early sweeper, they go for the invade. So that's the camp wards that I'm talking about here for Evelyn. Hai has been able to use his trinket, so Meteor still has the option to invade later. He used his trinket as well during one of the river things there, so he's going to solo up his buff. Both junglers will solo, and they're aware of the starting position here for Snoop. So they already know that he'll be ending his route up top.
Ooh, that's a ferocious jump right there.
Yeah.
That was close. We'll see what they can do. I'm still very interested in Crepo. First picking Morgana, not taking the Thresh away. It was completely open. Lemonation now able to get his favorite support, putting on some flay damage in the bottom lane. And we got mid and bottom to really keep an eye on here.
Yeah, I mean, starting with the health crystal there for Lemonation, with the cost reduced, definitely viable starting item. I'll see how early he rushes that upgrade for the Sight Stone, because not only is the health crystal lower cost, but also the Sight Stone is. So rushing Sight Stone is a very, very efficient build. And I think that's what he's going for here. And that's, just adds on to his strategy of taking those sweeper trinkets first. He's going to get a lot of vision from rushing through to that Sight Stone early. And he won't need his warding trinket.
It's a good thing for Cloud9. They usually don't ward too much in the bottom lane, but when they can and they get ahead, they definitely take over the whole entire map.
So Snoopy, this is a very dangerous thing to face check. They see the ping from Snoopy. He was expecting Meteos to be there. You can't face check a bush that you think Elise is going to be in as Evelyn.
Lemonation getting some good damage on. Doesn't look like they'll have enough to finish him off just yet. Don't see the jungler aggression in the top side of the map. We'll just see Lemonation taking a bit here in the bottom lane.
Snoopy is going to do a little counter jungling here too. And the wave happens to be pushed up at the turret though. Evelyn not going to be able to get off any ganks at the mid right now. We'll have to see if Meteos decides to go for something on that mid lane as Pavelter is extended.
And something, again, we mentioned this last week for Crepo. He's actually, well, we got a pause coming in here. He's running 17.5% cooldown reduction on his Morgana, more Dark Bindings, more Tormented Soil, and that really just keeps the other team having to dodge in that bottom lane. And he's going to be happy with that. Right now they took a little bit of damage, so he wants to be able to dish it back out.
The more you throw, the more you hit there for Crepo. He's looking for quantity.
Sometimes.
For bindings.
Not everything hits the goal. That's for sure. So coming into this, both teams haven't gained too much of an edge. I should say neither team has gained too much of an edge coming into the game. Figuring out what we have here before we get yourself set back up. We have a long day of games, 16 games on our end of the world as 16 just happened in Europe. And Super Week was quite crazy. Teams like Alliance going 4-0 with going 0-4 in their first Super Week. We'll see what EG can do here on this side of the pond.
Yeah, I'm very interested to see what type of Evelynn build we see from Snoopy because people have been just diverging all over the place with their Evelynn builds. Some still staying AP. A lot of people going for Blade of the Ruin King even on her and then building tank.
Yeah.
Some just straight tank. Very effective all-around builds. In Korea, there was one guy at the very high top of the solo queue ladder who was just building straight tank and lots of cooldown reduction, so you can keep spamming the Q. As you know, the playstyle for Evelynn is just spam that as quickly as possible.
Tank Eve was so long ago, and then you're like, oh, we'll kill her right now. Wait a minute, she's not dying yet, and then it gets bad. That's when all the names starts coming out. But right now we're actually just waiting on a monitor issue with Balls. His monitor turned off. It went black, Froggen please. So we're just waiting for him to get that set back up. They're going to get that situated.
The mid laner of Gambit, obviously, but having some effects here.
Absolutely. So with this, our first game of Super Week, we're going to figure out who gains the momentum. Will it be Evil Geniuses? Will it be Cloud9? Cloud9 definitely expected to do well here in the Super Week. People are wondering, will EG be able to bring up the score that everybody thought they would have coming over here into North America? Still getting aggressive in the jungle, but also getting aggressive in the bottom lane. Crepo just takes that one, knowing they aren't too much of a bad position, and they trade back.
Binding hit. There we go.
Very, very close. Snoopy's going to come around backside here. He's kind of sensing Meteos will be somewhere in the wing, and he's going to be sensing right.
He just ran into Meteos in the jungle, so they should be aware that Meteos is on this side of the map. That should definitely be communicated to the bottom lane here. Meteos has been able to sneak into the bush. As we can see, Crepo playing pretty far back here, and he's fairly low on mana.
Uh-oh. Yellow Peak close. There it is.
He gets it off.
Very nice. They try to get the Q off.
Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Elise can get that magic damage off to burn through the shield, then following up with the cocoon, so he's able to get the flash down. Successful gank. Summoner cooldown not available any longer, and they trade it back since Lemon Nation had been on the receiving end of that harassment before, having to burn his own flash.
So quite interesting. Usually we see Meteos in that top lane helping out Balls a little bit versus Inox, but right now they deliver that to the bottom lane. And they get a flash out of it, so we may see Meteos coming back in just a few minutes. Yellow Pete going to farm up the lane. We're 36-36 in that lane. Really, it's Pole Belter versus High right now, 37-19 in CS.
Yep, Kha'Zix's not able to get a handle in that lane. No help from jungle either, so Pobelter gonna have a pretty strong run here. As we said, any early leads from him have translated. Wow, Snoopy's so deep right here. This is so ridiculously dangerous.
This is really different from Snoopy as well.
Yeah, counter jungling, especially as Evelynn there. Even with that ward, if Elise shows up, she's got Repel, very long range gap closer, could get right onto him. But he was able to get in and get out successfully.
600 gold up, doing a very nice job. The whole team is really utilizing camps, trying to get in the face of Cloud9 right now, and somewhat winning the lanes, at least in mid.
I also want to call out the dual pink wards mid for High here. You know, he had to play more passively. Usually Kha'Zix, there's a threat of him all-inning you and going for that kill, and that's what enables him to get a lot of CS in lane. It's just the threat of you know, jungle gank and stuff like that. But since there's an Evelynn on that team, a lot of that threat is gone, and he's had to play more passive. So Pobelter able to bully the lane. Dual pink wards though, High should be feeling a little bit more safe.
Crepo with a little troll face smile there to Lemon Nation as he tries to gain bush control. Meteos trying to work off that flash being down in the bottom lane onto Yellow Pete, but he's not going to gain anything here, and he just gets his wolves back in the bottom jungle. So at least that helps. He's not dry for experience there.
Lemon Nation going to look for Snoopy because they have those deep wards at the camp. They saw where Snoopy just left from, and they knew he was in the area here. This is all about can he land the hook. It's a hard hook to land. He got it.
He can land the hook. Oh my gosh, the roam comes out at level 4, 5, and 6. Cloud9 picking up first blood.
That was just a really well-played hook there from Lemon Nation. That's a hard one to land. Evelyn, let's see, what is he, level 5? He should have his speed boost by then. And Lemon Nation's able to make it work. Very, very well played from him. Able to get the first blood for his team. Giving it up to High means that High will have a much easier time in that mid lane. Lemon pretty much just saving that mid lane right there, and they've put more wards inside this jungle.
Oh, this is going to be close. They do not decide to do it. Meteos would have had to repel in and take that turret damage, then repel out and gets to safety. So good damage still. They are really starting to turn the game around already. Crepo throws it onto him, and Yellow Pete almost got hooked there.
Yeah, he's taking advantage.
That's
oh,
nice.
There we go, the combo.
That's nice. That'll work for him a little bit. Sneaky, he's going to take a zap too. Wow, they gained very good control of the bottom lane.
Counter jungling coming in. Meteos hits the cocoon.
Snoopy just gets off the deathbed, and they set him back down. Pole Belter trying to get out of this one. He just lost all of his health, getting it back, loses it again, and they're going to be able to push him out.
He's going to have to flash over the...
No, he'll be all right.
Pillar? Okay, cocoon does land. Now, in the bottom
Getting
lane,
aggressive.
We saw really both supports making pretty big plays here. The binding into... Whoa, he got it.
That's going to be enough! Wow.
So that's the all-in aggressive potential that I was talking about for Kha'Zix that usually allows him to get CS in lane.
Didn't even have
And the
ISO.
reason he, you can't really do that before is because Evelyn always has that threat of being there. But since they just killed Evelyn, High goes super aggro, catches Pabelter off guard, switches up his play style. Very, very good sign of a top player, knowing when to go extremely aggressive. Another hook from Lemon Nation, but it's so deep under the turret.
Yeah, it's just for the here's and there's. They're saying your base belongs to us right now. And Balls is trying to say that here in the top lane. Level 8 to level 7. Inox is still going to be able to beat him out there. Subjugate is coming back up, so Balls has to be a little careful in this situation.
Yeah, Inox wants to get his cannon minion wave,
Yeah.
and Snoopy actually does not come up to collapse. So Inox gets out scot-free.
So we did say that High was down in mid lane, but he has picked up all 3 kills of the game right now. We'll see if anything can come from this in bottom lane. EG really needs to make something happen. Looks like Pole Belter's
He
not
just
gonna come
walked
up
by
with
the
anything.
ward,
Yeah.
so they're going to know that he went down there, and High can shove this lane in, try and make Pabelter lose out some CS. That sort of desperate roam there from Pabelter after getting killed, not paying off for him, and gains another few more minions for our High's lead at mid.
Now looking at High's build, we see them either go for a Kha'Zix go Bloodthirster or Tiamat. Why Tiamat this time being so far ahead?
A lot of times, the laner Kha'Zix, actually junglers as well, much preferring the Tiamat. You can clear out minions and get that isolation damage a lot easier. Ooh, there it is, the combo. Again, binding into Flame Chompers.
It's good lockdown from both. We'll see High being far ahead. He does have that Tiamat this time around.
Snoopy's deep in enemy territory.
Yeah, he doesn't look like he's going to have a good situation here. They leave him.
He needs to stop and... Oh, I think he might be going for an execute here. That's such...
I think yeah. I think we're good to go.
All right. So
he is...
I don't know why he was that deep, though. But, like, what is he going to gain out of going this deep into the jungle? He's constantly been looking for counter jungling, but now he's got himself trapped, and he's wasted time.
He's gonna be out. He's gonna get himself back out too.
The jungle is cleared though, so this while it was a good escape, he's still down because of this. And Meteos gained 2 more camps during that time. These pink wards are really paying off for Cloud9. Both of them from the mid lane are still standing there.
That's all right. He's just got a blue buff. He's got to walk it off.
I don't know. Snoopy's still back there. We need a time. How much time has Snoopy spent on the other side of the jungle? Because he's really getting behind. He's level 6 to level 8 of Meteos.
Oh, it's a top lane. It was just a decoy. Balls is coming in for the kill.
All right.
This game came 4 kills out of nowhere. 1 now for Balls in the top lane, and 11.5 minutes in. Cloud9 was down some 600 gold in the beginning, but these kills have absolutely come out of nowhere. Snoopy finally back on his own side of the rift, and he's going to be back to helping the team as well. Clearing up red. Hopefully get some ganks here. There's nice shutdown gold to be had on High, but Dragon's coming up soon, and EG can be forced into something real bad.
Yeah, Dragon is is up. I don't think
It's
anybody's killed it yet.
Not coming up.
It definitely is a possibility, though.
Right.
I like bringing that up because Elise has the ability to kill it very easily, and Kazakh's on her team makes it that much more of a possibility. They can burn it down very quickly as soon as they get any lead in either top or excuse me, either mid or bottom lane. They can definitely go for that one. Bottom lane now looking to do more invades. You see their wards at the camps on red side have run out, so they need to replenish them.
Oh, that, yep, Snoopy getting caught out. The hook comes in. Another 3 get the kill and assist on that. Sneaky now 1-0-0 for himself.
That's going to be Dragon. They definitely can easily do it now. There's no possibility of a smite steal. However, Kreppel could be a hero, maybe land a long-range binding to hit it, and he doesn't even want to try. So, we talked about how a lot of the early game was going to determine this one, and it was going to be mid lane and jungle. Mid lane jungle going definitely in Cloud9's favor here. Very hard time for Snoopy now that he's been caught out several times. Meteos easily going to be able to have full reign of EG's jungle.
Meteos, level 8 to level 9 there. Pobelter still taking out a huge chunk of damage. High, a level ahead of Pobelter as well. Snoopy trying to come in. Can't get no agonies. Embrace to go down. A very nice flash into the Soul Shackle. Sneaky will surely go down here. Can they turn this around on Elimination? The bottom lane of EG usually not to win the carry, but they're going to have to this game just over the shoulder.
Ooh, so close. Both skill shots just crisscrossing there. Really good dodge from Lemon, but man, this is the combo that EG have really found some power in. The binding into Flame Chomper over and over again. Every time we take a look at bottom lane, that's what's happening. And this is the only lane for EG that's winning. This is their hope right now. All their hopes are on this end game Jinx. So Cloud9 probably turning their sights towards that Jinx to try and keep her down. Because there's always a hope for the end game for EG. If Yellow P can get very fed on Jinx, she's definitely a hyper carry towards that late game.
Now, is it still acceptable if she goes even with Sneaky the whole time on Caitlyn?
Yeah, I mean, going towards the late game, it should be okay. If the rest of your team's losing like that, it's not going to be enough. Because they need somebody to really carry them out of this pit. It's going to be hard. But, you know, Snoopy on Evelynn always has the possibility of turning something around with a gank. Finally, the last 2 hits of this pink ward, they can get it.
Takes 2, almost 3. Becomes a crowd here as Pobelter joins into the help, and looks like they are going to get a nice dive on Sneaky in the bottom lane if everybody follows through here after blue buff.
Or counter jungling here because Meteos is showing up top. They try to take something down bottom. I like the call from EG. Good communication. Take away the blue buff in exchange for that top. Inox, they just don't want to let their blue buff be countered as well. So he's trying to get this before Meteos comes down there. Can't get it in time though.
Doing what he can. Looks like they're going to trade back and forth. High getting mid lane as well, so they begin to open up the map. Not going to be as easy now for EG to get themselves back in this game. They can't really force any fights being so far behind. They get some gold back in the bottom lane, and you see just how much damage that High can do. Great coverage on the warding allows him to get mid lane as well, possibly.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard for EG to come back now. Everybody getting bullied around. This top lane, though, they are calling the top lane over, trying to collapse on mid. Can they get the 3 versus 5? They're not really collapsing at the same time here. They would definitely need a binding from Krepo to hit and keep High there as long as possible. Oh, they got one.
Going in for the fight. I think they found a little bit more they could bite off on this one. Knight Meteos gets the flash out into the brush. They go for the hook from Lemon, and it looks like they still may want the fight. Inox throws up the pillar. And on the other side, we do see the High taking quite a bit of damage, down to about 550 HP, but they are safe. Pretty chaotic fight. There's a few ultimates used out there by EG for nothing.
Yeah, EG trying to pull a little pincer there. That was their opportunity to get back in this game. If they 5 versus 3 and actually were able to burst down High, but it's hard for them to collapse like that at the same time. Not quite coordinated perfectly to get that 5-man team there all at the same time, and by the time that Cloud9's bottom lane gets there, they can't fight it anymore. Anytime there's an even numbers fight, EG do not want to take it.
And talking about uneven numbers, we see balls there, and now Inox 12 to 10 are the levels of that lane, 158 to 120 in CS. Granted, this is Inox's first time on Trundle this game, so he's trying to do what he can for the team on that pick. Balls is Shyvana though. That is his 6-1, 7 plays on Shyvana, and he has not really been touched this game, so he's already going to be a beast. That's another factor that EG has to think about going to late game.
And now that high, you know, he's got so much damage, and the Hydra completed. He can easily clear his wave and start roaming around. So it's only going to get worse for the other lanes of EG here. And he definitely wants to keep that bottom lane Jinx down, because that's the one spot where they could rely on and hope to get back in.
And they're keeping a huge, I don't want to say huge line, but just a line of pink wards. 3 right there in the top, and 1 just under high, leaving the river behind him. So they are making sure that Snoopy has no entry across the river into any part of the jungle. He's going to have to walk into the fight with the team.
Yeah, Cloud9's strategy coming into this was, all right, Evelynn, we're just going to completely ward up her red side jungle.
Yeah.
Because that's where we feel most of the ganks are going to come from. That's where most of her position will be. And they were able to get it right. And the counter jungling that followed up really got Snoopy behind. Top lane didn't have to actually worry about the Evelynn ganks, because they always knew where she was, and Balls was able to pressure in that Trundle. Now he's, you know, a full completed Blade of the Ruined King up. Blade of the Ruined King completed so much stronger than just the Cutlass. So it's actually a pretty big power spike for him.
See where they can go. Just trading a few zaps and wards back and forth, trying to gain control of the pinks now. It's not even like they want to use regular wards this game. It's just pinks for whoever can throw them down.
What is that creepy noise?
It is quite creepy though. Meteos going in, volatile spider, creepy as well. Hooks, creepy from the death guy, and it looks like they're gonna get the play in. Yellow Peak gets himself out, but isn't enough. No way! High hopscotches over the mid lane wall, and he gets himself a kill. Polebelter answers back with a bit of front end explosion from LeBlanc. It's all onto Inox now. He is not tanky enough, even with Subjugate on. He goes down as well, and everybody's getting a piece on Cloud9.
Yeah, Cloud9, they just pretty much put on a clinic on how to play against Eve. Really doing a good job, everybody controlling the vision. And this is the hook onto the highest priority target.
Yeah.
Shyvana tries to jump in, but they only have so many answers. You bind Morgana, Kozik's going to be able to jump in there too and finish him off.
That is such a ridiculous fight. High and Meteos were instantly on the person in the back, the last person on the back line before anybody knew about it. At least Kozik's coming up very big for Cloud9 here, especially in the position they've put themselves. 4-0-1
going for
high.
Gank, really low life though.
Oh dear. Lemonation wanted to back for a second. He said, quick, take it, and Sneaky did.
Yeah, I mean, if Snoopy had taken that Lantern, they might have been even able to kill Snoopy there, so very dangerous for him.
Definitely would have been a whoopsie. Deathfire Grasp now out for Polebelter. We're 20 minutes in. We saw him make a little bit of an impact in that last fight. Maybe they can find some picks. They are not wanting the full team fights right now. Those are looking good. We got 33,000 to 26,000. The lane's not really waving it, or mid lane rather, in favor of High in CS, but he has had so much in kills, it doesn't even matter anymore.
Yeah. EG definitely, they have to find some sort of pick here with Krepo, and then have the Belter in the area so that they can combo a kill. But man, High with the Hex Drinker as well, has the shield, so even if he gets caught, hard to finish him. Very, very tough here for EG, but they get some global gold back.
If EG can get some good wards down, get a little bit of out-rotating on Cloud9, they can definitely put Yellow Pete to work on Jinx and get those towers down. They don't have too much power besides Jinx and Trundle to really get those turrets down. But if they can get to it, it'll be great for them. 7-2 objectives may need to be the focus for them with kills not going in their favor. And we see it's going to be High in the bottom lane, starting the split push now. Hydra rather, coming into effect.
Yeah, they can actually have everybody. Any person could split push here for Cloud9. They have Balls going up top too. He definitely can handle himself versus Inox. So the 1-3-1 for Cloud9. They can farm all lanes like this, but really they're looking to collapse into the jungle and find Snoopy again. They've kept Snoopy down so well. He's a very easy target if they ever do find him out.
Sneaky making sure he gets the ace in the hole onto Polebelter. Kind of talked about that last week. It's almost the obligatory ace in the hole. If she's in range, you got to shoot her. See everybody warding up. Pobelter home guards on, tries to get back to this bottom turret. Seems like it's going to be the next point of defense for Evil Geniuses. They would really love to get a few kills on this. They have some gold to play with if they get a kill onto high, but it needs to go to the right person.
So Shyvana actually rotating down to join this team. They want to make it a 5-on-5. Snoopy's behind the enemy here. Snoopy coming in to get that 4-man ult. They got Sneaky.
Soon as the black shield goes down, they punish the rest of the team without being able to save him. Keep going into the fight, and they're still going to get kills. High coming up with 2 actually on that one. The double kill, but they're being forced out now. The flash over the walls. Inox is focusing very hard and tunneling onto High. Pobelter wants the rest of that kill, but it looks like the team calls each other back. They're going to start organizing.
Yeah, Inox making a big play there. He got there before Balls. Balls staying in the mid lane, and EG is able to cut him off. That's a huge, huge win for EG, getting a first step back into this game. All right, so there everything got used on Crepo. Pobelter getting Sneaky solo. He uses the full combo, and then Snoopy has to die for the kill.
Yeah.
So it ends up 3-3, but here's the turn. When Inox comes in, they have to have everybody on Cloud9 flash away. And Lemonation sacrifices himself here, but he allows High to get out. Good rotation down there from Inox.
See how quickly Cloud9 assesses the fight after seeing Inox and after saying, I think we tried a little too much to get just Black Shield off.
Yeah, well, if it wasn't for the rotation from Inox, they would have come out ahead on that because High jumped back in on Crepo, and they were up in numbers.
Good movement. Inox still coming into play very big for the team, being so far down in his lane. That's Trundle. He's going to be stealing your stats anyways. Sunfire Cape fixed up onto him. Cutlass is finished, going to the Blade of the Rune King. Still has a dagger and a bit more to work with. 24 minutes on the clock. That gold lead is still going up in favor of Cloud9 despite the back and forths here. The EG is starting to get a little favor in. 1 minute and 20 seconds on the Dragon, and Cloud9 is looking to make that completely theirs by catching EG off guard anywhere they can. Good guy, Yellow.
All right, so our AD carry will take the hit for our AP carry because he's got lifesteal. That's not the optimal choice, but the only one they're going to go with here because he can steal back
good.
up.
Yellow Pete won't be jumping in and out.
It's basically EG are looking for the exact same thing. Pobelter on a free all-in for Sneaky. If he can get a full combo off on Sneaky again, that's pretty much the best case scenario for Evil Genius.
Becomes easier this time. Sneaky does not have a barrier to use. He does have flash, so that may come in handy just a little bit.
All right,
yeah,
Cloud9 force the fight here. EG have an opportunity. They can make use of a nice Eve ultimate. He's got vision. He goes for it.
Oh my gosh! Snoopy comes in with the steal. He throws down Agony's Embrace on the team. Inox wanted to go in. They said, yeah, we got Baron, but they said, no, we don't want the fight. Great job on that. Cloud9 cleans up 2 kills, but EG coming up with some big gold there.
That was a hero smite from Snoopy because he's smiting against Elise, one of the hardest champions in the game to smite against. Meteos not comboing his bite with his smite effectively right there, and EG able to stall this one a little bit. Now the Dragon at this point is worth a substantial amount of gold as well, so.
Not top yet, but it's up there.
It's definitely a good consolation prize for Cloud9, and Meteos is able to land the smite.
So they lost Baron on Inox and Snoopy. You got it on your carries. It's going to be quite helpful. Prep. Oh, no, you don't lose it either. Oh, no. They are hunting right now for Baron treats. There's a Baron treat right there. High gets one for himself, and they're going to want some more.
Even their own jungle is not safe. Look at the ward coverage. It's ridiculously in Cloud9's favor. So EG, even with the Baron buff, having a hard time turtling.
It's almost like Cloud9 has activated, we need to find them faster. They were all right with them being semi-powerful, but now that they have a little bit of Baron, they want them dead instantly. They're going to win the fights pretty fast, too, especially with the power they bring to the table. The last Whisper's been finished onto High. We already got resistances after the Golem Spirit build being built up on Meteos. He's been throwing himself into these fights to initiate with balls. They're on top of the game right now. Cloud9, very Cloud9-esque.
And High actually isn't really worried as much about the Pobelter harass there because he's got Merc Treads on top of his Hex Drinker.
Yeah.
Decent amount of magic resist. It's really mostly what he's worried about, so not too bad a situation for him.
Looking at Crepo's build, he goes straight for pretty much ability power all day after the Sightstone. Azanya's there. Mikhail's Crucible finished off for Lemon Nation. Hopefully he can get Sneaky a little bit of HP, a little bit of safety from Pole Belter if he gets an eye line on him.
Mikhail's as well for Lemon Nation.
Yeah.
And he's still working on the upgrade for Talisman. They do want the speed boost eventually. Bunch of Banshees in the works as well. Whenever you play against LeBlanc, pretty much the go-to item.
One's finished up for Meteos. 27 minutes into this, Cloud9 pretty much reorganizing, getting all the lanes pushed before they want to get down. Some final pressure here on Evil Geniuses. Super Week begins. Cloud9 looking very strong here coming into the week. We hear a lot of teams. It's different. Yeah, games are still a best of one, but their days are a little bit longer. You're playing more than one game, and you got to consider, which is the harder game of the day. Sometimes we call them the trap games, and teams can get caught.
Yeah, Cloud9 definitely playing a little more cautious after that Baron steal. Snoopy bought his team some time with that one, but oh no, he might be giving it away here.
So close. If he only knew. The cat and mouse game with the vision of Evelyn right now. Snoopy gets himself not in a great spot to initiate with the team if they were going on anything. It looks like they're just going to stave off the aggression here. Snoopy going to try to clear some wards and place some wards if he can, knowing that everything on the plate right now can help them.
All right, so the sweeper that's upgraded is Lemon's. So Lemon will be able to have the oracles try and see Snoopy if he does come around the side. And they also are placing several pink wards. So if Snoopy roams into the wrong spot, they can actually catch him out again. But he's constantly looking for counter jungling here. Cloud9 looking to shove up again. Snoopy will come in the rear. This is pretty much going to be his chance for the rear engage. Try and get off a good shield.
Oh man. They don't have flash for the Soul Shackle. That's going to be a walk into this fight. Pole Belter over the wall. The turret goes down. They're not even in their base for the fight. They don't have the turret. Whoa! A huge explosion of damage. Cloud9 is shredding right now, but so is everybody that tried to get to the back line of Cloud9. Evil Geniuses only has Pole Belter left, and C9 mitigating that damage by just microing each other in and out. Ace Evil Geniuses and take the inhibitor, possibly the game here.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be the game for Cloud9, and they deserve it. Very well played against Evelyn, keeping her under check the entire game.
What an amazing game. High and Meteos. Lemon Nation pulling out the level 4, 5, and 6 roam to get a kill onto Snoopy. Then again after they had EG's number from the beginning of the game, Cloud9 gets the first win of Super Week.
All right, yeah, that last engage, man, the box from Lemon Nation, they tried to come in the back door to pincer Cloud9 against their turret, but Lemon Nation just put up the box right in front, and they had nowhere to come in. Pi was able to jump out of all the damage. Very well played there, again, from Cloud9.
It's a scary thing when everything that you need is also everything that's going to be the toughest part of the fight. That was actually, I said they were fighting outside the base, but that little choke point would have been perfect for a Soul Shackle than everybody running around. It would have been perfect for Agni's Embrace to hit everybody, but it just didn't happen. It was a little too late by that time for them to really come back.
Man, we have to say, though, the early game there from Cloud9 was fairly impressive.
It was. Snoopy tried to get as much counter jungling as he could in. He was at the Wraiths all the time. They had a 700 gold lead in the beginning of the game just because of the Pole Belter CS in mid over high, and then Snoopy continuously counter jungling. And he saw Meteos. He was doing the right paths. This is one of the games when we saw that Meteos wasn't being the one to counter jungle. He was actually waiting for Snoopy to over counter, and then he would find him.
Yeah, just getting those wards inside Snoopy's jungle after they got that early lead. I mean, it was all because of Lemon Nation's early roam.
Yeah,
they got the vision. Snoopy was in the area, and he landed that long hook there. Able to get high back in the game, able to get Meteos a lot of map control. I think that was definitely the turning point there.
Some good hooks to start and end the game for them. We said Lemon Nation getting Thresh was kind of a crazy pick. It came in third.
Was he 8-1
Third
now?
on their side. 8-1 on Thresh now. Yes, I believe that is the stat. 9 plays for himself. Glorious beard as well. We were afraid he cut that off, but he keeps it. He keeps it as well as a nice fresh stat, and the Morgana pick has been coming out a lot more. We see the potential of it.
So the bottom lane for EG showed up really big. They were able to pull off that combo, binding into Flame Chompers over and over again, and they actually held their own for a long time.
Yeah, they did. It's a tough fought game. We usually look at EG's bottom lane to be the one that kind of falters a little bit, but they're the ones starting to come up. So if towards the end of this split, Polebelter and Inox go back to carry form consistently, they're going to be a team to be reckoned with. It's going to be pretty good. We've got to take a quick break right now. When we come back, Freak will discuss the last win with High and Meteos. Then, in their last meeting, Coast had a huge upset over first-place Team Solo Mid. We'll see if history repeats itself in our second game of the day. The NA LCS continues after this.
Trundle, LeBlanc. Evelyn. Watch out. Morgana. Okay.
I think we can end.
I killed James. Done.
Good night. It's only LeBlanc.
Okay,
and gone. Good game.
Yeah. Nice.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm happy to be joined by Cloud9's High and Meteos at the desk. Guys, a very convincing win there. Was that business as usual, or did it go as planned?
Well, as far as picks and bans go, they kind of surprised us with the first pick Morgana, but bans, we did pretty well in that. So we went into the game having a plan, and we got to execute our plan because they did what we expected, basically.
What was that plan?
Well, we kind of assumed we would get Elise because we thought something would be of higher priority to them than Elise. And so then we didn't actually expect they would play Eve, but we've practiced against it enough in scrim, so we sort of know what we're supposed to do against it. We were able to get a lot of pink wards down early, and then you basically just try to catch Eve when he's walking around, because Eves are sometimes careless because they're used to not checking for green wards. And so for the first blood, he walked by a pink ward, and Lemon did a really nice roam, and we were able to catch him and kill him. And that kind of set the momentum for the game.
Okay, so then speaking of actually getting catches, Hai, you had a one-on-one kill early on in your lane against Pobelter, or I believe, sorry, it was the first blood kill, if we can get a replay of that one coming in. I forget which kill it was, but it's the first blood. We get that on your screen. It is actually the hook. So I'm backwards. But yeah, if you want to walk us through, just it's from the pink ward or what?
Yeah, so we saw him at the pink ward, and Lemon was already roaming to mid because he said he was. So we saw Evelyn on the pink ward, and then we just said, hey, collapse on this guy. Let's catch this guy. And Lemon gets a really good hook off on him, and we get a free first blood.
Okay, so you played around that very well. I do actually want to talk to you about your one-on-one kill against Pobelter. First of all, talk to me about the matchup, and then why did you see that opening to kill him?
So the matchup is actually really terrible for Kazakhs. I've done it like 20 times just Bjergsen, and whoever the Kazakhs is just loses every single time.
Wow.
And it's really bad. If you notice early game, he was like 36 CS to like my 17.
Yeah.
And I can't really do anything about that. But when Evelyn died, I can start jumping on LeBlanc, because for you to win the lane, you need to be able to jump on him. And if their jungler's alive, you jump on him, you might die.
Sure.
But with Evelyn out of the picture, I got to jump on Pobelter, and he kind of underestimated my damage and died to my ignite. So I got a free kill off of that. And then that basically made me safe from him killing me anymore. So
then why did you pick Kazakhs into LeBlanc? Because they picked that champion early, and you last picked Kazakhs.
Well, I'm not going to tell you my other choice, but there is another choice that we were thinking about. We didn't necessarily need magic damage because we have Shyvana, Elise. So we wanted something with 80 damage. So I just opted to go with Kazakhs because he scales better.
Okay.
And if I just survive the lane phase, I should outscale LeBlanc and win.
Okay.
So.
And of course, you managed to do that. You guys won the game. Medio, so we actually have an endgame team fight we want you to walk us through here. It's right in front of the base. If we can get that on your screen. Basically, you guys took a bunch of damage early on, but kited it out. Walk me through this fight.
All right, so here they were off on the left, so we knew we could just rush the tower down. And then we knew they were going to try to fight us right as soon as the tower went down, so we just quickly killed the tower and then just turned on them. Trundle initiated like really aggressively, so we just focused him and killed him. And if you get one kill on a team fight with Kazakhs, you can usually winch through the resets and the raw burst. So their tank's out of the picture, and we have a super fed Kazakhs, and we were basically just able to clean up. And Sneak got a nice ult kill at the end.
Yeah, so you guys got a bunch of kills there. And I actually want to press you on a champion you guys have gone to a lot as well, with Shyvana for balls. It seems like your sort of go-to top laner at this point. Why is this so effective for you guys?
Well, in that game, Renekton was banned. And there are plenty of top lane choices that we could do, but we just wanted Shyvana in that case because Balls is a really good Shyvana. He's very good at it. So we just decided to give him Shyvana with Renekton ban. So just give him one of his better champions.
Just give him a strong champion, go for it?
Yeah.
All right, so moving forward, you guys have 3 more games this week. You've got Curse, Dignitas, and CLG. How are you feeling about Super Week?
Well, all the teams are really good. I think CLG will probably be our hardest game because they beat us last time, and we didn't play it great against them. But we've been practicing a lot, and I think our preparation will be a lot better, and hopefully we can beat them.
Okay, now last question for you guys. Right after Super Week, you guys are flying over to Poland to play in another tournament. How are you feeling about that one right after Super Week?
Right. So every team after Super Week has a week break off, except for our team. We're flying to IM Katowice or whatever it's called.
Yeah.
And we're going to play against World Elite in the first round of that tournament. We're super excited for it, but we're not thinking about it right now because we have to finish Super Week first.
Okay.
After we're done with that, we'll start preparing for IM and just start thinking about it. But for now, I'm excited to travel, but I haven't thought about it too much since Super Week is more important for the moment.
Great. Well, of course, you guys have started off well in Super Week, and congratulations on your win. We'll see you guys, of course, the rest of the week, and we'll see if you guys can make first place. Guys, we got more going on. Let's send it over across the studio to Raven Kobe.
Thank you very much, Freak. Let's dive right into our next match, Coast versus Team Solo Mid. When you look at these two teams historically, it's been a pretty one-sided matchup.
Yeah, I mean, if you do look at the regular season games, then TSM has won 9 of their 10 games against Coast. But once again, we have Reginald covering the mid lane, and he'll be going up against a very strong solo laner, Shifter. Coast's playstyle depends on their solo lanes getting ahead, and so if Shifter can outplay Reginald mid, then it's going to play right into the strengths of Team Coast.
But it is important to point out the first and only time Coast beat TSM in a regular season game was 2 weeks ago in one of the most exciting finishes we've seen this year.
Yeah, it was a huge upset as well. Leading up to the game, the story was all about TSM's winning streak and whether they could break the North American LCS record for the longest run. Coast changed that story, and they've been on a hot streak themselves ever since, winning 5 of their last 6 games, as we've said so many times.
Yep, and Coast got the win last time they met, but this time they know they won't have the surprise on their side.
Coast is looking a lot stronger than they used to. They finally got out their land nerves.
I don't think they're unstoppable because, I mean, we did beat them and we played really solid as well, but it's just a matter of like how consistent that we're going to play and how inconsistent that they can play.
He's not going to get it! Oh! No, my God, he does get it! Coast breaks the win streak of Team Solo Mid to go 5-8!
It was a combination of us playing absolutely horrible and a combination of them playing better than they usually do.
You know, I think they were taking us a little lightly last time, and we kind of snuck a win off them.
Bjergsen is definitely a really strong mid laner, whereas Reginald wasn't really playing that much, so he didn't have as much of an impact.
These guys, they let us pull out the game, even though we were 15, 10K behind for like 20 minutes. It doesn't happen. It's not supposed to happen. They need to step it up if they really want to beat us convincingly.
Wow, insert video into LCS trash talk thread here.
Oh, man, those trash talk threads are really good. You should check them out.
All right, for the inside scoop on this match, let's send it down to Jat, who's with the coach from Team Coast. Jat.
Thank you very much, Riv. I'm joined, of course, by Alex Penn, the coach of Cloud9. And I have to ask you guys, you were the coach of Cloud9. Now it's Team Coast.
There we go.
Still sitting in the summer split. But really, you guys started the split fairly poorly, but have yet turned it around 5-1 in your last 6. How have you guys done it?
I mean, earlier in the season, we were trying to figure out what to do with top a lot. You know, Zion hates the tank meta, so he wanted to figure out how to counter the tank meta, and so he wasn't up playing a lot of those, and we had to get a balance. So now we're having him play like Lee, Shiv, you know, along with like he can pull out Jax and still do the split push, but we needed to work on him getting good on tanks and getting good at fighting with tanks, because like that's obviously not his strength, because he had not spent a lot of time, you know, learning where to position in team fights as much when he's just sitting there split pushing before. So that was probably the biggest thing that like in the last 2 games especially, like learning when to go in with Josh and when not to and all of that. So I think that's like been our biggest improvement.
Yeah, Josh, of course, being Nintendo X, the jungler for you guys. And also, you were mentioning how everyone just has this perception that all Coast does is split push, but that hasn't been the case in the last 2 games.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand why, because historically that's what they've done in the past, but we've been moving more towards team fighting, and being able to do both is like key. Being able to not get stuck on one so that we can pull out either or, depending on like what matchups we can actually get. So we're not limited to just trying to get the matchup that wins top and trying to win top so we can split push, because that's ideally how you are able to do it.
And coming into this matchup as well, it's TSM, but a different TSM because they're with Reginald. How has that affected your preparation, and what is TSM like with Reginald in the lineup?
I mean, it's definitely more of a wild card because we haven't scrimmed TSM much in the last 2 weeks, so knowing what Reggie's viable pool is basically impossible because all he's played is Zed and LeBlanc so far. So it's more of, and we're blind picking ideally because we're on blue side this game, so if they want a last pick with their mid laner, it's more of being able to pick a safe pick mid that can play against almost anything, which is pretty much what Danny Shifter's pool is right now. So it's not too much of an issue, but we'll see how mid lane goes.
All right, final question for you. Seeing as you guys win this game, how do you see the game playing out for your victory?
I mean, we just have to play super inconsistently. I think our bot lane we need to make a play bot lane to alleviate the pressure on the other sides of the map. You know, and that's something that we've been getting better at, is like having Nintendo go bottom, allow Darshan in the top lane to have a little bit more breathing room to just farm and win maybe a 1v1, or be able to roam mid and make a play or something like that. So I think our bot lane playing consistently is really a key.
Yeah, and WizFusion's been much better lately, so thank you very much for the interview, Alex Penn. Let's send it back to the guys at the desk to take us into the game.
Thank you very much, Chat. Let's get right to it. Let's look at the starting lineups. On the blue side, it is Coast. Zion Spartan in that top lane, Nintendo X in the jungle, Shifter in mid, WizFusion on AD carry, and Daydreaming on support. All smiles there.
And on the red side, it's TSM. Up top is Dyrus, and the jungle is the odd one, and mid is Reggie. AD carry Wild Turtle and support X Special.
Now, we can't take anything away from Coast coming in here, but what is the feeling knowing that it was such a crazy win? It wasn't you went in, you took out 3 inhibitors. It was down to the wire, and you were almost, if you lost that fight, you were going to lose the game. How do you kind of come off a win like that? You can't expect to do that again.
Well, we've played that reaction clip like 50 times so far, so pretty sure everybody knows what the reaction was from Team Coast. But coming off of that, they can't expect the same thing to happen. They said before, they're not expecting the same thing to happen. So they just focus on it like it's a new game, any other game. Really the wild card now is Reggie, and they're trying to figure it out. There's 2 schools of thought. Will TSM save Reggie's pick till the last, or will they just try and grab something that he's actually comfortable on as early as possible, just to get him some champion that he's comfortable on, because his champion pool is very, very small right now.
And we saw what happened. When Reggie went even, kind of worried about his own divides, the team did well. When Reggie got hit on, the other lanes couldn't really bring up the rest of the slack either. It was versus Cloud9, but the game went completely awry from there on out. So if Team Solo Mid can't get enough power to help Reginald, they kind of start to fall apart. We'll see if he's had any tricks up his sleeve in the past week here. Like we said, it was pretty much since the world stage since we'd seen Reginald play up until last week at 1-1 so far.
Pretty standard bans coming down here very quickly. Yeah, all very standard. Pantheon extremely powerhouse in the jungle. Same thing for Elise. And then a bunch of mid lane bans. TSM actually banning out the Lulu this time. They don't want that lane bully going up against Reggie, because a lot of Lulu's extra power comes from people not expecting the damage that she puts out in the burst. And if Reggie hasn't played in the last 5 months, hasn't played against mid lane Lulu, he'll definitely not be expecting the damage that she can put out, and they don't want him to have to play against that.
You don't expect to be surprised by level 3, level 4 Ignite kills all in by Lulu, but she can do it. She can do it quite easily. Nintendo Dax picking up Vi here on the first pick for Coast. You got to remember his flash vault breaker that popped up Dyrus and really got them going in their last win over Team Solo Mid. So we'll see if they focus and help top lane, as the Renekton and Annie picked up for Xpecial and Dyrus.
Looks like some early game power from TSM already. No surprise there. They do like to have strong lanes. They don't want a repeat of last week, where their game that they lost, they picked all losing lanes. Mundo up top, losing lane versus Cloud9. Reggie had to play LeBlanc into Lulu, losing lane. And their bottom lane got ganked. So then that was a losing lane. This time around, they want all winning lanes. Let's grab that Renekton and pair Annie with somebody. So I think TSM will focus more on the early game.
The wife steal lane coming out of Coast with the Lucian Thresh. Gonna be
the wife steal lane, I like that.
Gragas and Caitlyn possibly on their side. Turtle will be more than happy to grab this up. And I'd feel better if I was Wiz too, because Turtle's Lucian, even though picked, is so scary to see.
All right.
That vein. He's got a smile on his face.
TSM have gone with the grab Reggie something he's comfortable with as early as possible. Well, Turtle, he's given me a chance to talk about the new changes to Corki. Corki's got an extra AD ratio now. 4.3, so at least mouse over, though. We're not close enough to Worlds. No pick on that Corki.
Yep. Oh, man. He's just having a little fun. Let's get everybody going.
Yeah, he's not going to step outside that tower pushing meta that we have right now. Going to that Caitlyn. As you said, TSM want to have all winning lanes this time. They got destroyed by Cloud9 when they had the weak early game. Now they've got very strong early game here.
Wow.
And they grab Reggie something he's comfortable on early. Don't care what shifter's going to run into it. And they do lock in the Gragas for Reggie.
No waiting on that for Coast to lock it in. I thought it was funny last time we spoke with Alex Penn. They were saying they're trying to get Zion, like you said, kind of onto more of the meta so he can kind of play with the champion pools everybody is now and then have what he has. And then he's like, Jax, win-win.
Yeah.
Like,
well, Shyvana can be built in carry. So
yeah, absolutely.
Building Blade of the Rune King early for Zion, he can still...
He can wing it.
He can still do that, up in the top lane. And Shyvana has a good chance against Renekton. Trundle also would have been a pretty good pick there. But Shyvana as well.
Stealing those
in this
dominant
situation. When comboed with Evelynn here, really like TSM's opportunity for some early game ganks. And before Vi does hit level 6, in the jungle, if he meets up, it pretty much all depends on that. Pretty much all depends on if he can hit that Vault Breaker.
The game is just about to go live, so let's crunch the numbers. We'll throw some poros too. LOLesports.com. You all voted. 85% of you think that Team Solo Mid is going to get the win and come out on top.
All right, Coast is up to 15%. That's a pretty good vote for them.
They're moving.
Actually. But, man, if you've, been counting on Coast in the last few games, then you're pretty happy.
Surprise Team Solo Mid.
5 out of the last 6. That's huge.
Ban out the Lich Bane coming into this. We'll see. So if it's not Ari for Shifter, but it's still a playmaker. We'll see what he can do coming in with Nidalee. I did say that Bjergsen wouldn't carry that one game on Nidalee, and then he gets a quadra kill in the end. So I'm not going to say anything to the likes, because anything can happen.
In a lot of the games where Coast are winning, yes, focus was all on the Jax from Zion Spartan split pushing, but they also had Shifter and mid on Nidalee. Shifter can get to his early power point with those spears by building something like Morel and Namicon, and he wins them objective after objective. He just lands spear after spear. So I do like that pickup. Again, locking in the Nidalee for Shifter at mid, giving them a lot of late game power as well. They can go for that poke game.
All right, the team setting up. Peripherals in the perfect position. It looks like somebody wants Dyrus to do well this game. We have Coast on the blue side, TSM on the red side. Game 2 here of Super Week. And we're going to see if Team Solo Mid can keep their wins alive. They're quite high in the standings right now at 13-3. Coast is 7-9 after making that 5-1 run. See if they can keep it going.
You know, I think that the nerf to Doran's shield also helps Renekton, because Dyrus up here in the top lane, he's going to have an easier time of bullying Shyvana than he did before. It's actually significant nerfs to that Doran shield. And I'm fairly surprised that we do have Daydreaming going back to that item, starting off with it as well. So bottom lane, especially going with the new hotness, Spell Thieves. Going to try and harass as much as possible with that. And Dyrus going to be doing the same thing, shoving his lane in.
You know you want to, Shifter.
Do it. Shifter has manners. He's not going to do it. Or what you do is you wait till minions are about to spawn, and then you throw it, so they can't go back to the fountain and heal it. Ha!
You are a BM player, aren't you?
I'm pretty BM.
Reginald just on
I
the
pick
outside.
Pantheon all the time, so
yeah,
he's pretty BM.
You don't even give the guy first blood. You just take it.
Ooh, Reggie. Reggie, he said he's an aggressive player. He likes to get close to the action there. He knew somebody was in that bush. Oh, hey! Shifter sets up the trap. Look at that ward. He placed that ward all just for this level 1 spear, and it paid off. The trinket ward right there, giving him some good harass. Good start to the lane for him. Dyrus actually helps out. So the reason Renekton trying to help out there on the buff is he gets a little bit of Fury. Any little bit of that for Renekton helping him build up means that more bully potential for that lane. And you can see he uses his Koldamik before he hits that 50% mark so that it actually charges up his rage. And he gets to that power point faster rather than wasting it.
Always something that takes you a second to learn.
Yeah.
Like, I'm going to charge it. It's all gone. Just 200 gold. Going in the favor as the lanes are being pushed in, most likely in that bottom lane. So we see the level 2 trying to come fast here from Wild Turtle and Xpecial. Xpecial trying to help and get last hits on as well as often as possible. Getting that Spell Thief's Edge to work. So you get 3 per 30, 3 every 10. Something like that. 10 dude X onto the blue. Looks like Oddwin's already level 3 around the jungle, and he's starting to make some moves.
Yeah, odd one. So he got kind of low on mana there because he did the wolves. He wanted to hit level 3 quickly. And then he did the golems. Oh, wow. They make some good moves here. Both junglers passing each other. Odd one goes for the counter jungling, whereas Nintendo wants to gank bottom. But the ward from Xpecial, very well placed here. It's not just covering the
I don't think they caught him.
Tri-bush. They'll see him now.
Yeah, now they're going to see him. The Flash Flay comes in. Oh, he gets it again.
What in
he
the
did
world?
the same thing to Dyrus in their last game.
Nintendo is pretty much a god. He's able to predict so many people's flashes. If he goes for it and Xpecial doesn't flash, then oh well, he's behind him.
No
but,
way.
Yeah, let's take another look at it.
No way.
He's like, okay, you're going to flash. Nintendo gave it away, too, because he turned. He turned in the direction he was going to go this time.
That
he
was
actually didn't
amazing.
hold it. Last time, he didn't even turn. He ran straight at
Yeah.
the champion. Especially though, very predictable play right there. Nintendo, again, rewarded for the chance that he takes going for that.
Punch first, ask questions later, gives him first blood.
Man.
5.7, only a 100 gold lead here with what TSM had been able to work before that, but Nintendo X has to be feeling good about that, and I'm sure that puts the team in high spirits to start off a game that they would love to win in Super Week.
Yeah, I guess that ward wasn't... Tyrus just... I guess that ward wasn't as good as I thought it was.
Ooh, big damage onto Wild Turtle. The Ignite goes down. Wiz is well enough in the range of having mana to get another hit and passive shots off, but no cooldowns for him.
That bottom lane is pretty happy now. Nintendo, by the way, making all the right moves this game. Jumping over the dragon, getting into position. Now he's moving up top. He wants to make the same thing happen with Dyrus.
See what he
He's
can
too
do.
far. He's too far. Unless he wants to flash for this, they're not going to...
Yeah.
Wow.
Got the flash. And this is actually what Alex Penn had said just in the interview. If we can make a play bottom lane and relieve some pressure, then we could start to get things around the map.
Exactly. And the bottom lane definitely really happy about that, but they haven't really transitioned it into more power because Annie Caitlyn is so poke heavy, and they're taking a lot of harass here. But, you know, they haven't gone back to buy. Daydreaming with that first blood cash. See what he goes for.
It's still very TSM-esque on this side. They're saying, yeah, we got killed, but we're still going to push you into this turret as hard as possible.
Yeah. I mean, the new Spell Thieves is extremely powerful for that harass if you play offensively like that. Does get 3 of those procs every 30 seconds.
Right.
And if you use them all at the same, they have individual timers. So if you use them all at the beginning of that 30 seconds, then they all come back up at the same time. But if you space them out, then they'll come back. The cooldown on each one will come back spaced out as well. Odd One keeping up that counter jungling. Taking down Pinks.
Ooh. Good hits. Shifter is more than not one of the people that are definitely thread the needle, get some really nice spears in. And really, Spring Split, I think it was, when everybody's using Xerath in Italy, we would see these compositions where you wouldn't even engage the team. They'd all be half health when you got to their inhibitor just because they ate so many spears. Shifter really one of the players to be able to do that. On to Daydream in the bottom lane. They try to relieve some pressure, but they're still going to find it from the Odd One.
Yeah, great flash. Getting in there for the damage. Odd One already with that long sword. Extra damage is going to help out, and they get a kill. Answered back for TSM. They're feeling pretty good. Even though Nintendo made some flashy plays, they got all the early game lanes. No, this CS lead is expected from TSM, by the way, just from the champions that they picked. So it's not anything new coming here. Renekton and Gragas handling their own. By the way, you know, Reggie, it's worth saying.
Yeah.
Doing very well against Shifter.
He's doing quite well for himself. They've faced off before. Shifter is definitely a member of the team that they wanted forever. For the longest time, they played with Jintei. And in interviews, they'd say they were going to use Jintei as well. And when the opportunity arose, Jintei did have to go, but they were like, Shifter right away. He's just someone that has melded with the team. And they always speak about how his champion pool really creates so many opportunities for what Coast can bring to the table. We'll see how he can do. Like you said, 57-44 against Gragas.
I want to say that since you're just talking about Shifter, he's taken it upon himself to try and get the Eve warding done. Pink ward and a deep ward by the camp. Shifter, not only does he carry the team a lot, but he's the one actually getting the vision for his team. He just did a lot right there, investing that money, getting that deep ward into the camp to try and track Odd One, because Nintendo has not really had an opportunity to go into the jungle of TSM yet.
Ooh, great grab. Couldn't necessarily hit that Q. He would have put himself on the trap. So they trade back and forth a little bit of damage. Reginald going around for the blue buff. See the same thing coming from Shifter. He just got his. It looks like he may actually try to steal this. They're waiting. They are so waiting. They're like, we don't see him. He went back to his own jungle. Reginald was ready to take that one in the back of the head, but no go there. 68-62, as we said in that lane. But looking up top, Dyrus, 72-48, and he builds up that Spectral's Cowl first for that hybrid damage.
Yeah, magic damage. There's a decent amount of magic damage on Shyvana early, so it'll also help him if they do have to team fight earlier with taking spears. He's definitely going to be the one on the team that wants to
that's true.
Catch most of those. I do want to point out, though, I was wondering what Daydreamin would do with that first blood money, and he's putting it towards a talisman.
Yeah.
Now, this route of the gold per 5 for supports in 4.3, not very strong for combat stats for the laning phase. No, but he already started with the Doran shield, so he had a decent amount of those. And he wants to have the disengage for his team later because they are running in Italy, and they will be sieging up at turrets. They want the extra move speed from Talisman.
Ooh. That would have been pretty big. That was a level 7 Nintendude. Definitely would have had an ultimate of Assault and Battery coming in. He is level 7 quite fast, too. Way higher than anyone here.
Yeah, ineffective first gank for Vi. That's always a pretty big win for the enemy team. If they can get... Oh, no. He still has his ulti. He's coming back. He's coming
hook.
back.
One after the other. Oh, he can't get it. He just couldn't get the lantern. He already had the Q going.
So, again, not able to get his ulti off there because it's too close to the turret. But bottom lane for TSM does stay alive.
I like the fact that they didn't decide to just go in because they had the chance. A lot of times Coast can put themselves in a sticky situation, but they're making the right moves here. 1-1, 10 minutes into the game. They are down a bit of gold, but it's expected against Team Solo Mid. Like we said, the lanes would be in their favor up to that first dragon to really turn the tide of this game. Good damage, actually.
Trying to get it there.
So close. Got some good damage, though.
I guess that ward does serve two purposes. You get to go try and steal the Wraiths away as well.
So not as much pink ward coverage coming out as Cloud9 put up last game. See if that hurts Coast. They got a few.
It really just is,
1, 2.
you know, Shifter doing a lot there. Daydreamin has one in his pocket, though. So not only is the one down bottom, but they have another one to be able to place. So they're doing a pretty good job. They're just not quite as aggressively placed, I think.
A lot more had come off of at least grabbing Dyrus last time. Once they got that kill off of his Flash and Vault Breaker, which we saw happen from Nintendo in the bottom lane, they were able to grab that turret, open up the map a bit. It opened up the dragon pressure, so things are happening a little slower for Coast this game. We'll see if they can make their own opportunities.
I can't believe that there's nothing going on mid here because Reggie has not warded up sides. Nintendo, okay, there it is then.
Sweew!
Can he land this?
That? Oh, so close. Reggie gets the move out. Nintendude is going to find an ultimate. The Peacemaker.
Oh my.
That is a dead Nintendude. Odd one very close. A good hook there. Shifter with enough mana. But it looks like he's going Cougar form to clear out mid. They're going to try to get as much damage onto the turret as they're losing Dragon.
I think 5 months of vacation is just what Reggie needed. He's playing great here. Able to turn around that gank, dodge that spear at the end, and they're rewarded with a dragon. Great pickup for TSM here.
Or that free flow and play. Don't worry too much about your mistakes. You know they might happen, but he just plays on through them. Dragon going over. That's now a 2,000 gold lead. Very fast coming in through the game. Another hook onto a special.
Wow.
Constant aggression in the bottom lane. Timbers goes out, but it goes down immediately. And they gain the advantage there. Special going down twice now.
Yeah, Special getting caught sleeping here. Great hook from Daydreamin. And easy for them to combo that into a kill. The flash for it.
Oh, this is going to be... No, they missed the W. Wiz Fusion does not get any of that passive movement speed, and they don't catch up to Turtle. However, they did get his flash. They can come back for that for 5 minutes.
All right, bottom lane of Costa. We don't usually talk about it. They are making their own plays nowadays. It wasn't even just the gank from Nintendude. Stepping up pretty big, trying to answer. But TSM still with a fairly commanding lead. And Turtle going back at that point didn't hurt him too much. Since he had enough money to complete his Bloodthirster anyway, that's the power point that he wanted. He wants to get that complete as soon as possible to start charging it up.
Cyrus says, get out of my home. Zion Spartan's going to stay there for a while. We see sweepers being picked up now on Xpecial. And Daydreamin after the Sight Stones now finally coming out. May see a little more aggression towards Dragon in that bottom lane. They'd love to have one of these guys down there. Neither of them have teleport, so it would be a long, long walk.
Odd one, too, with another sword, another long sword here. I think he might be going for that Blade of the Ruined King build on Evelynn. It's a pretty high DPS build, and then he'll probably go tank after that. And he's much happier this game than Snupe was because there are not a lot of wards at the campus. It's just that Wraith camp that Shifter keeps warding. Nintendude, though, wants to help out with Vision as well, and he's got a pink ward to place himself. Coming up top with the ulti Half-life, though, always scary to gank or Renekton when you're low as a jungler.
Don't want to get this one turned around. Zion
Nope.
Spartan.
No ulti, though, for Darius. So
there we
keep that
go.
in
Just
mind.
got the ult up. Yeah, Dyrus won't have that. He's not even half through that cooldown. Nintendo goes and starts with the Assault Battery. The Vault Breaker to follow through, but it's been on cooldown since the wall. He gets it, doesn't hit Dyrus in the tail side. Looks like he's going to get out of this one alive with a bit of a taunt.
I'm always impressed about the confidence of Renektons to go for the slice and dice when they're barely overlapping champion models. But he did it again. Great job there by Darius, knowing his limits. And they get the Vi ulti down. Pretty long cooldown. Glad to have that threat off the table. Odd One making moves on the bottom side since they just saw Nintendo up top.
Looks like on cooldown we just got word that Odd One has ulted on accident. It happens. That's going to be on cooldown. So
Man, that wasn't even on camera. You guys didn't have to call him out.
2-2, 2K in the lead. No turrets have been dropped this game. Not a regular game for Team Solo Mid in any way. They usually have quite a few turrets right now.
What's he looking to do here? Call over Dyrus. Dyrus should probably move. This. He gets his flash solo.
Forcing the flash. He's going to redone around to running down to Shifter here in the mid lane, giving himself some primal surges to get some attack speed. Take down this turret. Coast is looking to grab some gold for themselves. Right now, he might put himself in a sticky situation.
That is the big story here. Jungler gets cannon minion. Great move from Reggie up top then. Odd One very happy with that one. And Reggie, he got a free flash out of that. Well, it wasn't free because he had to roam up top and they lost turret damage, but was able to grab that. And you have to commend him for the play in LCS. Coming back pretty strong. Now, this is round 2 of the Wraith game. Is Shifter going to steal it up there? Well, we'll never know. We will never know.
Previously hatching that ward on
Reggie
the
got it
tri-brush.
again! 2 for 2 with those. There we go.
His own Wraith battle. It's a hard-fought one. 16 minutes in, Nintendo has to back off in the bottom lane, but the pink ward covered. Look at this, like a landing zone in mid lane here with all these bushwhacks.
Yeah, Nidalee warding up both sides. In case Odd One decides to get a little frisky in the mid lane. Right now, though, looking at bottom, trying to capitalize on the stun from Xpecial. It is up, but Nintendo in the area as well. Oh, no! TSM!
All right, so we'll say nobody saw that one.
TSM. Some blunders down bottom side of the map here. Couple ultis wasted.
Second one in the error column. It's all right. Mark
that
it up.
is the signal for them to leave, but Nintendo comes back.
Oh, so close. Zion Spartan Dyrus going hard in the top lane as well since they have nowhere to teleport to. They want to duke it out. Everybody else is fighting. Why can't they? Dyrus has actually really good damage on this turret. Nobody has a Sunfire cape, so that's going to make it a little harder to take down.
Yeah, Dyrus is doing a great job. I think the nerfs to that Doran shield did a lot for that matchup.
Worked out.
Even more in his favor. And also the threat of Evelynn. You have to realize, these are winning lanes for TSM just in the normal matchup, but then also adding the global pressure of Evelynn. That's always in the back of these players' minds. Not being able to go too aggressive because they think she might be in the area. So, expecting those CS differences, we'll have to see if these ultimates from TSM end up costing them. Because it doesn't look like it's a high impact when you lose out on an Eve ulti or you lose out on that Tibbers and nothing happens. But it's wasted opportunity for them.
See where the playmaking comes from in this game. It's going to be hard for TSM to really get a good initiation in unless they have that cask that can split someone out, or Xpecial does his, I wouldn't say patented, but that flash Tibbers once he gets it back up off a cooldown.
Definitely not patented anymore.
18 minutes on this one. The Lantern goes in for a bit of vision, and Odd One finds himself a hook. They don't get the steal on that. It's like Wiz Fusion's just backed out.
You know, CC does not stop you from smiting except for suppression. However, if he's far enough away and you yank him out of range of smite, then you can actually do that. However,
pretty clever.
You know, he was close enough anyway. But just for future thought, if you can drag him away, that will work as well.
Reginald trying to clear up some bushwhacks, get that vision out of there. Could cause some problems later, maybe some initiations or some deadly ending spears. Shifter now with the needlessly large rod, probably going to fix up some Sork boots for more penetration for himself quite soon. He's a 13 to Reginald's 12 right now, but they've been doing a little bit more roaming.
All right, everyone collapsing on this blue buff. Intended goes in for it.
He does get it. He gets kind of pushed out of this one by the explosive cask.
Where's
One more
it
hit.
going?
A lot going in for this blue buff right now. Oh, it does come off in the end, but there were a lot of flashes.
Yeah, the Ignite there going to take down anyway. He gets a lot of flashes,
Yeah.
and he got the blue buff down, but does pay for it with his life, and they lose map control.
See where they're going with builds in the jungle. Odd one. Going for that lizard, so he puts himself up a Hex Drinker, worried about the spears as well. A bit of that mixed damage from Shyvana. We see damage coming out now from Nintendo. He looks to have 2 long swords for himself as well.
Now, as we do look towards that mid game, you know, Coast, we're expecting a little bit to be a little bit down here, and they're feeling still fairly comfortable about it because it's all about can Shifter land high impact spears in the mid game, and then they have the talisman completed. Daydreamin has rush for that one, so they do have the repositioning power. And really, I think for TSM, it's all going to be about can Reggie land a good ulti, can Xpecial get a good flash Tibbers, you know, not whiff that one, because they need hard engage against Shifter's late game Nidalee. We've seen it time and time again.
Right.
If you give him too many spears to throw, he's going to land one eventually onto a carry. Force you out of an objective.
We'll see if TSM can drag this on, like we said about last game. Those Banshees Veils against the LeBlanc, against the Nidalee, they start helping quite a bit and allow that initiation. Odd one creeping in here, but it doesn't look like they'll get close enough. 29,000 to 31.8. AD carries have been keeping it pretty close this game. Like we said, Wiz Fusion was one of our players to watch, and he's faring quite well against that Wild Turtle Xpecial lane right now.
You know, as far as that blue buff goes, even though TSM didn't get that one,
yeah,
you know, getting it off of Shifter. Well, I guess in the end they did get it because they killed.
Oh, top lane, yeah, he did die.
Because they killed Nintendo.
The Ignite.
But really, what's important is they have the timer for it, so they definitely want to invade it again. Denying an AP middly, the blue buff is definitely huge. So I think that TSM really just waiting again for that timer. If they can get control of the mid with this turret down, it'll make that secondary blue buff invade that much easier for them.
Ooh.
They're starting to hurt. He's got the death cap.
That's a pretty soft turtle shell right there. Oh, minion grab. Extra gold coming in for Daydreaming.
Wild Turtle. Be careful. Oh, yeah. The spear is in front of his face the whole time.
I think that would have killed him.
It definitely would have killed
him.
him.
That bushwhack would have sucked out the rest of his life.
Did you see Beowulf in 3D where the arrows come at your face? It was exactly that experience for Wild Turtle.
You know what? I have something to do after the games today.
It's great. It's a good one. I wouldn't see very many movies in 3D, but that one was good.
All right, thank you.
There you go.
I'll have to go to my local store and get some 3D glasses.
All right. Well, let's look at the mid game because we are approaching that situation here. I think some more ward coverage from Coast around this blue buff is going to be paramount for them. Especially doing a good job, though, clearing it out. You got one of them, but there's a sneaky ward in the back of that Wraith bush.
It's just all. He said, this game, no matter what happens, I'm going to try to steal Wraiths all the time. 4,000 gold lead, a minute and 40 for Dragon. This is like what TSM wants right now, but also what Coast wants. TSM, like we said, doesn't have too much of that initiation unless Flash Tivers is up, which it so nicely is for Xpecial. With Shifter staying on the outside of what could happen at Dragon, start setting up a push in the bottom lane. They have a minute to go here, so they're going to be setting up.
TSM, very, very interested to see where they go because they can also siege up at a turret, make use of that Caitlyn range and Gragas ulti. The only problem for them if they do go for turret siege is it's very hard for Evelyn to get in and be effective. She really thrives on coming around from a different angle as the rest of the team, trying to flank their opponents to get off a good ulti. Darius, though, is on the chase.
This would be a lot bigger, too, if in 50 seconds Xpecial can hit level 11 and get that second tick of his ultimate in. Daydreaming and him are the only ones sitting at 10 right now. Everybody else is ready to put full power into this fight. Right now, they're just clearing out wards, playing it real safe. They know what the timers are here. They're not trying to make any mistakes.
Yeah, trying to clear out around that blue. Dragon, though, will be coming up first, and that's going to be the first thing to fight over. Top laners will be on their own island, so the 4 versus 4 matchup. Very, very interesting, because TSM, they still have to worry about the spears. So almost the 20 seconds leading up to Dragon are just as important as that Dragon spawn, because this is the time where Shifter trying to get a lead for his team!
Oh! A bit of a long-ranged wombo combo.
Okay, I thought
1,
he
2.
might go in on that hook, but he did not. So
He got me excited.
everybody calm down.
24 minutes
False
into this
alarm.
one, Dyrus hovering in the mid lane, making sure the minions don't push up too far. But that
no, he came down, and they've decided to
yeah.
split. They're going to give up the dragon. They're
Yeah.
going to go for the top. Shifter, can he steal this dragon away with a spear?
Dyrus looks like he's got some prey in his mouth, twisting and turning down behind the dragon pit.
going for that spear.
Hold that dragon out. Oh, he splits the
Nah.
trifecta of TSM opponents. Looks like Dyrus could find himself in a bad spot. Dominus is being used, and now it's a 4v1. Dyrus says, all right, let's play. Shifter's back to the turret. They still have the turret. Agony's Embrace, a flash over the wall, but they may have bitten off more than they can chew. Wild Turtle is going to get a kill onto that one, but they also lose the odd one. They're down on Daydream, and so far 2 for 1 right now, and they got to be careful here. That turret aggro is onto Reginald. He's not getting out anytime soon. Nintendo goes down. Wiz Fusion, one more shot from Turtle, and they put the shell on and go hard.
Now, even though the hook lands, Coast really don't want that fight. They're just trying to delay TSM. This is a 5 versus 4, and they knew it was a 5 versus 4. They called to give up the dragon for this. Dyrus takes up the turret as long as possible, and even though the odd one gets ultied and taken out, that's the only member of TSM that goes down for this 4-man kill. And yes, Coast got top turret for the dragon, but they also are going to lose the bottom turret. So really, really big bonus there for TSM. Coast going for that initiation. I don't know why they went for it. I think they were just trying to delay TSM. They didn't want the actual fight.
Right.
They were just trying to delay them to buy time for Zion. And they ended up just getting way more than they could actually take, because TSM, as soon as they got engaged on, went full tower dive mode.
That's what we were talking about. TSM's not going to engage from a long range. They wanted that on the front doorstep, and they picked it up. They also picked up 4 kills, whether he had them. 2, 2, and 9, 4, 0, and 1 for Wild Turtle now on the board. It looks like he's going straight for the Infinity Edges. The Phantom Dancer is finished. It's going to be pure power from him. That's not going to be very good. Armor is only right now onto Zion Spartan, so they get these team fights again. Wild Turtle's going to be doing what he does best.
That was just it further increased the lead there for TSM. Feeling real good about their situation now. They do need to start pushing down the secondary layer of turrets, though, because they are pretty early game focused. Giant gold lead, though, definitely going to help out as they move in further. It's really going to be, will the spears from Shift... Ah, Dyrus hooks around.
Whoa, they find the sandwich. Wiz Fusion is going to be the one that gets caught. Couldn't do much about that.
Yeah, no ward coverage in their own jungle. TSM have all the coverage down there in red side. Get another turret.
That's Team Solo Mid finding an advantage and then building on it very quickly. 27 minutes in the game. They pretty much stay on the side of Coast after that dragon happens and just keep going at it. Only a few of them back. They still been just wandering about.
Uh-oh, this is very dangerous for Coast. They're down a man.
Dyrus going in, trying to get that power play to stick for them. Daydreaming didn't really want that hook, but now out of the laning phase, they're not being able to do as much as that bottom lane was. Daydreaming and Wiz had the bit of an advantage, and we're looking for them to come through big here. See what team or Coast can do now as a team.
Oh man, those pink wards. All right, Baron bait here. It's hard to Baron bait against Italy, though. Coast playing it very cautiously.
Flash Tibbers.
X Special comes. He got one.
Got one of them. They actually stretched out for that one quite hard, but they still have everybody in a group. There's only X Special that went off by himself, and nobody wants to toy with the little girl that's on fire. Daydreaming gets hit up quite hard. Oh, it comes from the back. The explosive cast after the Peacemaker to shred the last of the HP. Ace in the hole off to the side, hits Nintendo, takes him down, and they're going to keep going on this fight. Shifter's the next focus. The Cougar's not going to be enough, and Odd One takes him down. A double kill for Zion Spartan as they are trying to retaliate as much as possible. It's not going to be enough. Wiz Fusion goes down. Odd One gets up very low, and the ace coming in from Team Solo Mid.
Man. All right, Reggie able to chase down Daydream in here. Even though it's special engaged on the top side, it was really all just a ploy. And the rest of TSM goes straight up the blue buff there. Chases down Coast. So Zion is pretty strong, and he at least is able to chase down Wild Turtle in this. Good amount of harass there from Wiz Fusion. But as we know, the hero, the general, is able to survive this one. Get out alive with that extra reset to his W. Man, Hex Drinker Shield really coming up big for him as well.
That was a nice kill coming in for Zion Spartan. That 6-1-4 Wild Turtle, so he gets more gold under his belt. We've seen Dyrus carry an entire game on Shyvana. We'll see if Zion Spartan can put himself in that position. He has 3 plays on that so far, 2-1. Dyrus' Shyvana's 4-0 right now, so he knows what he's been up against in that lane. He knows how to play against it.
Oh, vision control around Baron gets them a talisman activation. TSM pretty happy with that. Wiz Fusion does show bottom, so Coast have to be worried that TSM are working on Baron right now. And now again, it's the vision fight here. They've actually picked up a scrying orb. Shifter trying to keep his team from face checking in the Baron. Now, the problem with scrying orb is that the cooldown is so long. It's actually not that great, but I really do like seeing it.
I love this. I love it.
I love it
you
so
know,
much. The cooldown, though. The cooldown, though.
Oh, the initiation! That's what they wanted. The cask is going to be enough, and it's a bit of a wombo combo. The Lantern for Nintendo, but the flash from the odd one. He keeps throwing out the Qs. I can hear him hitting it from here. Zion Spartan's going to be going down in this if he can keep the chase. The Randuin's is on, but Zion Spartan's tied his shoes too tight, and he's out of there.
All right, 2 men down, though. It's up to the hero Spears now. Shifter, can he do it from the outside? Oh, Reggie getting chased down!
Trying to get the culling in. Can he get the W? He'll have it. But no, the body slam will be up. Reginald's fine. He may return to his team. It looks like they're actually going to try to 4-man Baron here. They're only working with 3 members and really only 2 that are close enough. Not going to be the Spears coming from Shifter. Not going to be Wiz Fusion in a scary spot. Team Solo Mid grabs all 3 dragons of the game, and now at 30 minutes, the first Baron.
I have got to shout out Reggie, too. He has not died in this game. He's playing so well, having not played for so long, and he just hops right back in. I think getting that comfort pick for him was very big for TSM. And banning out especially the really tough matchups right now, like Lulu off the board, having him not have to play against that, really did a lot for them.
And they picked that up, I'd say, right in that pick, too. I think he picked his own champion because it was the Renekton and then the Caitlyn, so he was happy blind picking that on the red side over to whatever Shifter had to take. Very confident about the Gragas play. He's been putting in some hours, like we heard his brother say. They were solo queuing, him and Dan Din, as much as they could, trying to get Reggie back into practice. So far, so good.
Hey, that gives hope to all the D3 players. Diamond 3, Reggie transferred very easily into LCS play.
You only have to play 16 hours a day.
Nah, he's got years.
Yeah.
5 years of experience to fall back on, so not that easy to jump back in. TSM, though, they're feeling really good about this position. With that Baron buff, should be pretty easy for them to siege up. And at that point, you still have to always worry about the ult from Reggie. If you can get one of the low health members to knock forward, it's an easy combo with a special. I mean, you always have to worry about the Annie and the Gragas ulti, even at your turret. Turtle is going to be trying to get pot shots off at this turret. We'll have to see how the siege goes as they do loop around. Dyrus looking for that side flanking.
Gotta say, just as a one-off, pretty good farming by everyone in this game. Around 30 minutes, a lot of people hitting 300. You almost have Shifter staying on that 10 a minute. See the grab on and an odd one. That's not really what they wanted.
Good spear though. Low health turtle.
Brute force right here. They have Zion Spartan on the initiation and Tendude X on that dive buddy roll call.
They killed off the golems already, so Turtle does not have anything to lifesteal off. He needs that next wave to get through. Reggie, please don't kill that wave. Turtle needs a lifesteal off it.
That was a good barrel anyway.
Yeah. Zoning barrel.
Yeah.
There we go. Okay.
Man-to-man defense.
All right, Turtle back at full.
There we go.
It's going to be really hard for Coast. They have to get another one of those. And you can see them respecting X Special's range plus his flash. It's actually good zone control there of Coast to know that X Special has his flash up and not to get too close to get flash tippers.
Big gold lead, 61,000 to 46,000 right now. Team Solo Mid with so much to keep these fights going or just keep the pressure onto Coast. Once it's initiated, they have 2 Randuins to fly through this fight with. The Mikhails as well. So much more to be used here. Dyrus's Banshee's Veils just getting popped on and off. That's the grab they want, but they're not going to go. Reginald took big damage there, but they want to go back and forth still. Explosive Cast used out. It's getting a little bit better. Ults are being used. 33 minutes in, this is getting real tight, and that Baron is something they don't want to fight.
Baron buff regen now comes into play because
Yeah.
fairly even trades there. TSM actually getting a little bit of the worse, but they've got so much more regen, and Coast can't afford to go back to their fountain right now. This is going to be the final push on this turret.
You can't lock him up. All those Caitlyn traps are stopping him, but Zion Spartan dives in and he gets taken down immediately. There goes the odd one. That's 1 for 1 so far, but will it be enough? Coast is actually on their heels way too much right now, and it is going to be the turret, going to be the inhibitor. A huge hit there from Reginald. Can he get a body slam into another cast? No, it's just going to be enough for Dyrus. Looks not good right now for Coast inside their base. It's just being shredded. TSM's going to walk out with a few kills there. The gold lead is just mounting right now.
Yep. Tibbers. Oh, everybody Tibber fans. Takes one for the team. 50 gold for Shifter. All right.
The trifecta of eyes guarding Baron for Team Solo Mid right now is a little creepy. Nobody's been up there lately. Bottom's down, bottom's taken, so they really don't have to worry about too much. There's so much pressure that's going to be pouring through there now. TSM has more control than Coast would really want them to.
Coast, like, they cannot even venture up to that Baron area. That's like the Bermuda Triangle of pink wards. If they go up there, they're going to disappear and die, never to return.
That sounds very likely, actually, at this point.
Now,
6-3 in turrets. It looks completely dark on the side of Coast right now. It's a little scary to be walking around. They're going to get all the lanes pushed here, and it's just about a matter of time for Team Solo Mid.
well, they're looking to shove right down another lane here. Bottom will be pushing for them. Who will clear the bottom? They don't have great wave clear. I mean, I guess Wiz will be trying to clear bottom and then dash back up to the fight if a fight breaks out. It is hard for Coast to wave clear, though, so we'll have to see how they deal with this secondary push from TSM with those super minions knocking on the bottom.
TSM doing a very good job throughout the early part of the game, staving off what Coast was doing in the bottom lane. Good kills from Wiz Fusion, Daydream, and Nintendude, but it didn't seem like they were able to create anything off of those kills.
Yeah. Reggie with a GA now, too. He does not want to die.
I'd say that's a good policy. Yeah. Maybe that's why he hasn't died yet.
Because he doesn't want to?
Oh,
yeah, he's still playing aggressive, though.
It's still Reggie.
Right up there into the turret.
Reggie.
All right, so they opt for Shifter to do it. He's getting to half life, though, and him being there means they have no hope because the spears aren't going to be landing on TSM during the siege. TSM going to be able to get this turret. Whoa, halfway through, Zion jumped!
Oh, wow, they're able to bully this out. He can't thread the needle, but that's Wiz having to take the ace in the hole for half of his HP. The turret goes down. Team Solo Mid just pretty much flexing their muscles, brute forcing their way into the base. The Culling's not going to do much from the backside. They already get Nintendude, turning their eyes onto Daydream, and they make quick work to him, putting him to sleep. Wiz Fusion
GA pop!
gets that GA pop.
Dyrus protecting his coach.
Bro risk coming up big there. 70,000 gold about to click over here for Team Solo Mid. 20,000 gold lead is what we're looking at.
Dyrus going to get a bonus after this game.
See where Shifter. You can find anybody?
Oh, find Dyrus. That's rough, actually.
Uh-oh.
People, they knock on Renekton's endgame, but that's only if Renekton has the same gold as other champions. His early game is so strong that he has so much more gold in the late game that his late game is actually beastly right now because he has a whole extra item, 2 items on Zion.
Team Solo Mid really playing off the ball here.
Whoa, Reggie on the front line.
Minions in the bottom lane. Wild Turtle gets hit. Zion dives right in, and that doesn't work out too well for him, but a good spear on the Wild Turtle from the side. Gets a retribution for the dragon kill. One going on to Wiz Fusion, and they're losing more and more. Those pings say do not do it, and that turret in the bottom for the Nexus is just a tick away from going down.
They had 2 inhibitors down. They cannot stay out that long. But it was a pretty good win for Coast getting Turtle down and stopping Baron. It's such a long road to get back at this game, though.
Definitely going to be a hard task. Shifter, the only one with really enough safety to get himself out and back through the jungle, is going to do so to try and clear pink wards that are only going to be put back up. They're fighting a war that keeps going. Yeah, that's true. Didn't find the one in the brush. I don't think it's going to be too much of a problem, as the fight that happens at Baron will probably be the last fight of the game, if that's where it takes place.
So yeah, there's There's really two paths here. Neither of them look good for Coast. Either it's a fight at Baron where they have no vision, or it's a Baroned up TSM attacking your exposed inhibitor. Neither of those sound like good choices. So they're really going to have to choose a lesser of two evils. Just trying to defend their base, most likely.
You can usually say we have a few levels to wait when things aren't looking good. Everybody has maybe 4 or 5 levels to 18, but TSM is pretty much hitting that bar right now. Nintendo Dex is actually 2 behind the odd one. His initiations are becoming that much more dangerous, and he's not really getting the items. He's gone after that defense full damage because the team needs it.
Yeah, they need to be able to kill somebody.
Yeah.
Even if they do get initiations so hard. Dyrus does come up, so it'll be the 5-man TSM, and Coast come out of the base. Try and contest this one. There goes the Scrying Orb.
Here's the cavalry. Nintendo gets hit up right. Wow, he disappeared from the map. Warp speed. Nintendo down for 50 seconds. Reginald and the team looked like to go to the top side and follow the minions in, but they have a lot of work they can do if anything goes wrong.
Oh my goodness.
Very, very close. Shifter on the chase. I don't know if he's gonna. Oh, the Randuins did hit. Can he get the passive movement speed out of the brush? Here comes the ultimate, the barrier. Nidalee usage. There's the. Oh, the primal surge and juked out. Broken ankles for Odd One.
Shifter with the moves. Their base is still going to get destroyed, though.
Yeah, it looked good for a little bit. Got to take the good with the bad. 40 minutes into this game, 22-7. It has slowed TSM down a little bit. They got him distracted on the chase of Shifter, but
yeah,
only for a little bit.
And they got one Banshees. Pretty tanky odd one here, though. Hook him in.
Oh, missed the W. Could have been some good damage. 40 minutes, like I said. It's getting really, really crazy here for Coast. They're going to have to make one good fight. They got to watch out for the Flash Tibbers initiation, which is up. That stun is
It's go
up.
time for Coast here.
It's a Baroned up TSM. Inhibitor goes down. Zion Spartan is caught. That needed to be used offensively. There's no time for the defensive use of spells.
All right, 3 inhibitors down. Baroned up TSM. This is very, 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 very sad times for Coast now.
Strong game played by Team Solo Mid. There's the initiation in 10, dude. Like we said, trying to get the damage in with that new Black Cleaver he put in his belt. Spears to the backside. They trade good damage. Shifter over to Wild Turtle, but it's the focus of Wiz, Zion, and Daydream, and all huddled around Dyrus' dominance, taking consistent damage, making sure he was in the middle of the fight. TSM looks to the Nexus turrets, and they look to grab the second win in Super Week over Coast.
Reggie 6-0-14.
Yeah, coming in big on the game. 14-3 now on the spring split in 2014. Team Solo Mid takes the win.
So they go back to their roots. All strong early game champions. The strong lanes with the threat of Evelyn's jungle. Much more in their play style. Much more success this time than they had last week. So pretty much as expected here.
Really great play. Cannot forget Nintendo Dex again on the Q. The Flash Q prediction. Getting it special in the bottom lane. Really, I'd say that's still a big play.
That was beautiful.
That was great.
It was a great play and a great opening for Team Coast.
Yeah. Strong play. Definitely a different game of Evelyn that we saw. It was really kind of a Sentry Evelyn, letting the team know where things was, what was safe to do and what was not safe to do. Odd One wasn't pulling off huge ganks. He was kind of just an all-around map vision ward.
Yeah.
Moving ward.
Yeah, exactly. He did get his one powerful gank with Flash early to get his bottom lane back in. But yeah, other than that, like I said, going tanky after his Spirit of the Elder Lizard. And then just endgame getting the Blade of the Ruined King for the extra Baron control there. I do like the play from TSM coming out. They look pretty strong with TSM. A lot of the fans, after they heard that Bjergsen was going to be out for the whole Super Week, they started to lose a little confidence. But after this opening, maybe they'll get that confidence back.
Yeah, I'm sure a lot of teams expected to come in here knowing that mid lane could be something that they would focus on, maybe get Reginald out of his game, get in his head, because once you kind of take out the shot caller, things get a little more quiet. And we've seen what happens when that happens to Reggie. The rest of the team falls behind. So other teams may have to reconsider their strategy coming into this week with that play.
I think that this is actually good training for TSM because Reggie coming back, he's not really focusing a whole lot on shot calling for everybody else, focusing on his own play.
Yeah.
And so the rest of the team has to do a lot of communication. good little training
Lot of
exercise for them.
communication. All right, remember to share your favorite moments from today by tweeting us at LOL Esports and use the hashtag LCS Big Plays. We've got a recall to base, but when we return, Freak and Jat will talk with Dyrus and Reginald about their win. Then Counterlogic Gaming looks to extend their hot streak when they take on Dignitas. The NA LCS continues after this. Nobody wants to toy with the little girl that's on fire. Daydreaming gets hit up quite hard. Oh, it comes from the back. The explosive cast after the Peacemaker to shred the last of the HP. Ace in the hole off to the side, hits Nintendo, takes him down. And they're going to keep going on this fight. Shifter's the next focus. The Cougar's not going to be enough, and Odd One takes him down. A double kill for Zion Spartan as they are trying to retaliate as much as possible. It's not going to be enough. When Fusion goes down, Odd One gets up very low, and the Ace coming in from Team Solo Mid.
Welcome back, everyone, to Week 8 of the North American LCS. We're joined, the analyst desk, by TSM's Reginald and Dyrus. Guys, congrats on your revenge win. Did you have any fears coming into that game?
No, not really. I mean, it was just like any other LCS game. It caught me by surprise, but I had to play for Super Week also. We were expecting Bjergsen to come back this week, and then there were some delays with this visa, and they're like, hey, you're playing for Super Week. I'm like, oh. And then it was just like another week of constantly playing League.
Yeah, and what's the stress level been like then, knowing that you're now having to play for Super Week and your 2-week foray into the LCS is now a substantial part of TSM season?
I've been playing so much League. I've had dreams about League of Legends, and I supposedly I'm talking in my sleep and talking about League too, man.
Good. Hopefully, good dreams, not nightmares.
I don't know. I've had some nightmares where Hotshot would kill me in my dreams. I'd be like, no, and I'd just like, I don't know.
That's just embarrassing.
Yeah, right.
Oh, no.
So Dyrus, Reggie back in the lineup. You guys seem to have some kind of special camaraderie. You stood in his corpse while he was reviving. You guys hug after all the games. What's it like playing with Reggie?
We're a little bit more aggressive than usual, so I kind of have to like think about, should we stay here, and like I kind of asked the team, should we stay here? Are we going to stay here and get aced and throw again, or are we just going to back off and then slowly win the game? And I kept thinking about that, and it's been working out pretty well. And Reggie's been doing very well in like the past week, and I'm really happy that we won.
I do have to ask you kind of a looking back question. Since you've played with Reggie now for probably about 3 years, what's the biggest difference from when you first started playing with Reggie to playing with him now?
It's not only Reggie from back then. Well, actually it is, honestly, because he single-handedly carried the team back then. Back then, he would just make all the calls. He knew what to do. He would win his lane 100% of the time. Well, most 99% of the time. Back in Season 2, he would play Karthus and kill them at like level 1 or 2, or he'll be the one engaging instead of odd one back then. And now with the new meta and the new season, now it has to be like maybe special engages or odd one engages, and Reggie still can do those engages. It's just like there's not a lot of mid laners that can single-handedly engage anymore. Like there's the Karthus walls and there's the follow-ups, but it's just different metas.
Okay, so then talking about everyone kind of making plays, we have a replay. It's right after a big dragon fight. You guys end up sort of tower diving them in a 5 versus 4. If we can get that on your screen, I want you to walk me through what you're thinking in this fight.
I don't even know why I'm there. I was just like, I'm really fed, so I just didn't really care. I was like, guys, we can kill him. Siobhan's top. I'll just tank this tower. You guys kill them. I'm not really paying attention to my team. I hope you guys aren't feeding. All right, someone tank it so I can kill these guys. Tank it, please. Tank it. All right, I'm going in. All right, don't die. All right, good job. No one died.
That's good shot calling. Is that verbatim how that works?
Oh, I didn't say that, but that's what I'm thinking.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Inside the
well,
mind of
I just said someone tank tower, and the rest is just like I'm just thinking everything else. Like that's
the
all.
Internal monologue of Dyrus.
What's really interesting about this game is when Coast has been successful, a lot of it's been Zion just dominating his lane, but you kind of flipped it around on him in this game. How are you able to come out so far ahead CS-wise on Zion?
So this week I decided that I can't play passively and like just win the game by being lazy with Mundo, because if I do that, like they have the advantage on me. Siobhan is gonna like proxy me. They're gonna roam on my middle, and it's like, all right, I can't really let that happen this week. I need to change it up. I've been looking at all the metas from Korea to China to Europe, and I'm seeing a lot of Renekton bans against the really good players like Impact or they banned it like. And then I played the matchup Siobhan versus Renekton, and I was like, Renekton has advantage in this matchup as long as Siobhan doesn't go for that scale. So if I play it perfectly, I can do it well and carry the team. Although sometimes I miss a couple of CS and it really bugs me, but I felt like I really needed to be the aggressor as a top lane. And while Bjergsen's gone, I want to improve enough to where when he comes back, he'll be like, wow, my top lane's not playing passive and their top laner's not diving me anymore. So I just wanted to leave a little bit more pressure on my team. Even though it puts me out of my comfort zone with Mundo, I tried really hard to learn Renekton this week.
Yeah, and with your large lead that you guys had in lane, as well as the dive, Baron fight was really kind of showing the game when you got your big ace onto Coast. We can get that replay up on the screen as well. We heard the inside the mind of Dyrus for that replay. So Reggie, tell us what you were thinking in this fight.
So I mean, right now, Thresh was out of position, so let's try to do our best to catch out Thresh and get Baron, right? Mainly because we just kept getting poked down and we couldn't really do Baron, so we're just really trying our best to catch them. And I don't know, like this like they just
Just
all
a
dive
cluster.
turtle, and it was a huge cluster. I didn't even know what was going on. All I knew was that we had a huge lead, and we had the numbers on them, so we would win the fight. But it was surprisingly pretty close. Like if Turtle hadn't died there, we would have gotten Baron. But since he did die, we just decided to reset, and we already had like complete control. So we decided to just like reset, play it safe, and just end the game slowly.
Okay, so of course you guys did win that game, and you're still in control of first place, up a game on Cloud9. 3 more games in Super Week, including a game against CLG tomorrow. How are you feeling about your future matches?
Dang, it's unpredictable. I mean, my play is kind of dicey right now. Some games I'll do super well, some games I'll do not so well. So hoping that we can, like, aiming for the 4-0, of course, but realistically, I think we can do a good 3-1 against CLG. It's gonna be a tough match. I think that we can come out ahead if we play solid.
That is really kind of the big question, though. To me, TSM versus CLG, especially with you back this week, since it's such an old matchup. What are your thoughts on the CLG team and how you're going to match up with them right this week?
I mean, I think it was a long-term rivalry. Like before, I would always get really hyped up for CLG matches, and they were doing really terribly for a really long time. Like, no offense, and so I kind of lost that like rivalry where like, oh, I'm so excited to play CLG. It was just like the same thing every single time. But now, since their roster is really strong, I'm actually really excited to play them. But it would have been so much better if Bjergsen's here to play for me instead.
Put him in your stead and say,
Exactly.
go, please beat up Link. All right, well, guys, of course, congratulations on your win. We'll see you throughout the rest of the week, but we've got more games to go on, so we're going to toss it over to Riv and Kobe for the next game. But as we go, CLG have been enjoying the recent success, as Reggie put it, but even though they like their chances against Dignitas, they know to prepare for the unexpected.
CLG has been performing very well since they got Dexter back. Their shot calling looks like it's very crisp.
They always have something up their sleeve, whether it's like Cartus or like Fiddlesticks. They can just really hurt you.
To beat CLG, we just have to make sure we maintain control in the early game because they do a lot of aggressive things early game and get control over Dragon.
Skara and Cruiser are just weak. They don't make good decisions and they see us really bad. But the rest of their team is really good.
CLG is looking hot. They're just playing out of their minds, and obviously Dexter's adjusted very well.
I don't think they're that strong, but we just have to be prepared for everything because I know they like to play like unconventional stuff.
Might even be more scared of them than C9.
So we're not going to underestimate them in any way. We're just going to try to beat their solo lanes and try not to let PewDiePie snowball too hard.
I might even be more scared of them than Cloud9. What consistency can do for you. It shows a lot.
It's a new CLG.
It's a new CLG indeed. It's time for our third match of the day, Counterlogic Gaming versus Team Dignitas. This is the third time these teams are meeting, and so far they are 1-1. But it's important to note they have not faced off since Dexter took up residence in the jungle and Link moved back to mid. Everybody's super ready for this.
Yeah, everybody's happy to see this one. CLG have been quickly moving up the ranks, and they overtook Dignitas in the standings. They've been looking very consistent, winning 6 of their last 7 games, and while Dig have actually been hit or miss. You know, in their first 8 games, they went 6-2, and then in their last 8 games, they've gone 2-6.
Interesting. So Dig has to be hoping they've turned the corner when it comes to trouble in and around the B word, which has plagued them for a couple weeks now.
Crumbs even admitted in our interview that they were leery of that side of the map.
Right.
You're right. And in the final game last week, Dignitas was able to take 2 Barons. In their final fight around the pit, they aced Evil Geniuses, and it allowed them to close out the game. But it wasn't pretty. They were able to get the job done.
Yeah.
There was a few mistakes that they still need to clean up.
Takes time. It scared us. They were up there. They're actually warding out the whole side of the map. They said they weren't going to touch the top side, but they did it.
It's tricky.
See if they lie to us again. Let's check out the starting lineups. We get this one. On the blue side, it's Counterlogic Gaming. In the top lane is Nian, Dexter in the jungle, Link in mid, double lifted 80 carry, and Alphamu on
And
support.
on the red side, it's Dignitas. Up top is Cruiser. In the jungle is Crumbs. Scars mid, PewDiePie 80 carry, and Kiwi Kid supporting.
And that will take us to our featured matchup, the tussle in the top lane. It's Nian versus Cruiser. These are 2 top laners who have both had their ups and downs, and Nian is coming off a good week, so he's got some momentum there.
I just want to say about Nian, he has played all 3 lanes in competitive play. So he definitely deserves a lot of credit, and he still is working out the kinks in that top lane. I mean, he's doing a good job.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Cruiser's success is directly tied to the rest of his teams.
Yeah, he does very well when his team is winning, but when his team is behind, he hasn't been able to overcome and carry for his team. This is a lane that is heavily influenced by junglers also, so by watching the top lane, we're also keeping our eyes on Crumbs and Dexter to see if they can either get their top laner ahead.
Right, and another thing to mention, you said Nien has played every lane. We see Link as well coming out of the jungle this split. He then kind of has one of the biggest champion pools out of anybody and in a different spot. We have actually seen a lot of players, Zuna, Smithy, on different teams doing this season, more than any other season.
Yeah, I think he's happy to be back mid, though. Definitely
for sure.
Much stronger performances in the mid lane. CLG very happy to have a jungle main as their jungler.
It's got to feel good.
I think all the pieces are falling into place for them. Meanwhile, Dignitas, they're looking to flip the switch. They went 6-2, 2-6. They want to flip it back. Another 6-2 run for them is what they're hoping for.
Well, after their win last week, I remember Link's interview with Travis, they said that Dignitas' best chance at beating CLG right now is for them to pull out something like they did at MLG, where Scar was on Yi, or it would be, kind of a trickster composition that would take them off guard.
And they also were a team that did things like have Skara take Karthus and then go bottom lane, and switch their mid lane to a duo.
It's Karthus Diana.
Now, one of the things, though, that we haven't seen a lot of 2-versus-1 mids since those tower changes. The same tower changes that went top also affected mid. People kind of didn't really take that into account with all the switching around, but
Dignitas loved that.
We haven't seen the duo mid, and I'm kind of sad that we haven't seen that because it opened up so many possibilities of counter jungling, roaming supports. Whenever your support is based in the mid, there were so many more options for the game.
I liked it. We would see Coast, like Daydream would always take Blitzcrank and do it mid to steal your buffs, and then Dignitas would do it mid to pretty much just control the game. Still steal your buffs, but in the minute different ways. Very cool stuff and strategies that these guys pull out when the time comes. And like we said, it's Super Week. You can't just use everything you have right in the beginning. You got some tricks up your sleeve. You got to save them. There's still best of 1 game, so you don't get an extra chance in the best of 3 right now. That's what you're accustomed to in the LCS. A lot of players actually say they like that, and then it gives you, a better chance to go into that game fresh and ready. And it does. It takes a lot out of you. When you play a 50-minute game, you see that these guys are completely drained of energy.
Yeah, and when we see best of 5s come in at tournaments, then it really changes a lot, becoming that test of endurance.
Yep.
And being able to adapt quickly between games is also something that's highly prioritized with a lot of coaches and teams, because in this setup, the coaches have so much time to prepare the team. And okay, we've got this laid out strategy, our single game versus that team. You know exactly what's going to happen. In the best of 3s and the best of 5s, you just have to give them as much information as you can beforehand and allow them to make the mid-game switches in their tactics.
Well, it's interesting the way that Yellowstar said it in Europe. He mentioned even when Skara said it. Skara mentioned that Super Weeks are quite strenuous. And Yellowstar said, we love these. We actually like these more. We like to be always going at it in the game, testing our mistakes and making sure they're correct. So a little different on both sides of the pond. We're going to get some bans out, and a Soraka will be shut down. Dignitas' old ways of running Soraka in the mid.
Yeah, mid, could be top. Soraka lane.
Could be anything.
Soraka lane is very strong. There's a lot of high ELO Soraka solo lane players in North America.
God help us.
Both top and mid.
Yeah.
Now, it is very risky because you're constantly shoving that lane. So people have not, as of yet, pulled it out in the LCS because they're afraid of jungle pressure coming to them or counter picks. So it's an interesting list of bans here. All purple here, trying to take out the Veigar from Skara. Actually respecting that pick from him.
Yeah, like Link must have been real confident when he said that they did not want to receive any of that extra stuff that Dignitas may have a trick up their sleeve. Skara played that Veigar pretty well. The team didn't synergize with it too good on the Event Horizon initiations, but definitely had an impact in that mid lane on Veigar.
Meanwhile, 3 mid lane bans from Dignitas. They even forced to ban out the Gragas themselves.
Bang, boom.
Even though Skara loves that champion since CLG our first pick.
It pained him a little bit.
Now, what direction do they want to go? Because Sivir's up, and CLG have been one of the teams that just love that champion. Prioritize her so much. This is 4.3 Kassadin. So his end game, a lot of damage was taken off both the Null Spear And the Force Pulse.
Will not be raising anything this game. Let's see what they get. And it's going to be the Elise lock-in. Dexter, he's enjoyed his Elise. 2-0 so far in weeks 6 and 7, so just more recently on that pick. Definitely taking it away as well. That's 4 times played by Crumbs, along with banning his Elise.
So Dexter, after that amazing game he had on Elise, where he had 100% kill participation, he said, oh yeah, don't even have to worry about that because I'm never going to get Elise again because all the teams are going to ban it out against us. He has since gotten her twice.
Yeah.
And he gets her one more time. We'll have to see what he can do from the jungle because he's done such a good job. As I said before, his ability, not only the early game shot calls that are aggressive, but also his ability to read the enemy jungler. It seems like he has a pretty good handle on a lot of the LCS junglers, what the pathing is going to be for them. So I'm very curious what Crumbs will pick into this. Lee Sin is up, something that Crumbs has had a lot of success on, and it has a very good early game versus Elise.
And I was wondering when that pick was actually going to happen, and he brings it out right away. Aphromu's first take onto Morgana will be this game.
And they combo with the Sivir.
Yeah.
Man,
Doublelift loves his Sivir.
I'm pretty sure CLG are very happy with the way this pick ban is going so far. I mean, goodness, they've got 3 very high priority picks. For Dignitas though, they got that Jinx for Cutie Pie. That has been something that they place so much importance on. It's pretty much.
I think after coming up with another win on that, he questioned himself. Why did I stop playing this champion? Going back on that, the woe indeed.
I mean, I'm happy here.
We talked a little bit about wombo combos today. Amumu, Curse of the Sad Mummy into a Ziggs Bomb is quite a combo in itself.
Extremely happy to see Amumu played once again. The buffs to Spirit Stone helped him out a lot because even though it reduced the sustain for single target, it actually buffed it for AoE. And Amumu can power farm so quickly in the jungle right now. Where I'm very, very, very interested to see if Dexter can take advantage of Amumu's very weak early game, though. If he invades Amumu, he can easily take him in the jungle. So this is going to be a game all about lanes collapsing into the early jungle fights. Can Dexter find Crumbs? Can he take advantage of this Amumu early? I'm really, really looking forward to see this jungle matchup now.
Looks like the Nidalee does get locked in. Wait to see what they're going to put in the...
Whoa!
Is that going to be going back in the top lane?
I'm glad CLG are giving me a lot of chances to pull out the 4.3 changes here. Rise got a good range buff to his Q as well as base health, which is giant. He got... It's almost, 2 quintessence of health buff to him.
Yeah, that's right.
Just starting out level 1. And the range buff is actually very important to Rise combo because they buff the Q. So now it has longer range than your Prison. So he can actually, which is the way you want to start your Rise combo. You want to start out with Q for max damage, and then since his other spells reduce the cooldown, then you follow up with 2 other spells and you have another Q ready. So it's a pretty big DPS boost for Rise, having that
your
range.
hands on the keyboard, making sure it gets out. Last time we saw Rise was the Spirit Visage changes, the cooldown, a little bit of that for himself, and get a little bit of that health as well. We'll see what they can do with him. Kiwi Kid is going to be locking in that Wukong for Crumbs, something he has tried his hand on and has a 100% win rate in week 1 and week 4. So it has been a little bit since they put that Wukong into the composition.
So Wukong going to go where? Amumu going to go where? Looks like we do have a support Wukong at the moment.
Did we get that support Amumu
Wombo
out of
combo
Edward?
Indeed, a Rivingtone.
Get the support Amumu out of Edward a long time ago.
Yeah, they could switch it up. They have till 10 seconds.
Yep.
Could be the support Amumu, in which case I will be less enthused. Now, the top lane, though, let's take a look at this. Let's take a look at this here. Because Cruiser, he's had a lot of success on Dr. Mundo. And going back to that champion with teleport, they will have that teleport advantage. But Rise scales so well. And Mundo is an easy lane to farm early against. So CLG are taking a high-scaling champion that just got buffs into this Mundo. And they're going to run Ignite. And they have a jungle Elise. So they have not only good endgame scaling, but they can also kill Mundo early with a tower dive.
So is that something that they want to focus on, or is it just for Mundo to run away and keep himself safe? as they dive Mundo.
Oh, yeah, they want to kill Mundo. That's why, yeah, he's taking Ignite and Elise. They definitely want to
so
kill
that's what
him.
I'm saying. Is that something the team wants to focus on, helping Mundo, or is he just going to be able to keep
Oh,
himself
Wukong.
safe, knowing that's a priority?
Definitely, they're going to want to at least ward up there. Probably we'll see Wukong doing his double golems and waiting around for counter gank. I got you.
All right. So as the champs load into the Rift, let's take a look at who you guys voted on to win this game. 76% of you think Counter Logic Gaming are going to take a 5th win in a row.
76%. That's pretty big. I mean, considering the hot streak that they're on, not too surprising. But Dignitas are pulling out some of those crazy stuff that they were talking about in the video here. It will, in fact, be that support Amumu tribute to Edward right now. I'm sure Big Eddie is happy.
He starts off with a little coin regeneration there as well. And Spell Thief on to Afro Moo.
That's very high potential for harass
Didn't go
from
for the
the
root.
CLG team. If a binding lands.
All right, gentlemen. Woo. I like this game already.
Yeah, this is way more exciting than normal NA LCS games.
They're not just standing there.
So that's a strategy that Cloud9 were doing when Sneaky would try and shove out the mid lane so the rest of the team could sneak in there. A lot of teams actually were doing that.
EG too, yep.
Yeah, EG did it.
With the Mana Crystal start by Nian in the top lane.
Oh, man, this is a...
Ooh.
Everybody.
Get it in there.
We're so used to being bored at this time that everybody's really hanging on every single spell that comes out. But yeah, the Mana Crystal for Ryze is a pretty standard buy for him. That is so much early trading power for Ryze. He has a lot of early bullying for this lane, especially with that buff to his range for Q. Meanwhile, Mundo taking advantage of the recently reduced crystal, health crystal, Ruby Crystal, purchased for himself to start that one out. That one going on sale. Cruiser picking himself up one pretty early here, and they look like they're going to go for a switch. Whenever Dignitas do take Jinx and they had success, a lot of times they did go for the turret switches, so they're going to flip that one over.
Well, it looks like Nian is telling his forefathers that somebody invaded the jungle on this one, and it does not look like they're going to be able to retaliate. He himself could be in a pretty scary situation, but no, Crumbs grabs that up, does get the smite down. It looks like that Dexter is actually on the same clip here. He gets out of the red buff.
I mean, I do like this early game from Diggs so far. Taking away the blue buff, having Cruiser start in the jungle, whereas Nian, Nian was just up top sitting there, so Nian wasting out on time early because he doesn't want to overextend and he doesn't want the wave to push away from him. So he didn't even want to go and last hit those minions. But a little bit of extra jungle experience there for Cruiser. Even though Dexter answers, the ward from Dig lets them know where he is, and they gain very, very valuable information about that position of Elise early. It looks like they might even just give up this turret.
And this could be difficult because Nian on Ryze isn't one that can go and take jungle camps by himself like Cruiser is right now. Cruiser's up 7 CS, and Nian is just waiting for minions to crash into the turret.
Yeah. Yeah, that's he's going to have a pretty good jungle lead here, Cruiser, but he is going to be walking into a 3v1 since Dexter invaded blue side and he's waiting around. That's why I was saying they might just give up this turret because it's so dangerous to go back to that side of the map. And Cruiser does not actually do it. So jungle Cruiser on Mundo playing with a Wukong and an Amumu. Dignitas just destroying the meta all by themselves.
Some we had to say we expected to see from CLG. They're doing new things every time, and not that it's brand new, but we haven't seen it in a few weeks. And CLG goes back to swapping the lanes in NA, and they're trying to get the strong push on. Again with the Sivir comp, now to the bottom lane, they're going for the second tier, and there's not much that the top laners can do about it. And really only Nian is there.
He's still level 1. Cruiser's level 2. He's gotten income from the jungle. Cruiser's getting a lot more out of this than Nian is. Ryze can't do anything to stop this. Dignitas have a really great battle plan laid out from the beginning here. Because of the power of Jinx tower pushing, they're even on turrets with this switch, even though the top turret, the first one, has extra reduced damage from champions. Ooh. And they've been able to keep down Nian, as well as get a support Amumu through laning phase.
Swap working out quite nicely here, and it looks like they are into that top turret. They've both taken down 2 tiers. in the top and bottom lane, and a very fast game for CLG versus Dig here for that aggression. Usually we see the teams kind of stall out here because nobody can push into the jungle now.
Man, I also want to point out another benefit from this switch from Dignitas. The Spell Thief start from Aphromoo didn't get him anything since there was no champions for him to attack.
Oh, they're going in. It's going to be Dexter on the outside. They didn't expect him to see him there. Kiwi Kid luckily mentions Crumbs. He could be going down for first blood. He's too close. The minions, and they do come up very big. Link with the kill.
All right. Dig with a great early battle plan, but the failed dive under turret there. Cocoon landing, binding landing, flash failing into the wall. And CLG take first blood.
Unfortunate things for a very fortunate start on the side of Chronologic Gaming. Dignitas is going to look to repair that little misfortune quite soon here. They did try to get the first move on using Kiwi Kid from the aggression, and the gank at level 3 coming from the top lane. So now that the lane swap has kind of fizzled out, we're going to have to see what these teams have for each other after both top and second tier turrets going down.
Let's take a look at this. Level 4, 27 CS Mundo. Level 3 Rise. Rise is trying to freeze. Mundo doing the same thing, but he has teleport. Kiwi Kid, he's landing bandages. So that's a good sign so far for the old support Amumu, who is going to be rushing for that talisman. Like this added benefit that Dignitas will have that speed boost, because you need, well, he just ruined his bandage hit percentage there. But they need this speed for the late game because they're a wombo combo, as we just talked about in that video. They need their positioning to be perfect. If they miss their combo, then they are going to be
very easily punishable.
Not in a good spot.
Yeah. Once you miss something like that, the other team is instantly going to take control, punish your every move that you missed. We'll see Cutie Pie quite low here, gets hit up.
My
they go for the dive, the boomerang just misses. The very fast flash from Cutie Pie keeps himself alive. They get out a nice black shield for the satchel charge knockback.
Wow, what a play from Dexter there. Those are those aggressive calls that we're talking about. They almost picked up that kill just from that cocoon landing. Really good jump from him, but they were not rewarded with it, and Cutie Pie lives to fight another day.
Unless the wolf turns around and bites him. He's good to go, though. Help with Crumbs. Gets a little bit of lifesteal off of Doran's and what's in his runes, if any. 7 minutes, 10 seconds into the game. Gold is even across the board, even with 25 CS lead in that top lane.
And we do have Kiwi Kid rushing for the Sightstone now. Very much cheaper. I really like the changes to it. It's definitely worth rushing. And he doesn't upgrade his coin, but he will get more vision control, and they need a lot more vision because of the early turrets that have gone down, just completely opening up this map. Both blue buffs are open to invade now, and a lot of map pressure is going to be focused on those sides of the map here.
See what Dignitas can do with this composition. We see Nidalee double lift on Sivir games, or rather Sivir games and Nidalee games, where people want to dive to that back line, and you got an Amumu on your team with a Wukong. You're
no teleport
very
rise,
well prepared to do that.
5 versus 4 here.
AoE damage as well for this fight. I don't know if CLG is really going to be able to pressure this. Aphromoo is not 6 yet, but no 6. That's the only 6 in the board. They're going to want that Mega Inferno Bomb to come out in this fight if they can get him in a good spot. Crumbs going in, level 5 as well. No ultimates to be used here, but I do not believe that Dexter has anywhere to go. He does dodge out the bomb, though. Very nice.
So they land 2 skill shots, but it's still it's actually 3 versus 5 since double lift farming bottom. And they did overlap the binding and cocoon, not able to burst down Skara. So Dexter actually ends up losing his life this time, and Dignitas with the patient play. Very, very well calculated early battle plan here, taking advantage of no teleport rise. They get an objective, and they get a kill.
Aphromoo getting a good push in mid lane with Link. Nian still on the top lane. He's got himself back up in CS, but he has not been back to buy yet. He knows he will not be participating anytime soon, so he is going to farm and soak up as much as possible right now.
Yeah. Blue invade, though, as I talked about, they're going to be very important objectives for both teams here. Nidalee definitely needs to have as many of those as possible, and CLG secure their own side before rotating top. This turret should be theirs to take.
Ooh, very close. Aframu still actually level 5 coming into this engagement. So is Kiwi Kid.
Yeah, Dignitas decide to trade farm on Cutie Pie bottom. Whoa, good W there from Crumbs. To trade that farm for the top turret. Cutie Pie right now should probably be switching from freeze mode to shoving this bottom lane. Yes, he is flipping over to his rockets, trying to shove out that bottom lane so they can return top and try and keep a secondary one from going down, because Nien spent this whole time slow pushing that top to build up this massive wave of ranged minions.
This is a really great push. Link not in mid lane anymore in this top lane, but Doublelift is still pushing the mid turret, calling Cutie Pie over. CLG is trying to spread dig thin right now, and so far it's working.
Ziggs is the answer to large minion waves. Cutie Pie, though, he rotated up mid to try and defend it. The calls should be coming out from Dig that the top 4-man squad has left the area. So that's why you saw Cutie Pie rotate down around away from this turret.
Oh, taking out the minions. Link's going to take a few more shots, but he's got a good primal surge to keep him in, especially with that blue buff being there. They are more than happy to keep these fights going, and that's something that's going to benefit them as well, as these longer fights, all those heals coming out of Link become quite big towards the late game.
2 turrets for CLG on that map movement from blue buff to top lane to mid lane. They just grabbed a lot of money back in their pockets, and Nien has actually still not gone back to base, walking all the way down to that bottom to soak up more minions. They're putting a lot of emphasis here on this Rise. As I said, for late game, he scales up really well. Should be able to get a huge, huge power spike going on his first return to base.
Something we used to see when Rise was played a lot. Actually, Reginald used to play a lot of Rise. Skara used to play a lot of Rise. Towards the end game, they almost become like an 80 carry damage with spells because it just comes out so fast. That's what he's called, the machine gun Rise.
Yeah.
We'll see if he can get to that point. He's been sitting in lane, still yet to go back. More than happy to farm. He's out of mana. He's probably regen that mana just by sitting in lane a few times. Skara and Link both wearing the blue buff right now, so neither of them have been thwarted off of that yet. Both teams are just kind of feel each other out. Like we said, it slows down after teams push that hard on those turrets. They get a little afraid going back into the jungle without the vision.
Yeah. Now, even though right now CLG have a slight lead, there's a teleport on Mundo. So they have the lane advantage. And they can actually call down Cruiser to this bottom lane if they really want to force a turret. The problem is, since they have a melee jungler and a melee support, they need to call that teleport now!
They're going on this because Kiwi Kid is not 6 yet. They get him a good Soul Shackle lockup. Crumbs is also there in the fight, and they are pushed out, but like you said, the teleport is still there, and Cruiser is a huge factor. The Mega Inferno Bomb coming in from the side, only going to be a bit of damage on Aframu.
Crumbs had to use his ulti, and he lost almost all of his HP bar, so he has to return to base. CLG, with the aggression, because they got the jump, they're able to take away Dignitas' teleport advantage. Even though they got no kill right there, that was a huge win for CLG. That battle just got them a lot of map control up top. Nien's been pushing, and now not only does he have the tier, but also the Rod of Ages in one buy. So he is a ticking time bomb of ability power here. He's building up all this mana. As soon as he builds that into a Seraphs, he's going to transform into a god.
See what he can do for himself. He's got 10 minutes to go here. 99 to 86. He's got himself the lead now in CS in that top lane. 4-2 in turrets as Counter Logic Gaming continues to take down the structures. Not as many champions this time. Like we said, CLG kind of changes form. They're either going to not kill you and take out your whole base, or kill you and do the same thing. Take the rest.
This is by far the most interesting game that we've seen in a long time from North American LCS. Both teams coming out with great game plans. Towards the mid, though, here, I have to be worried about how CLG are going to use this on the hunt, because they are going to have very, very quick team rotations, whereas Dignitas have the single-man ability to traverse the map here with the teleport from Cruiser. So CLG are probably going to be sticking together more than Dignitas, where Dignitas trying to take advantage of the split and then teleport in when CLG are in a bad position. Ward coverage, though, does get CLG the jump on Dragon, objective down, and they are able to exit the pit in time. That's really key because Dig have not been able to use all 3 of their ultis yet. If they can get that Amumu, Wukong, into Jinx ultimate and Ziggs ultimate, then we're going to see the power of this squad that Dig have gotten. But because the rotations here, we have not seen that team fight yet.
Interested to see how Nien really reacts in these fights.
Oh,
that's going to hurt a little bit.
That's a hit. He can't even use Curse of the Sad Mummy. But the Wukong ult is very good. And the Soul Shackle. Oh my god, they shred down Dexter. Aframu gets out with a sliver of health. No, the Cleaver going from Cruiser takes him out.
But
Nien takes a few more shots. Link's doing what he can in Cougar form. The barrier from Cutie Pie, a little early on that one, but he does get the pressure off himself. Does it perfectly. Saves that, and here comes Crumbs from the other side trying to get in. One last assist. It will all be for Cruiser.
I have to say that was a fairly awkward flash from Nien. He didn't exactly flash away from the danger, just over the wall, and there was already a ward there for Dig, so that ward enabled them to actually kill him anyway after the flash here. So Kiwi Kid, great start for CLG, but here they've got plenty of AoE ultimates still left in the bag. Dignitas have so many AoE ults, even with Amumu down. Still able to get this one off. And then, since Crumbs and Cruiser kite, double lift, and link, that's a lot of CLG's DPS that's not actually able to hit anyone for that whole time. Even though Crumbs got low, they were able to kite him long enough and he didn't lose his life, so it worked out really well because the backline could kill Nien while Nien is weak. Even though he's got a tier and the rod, those take a long time to stack up. He's not a god yet. He has to wait for that 10 minutes for both of those things to stack up.
Right.
And, 2 versus 1, he's not going to be able to finish anybody off.
So without Curse of the Sad Mummy even going off that fight, Dignitas still scrambles and reassesses and gets the win for themselves there. It was 1 kill for CLG, 4 for Dig coming into that fight, and the gold lead is only 600 in the favor of Dignitas.
I know, it's so close. This is ridiculous. Next time, if Kiwi Kid is actually able to get his initiate off, then it could be a completely different story too. Like it would even be a bigger win for Dignitas. The only thing is, after they use all of their ults, they need to get objectives.
Ooh, yummy.
Kiwi Kid caught out again. He's very, very squishy on this Amumu because he has rushed for the Talisman. As I said in the last game, no combat stats on that thing. It's so much money into all positional advantage. And if he's not able to take advantage of that position, which he keeps getting caught out, then it's very, very ineffective
It's almost
for him.
like a shock and awe tactic that has so much high risk, high reward. But if you can get that shock and awe, the other team is completely frenzied for the fight.
He's even got the Merc Tread, so if he does get caught by some sort of CC, then he's going to try and get out of it just to get off his flash ulti. But his life is so low right now that every time he is out of position, they're just bursting him down.
See what Nien can do. I'm really interested to see how long and what kind of control they have on Crumbs if he can get a good Rune Prison down. He'd probably be within range to get popped up still, but it would give double lift safety, give Link safety, and allow the team to really assess it.
There's the Talisman.
Good flash. They're able to get out of that one. That was Link trying to get himself safe, and Dexter's going to be up front to keep the defense there. A little bit of a meat shield. We'll see what they can do. Crumbs does now have the Brutalizer on top of the Lizard. Level 9, not quite level 10 yet, or 11 rather, so waiting for that second alt tick.
It's double lift doing the solo split push. He has to be careful though, he's not on his classic vein. We'll have to blow his ulti if he does get caught. Aframu trying to back him up though. They know they don't have ward coverage. Now, ward coverage in this game, everybody wants it on both sides of the jungle, but since so much of this game is about pushing lanes, it's hard for them to spare the time to get those wards down. So every single ward is so important that they can get into the jungle. And as I said, the blue buffs have a lot of them concentrated in those areas with the early turrets going down. And both the mid laners being so reliant on those blue buffs for the sustain and for clearing waves. Those are definitely hotbeds for action as well.
Scar's doing a great job at clearing those waves, 176 to 130 right now. This is actually Link's first game this season, this split right now on Nidalee. He played it quite a bit along with Xerath back in the previous splits, but Scar doing quite a good job of keeping top in that lane.
Now, I do have to point out one late game
crack in the armor for CLG is they're very, very AP focused. If Double Lift is not able to survive a fight, if he's not able to do get a lot of auto attacks off, then Dignitas can get away with building pure magic resist if they can actually kill Double Lift, and it will be very hard for CLG to actually beat them in a team fight. Everybody else doing magic damage. We can already see this in effect, actually. Even a Negatron Cloak picked up by Crumbs before
They almost need
health.
to take advantage of that now. Double Lift could easily get through whatever base
He would get
armor.
so squishy, though, he has to use a talisman to run away.
He's all right. He won't get tripped up on the cord. Good to go.
really
He was just
short
looking
legs.
for some friends. That's all. 20 minutes on the clock, 5-3. And the gold lead still very, very close. Hasn't even broken 1,000 deficit yet to either side.
I don't know about this choice for trading Dragon for turrets, because turrets are even more important in this game. I like CLG's position way more. The turrets are going to be determining the late game here, because everybody's going to want to be pathing through the jungle. Ziggs! What a great champion to have on your team when it's one of these, but a wave clear is not enough. And Dig don't even get the Dragon for it, so CLG just completely outplaying them with their positioning. And Nian is coming up on that mark here.
All of the movement that CLG has been doing is, if you put it in time, 10 to 15 seconds ahead of the other team. That required a Ziggs bomb from all the way in mid. That was the only thing they had when CLG had 3 members on the top side. It's going to be on the hunt, and that is some huge muscles being flexed here just to get the inhibitor turret.
This is ridiculous. CLG with a great play. On the hunt spent, though, they don't have the retreat. Kiwi Kid, the talisman is back up, but they don't want to go for it. Jinx still down there by Dragon. They stay a little bit close in gold because of the pickup from Dragon, but man, is that not worth having your inhibitor exposed.
CLG has been doing a very good job of not presenting themselves to Dignitas. They know they should be in a full team fight. They're going to be using Link right now to get those spears out, and really, they've been doing great rotation around the map. Just grabbing top turret makes it 6-3. Now we got that 1,000 gold lead. Cutie Pie, however, is trying to bring that back in their favor.
And I really want to point out how many wards CLG got down on that last move. Not only did they get the upper hand with the inhibitor turret going down, but having gone through the red side jungle, they got some more information, getting all of the wards down by the red side jungle, and they'll be able to follow up that move with repeat moves to the weak side of Dignitas base. Whew. All right, take a breather, everybody.
And CLG has not been happy with just one thing. They take something and they go for the next. It's always an idea. It's always the advantage that they want to grab even more of.
Yeah, but because they were spent so much time all by the top side there, and they got that inhibitor turret, there's always somebody from Dignitas getting something on the other side of the map. They got the Dragon at least to keep them close in gold, and then Kiwi stayed down there, or Cutie Pie stayed down bottom lane, and he got the bottom lane turret. It is an outer turret, so it doesn't give them the territory that they want, but it does give them more global gold. Again, the gold in this game is almost dead even, only separated by 300 gold in favor of CLG. So even though they've got great, great map control, the actual combat ability of the teams is still pretty close. And Dig are the ones who have all of those AoE abilities. So if CLG don't spread out during their team fight, then it just takes one giant team fight in the base of Dignitas where they can kill everyone and take a Baron or something.
And that's what CLG, like we said, is not giving them. They're making sure that they have an idea of what to do after they go for Dragon. And they also have the idea of what if Dragon doesn't work. They're not just going with one-sided ideas. It looks like the team is always ready for any outcome in any situation. They've been coming out on top of it this game. Their wins to 4 straight wins show that they've been doing it in their previous games. And consistency is really coming out for CLG, and how they practice seems like how they play now.
Plus, you always have to take into account the towers that are still up for CLG are standing gold that if Dignitas do win that team fight, they can grab up.
Right.
So even though the gold is even right now, if Dig win the team fight, if they can get a team fight and win it, then they can collect all these extra global objectives here, these extra turrets outside that are going to give them another gold boost. So 6-4 in turrets currently for CLG, but if Dignitas are able to turn it around, gold could swing back in their favor very quickly.
And we say that, you know, the gold, and the gold is even. The map is, however, swinging in favor of CLG, and this could really turn to one of those points where Dignitas has to approach Baron. They're the ones that, again, have to force it and get themselves back into the game, try to get a foot in the door, because CLG is not presenting themselves for fights. They're going to have to be drawn into it.
With the inhibitor exposed,
it's going to be hard.
And all of the
Real
ward
hard.
coverage that CLG got on the Dignitas side of the map,
yeah,
CLG are the ones with the ability to make the first move, and I think they have to make that first move. Because if Dig get a chance to get back into this game and reposition themselves, realign their vision, and get that vision of Baron, then CLG are going to have a tough time. But they're doing a good job staying ahead of the curve right now.
And it looks like they're trying to get Cutie Pie to be that ace up their sleeve. They haven't seen Cutie Pie in the fights for a while. He's going to come back super farmed up, hopefully the late game jinx. And maybe he can turn everything into a turret and take it down, because that's what he's been looking for.
Really interested to see how Dig use their next teleport as well. That is a big
true.
advantage
Cruiser's
that
been
they
having to roam with the
have over Ryze. We are approaching that 10-minute mark, though, where Ryze, those early stacking items that he got, are taking full effect now. So that could be very dangerous for Dignitas. And it could be CLG's answer for that team fight. Even though Dig has all these AoE abilities, if they have got a super beefy Ryze, then he can sustain through a lot of them and take them down.
It becomes one of those ideals where new champions come out and people are like, how do we actually play against this? He looks like he's tanky. It's just a Roa and a stacking tier. Oh, man, he destroyed our team. It becomes one of those situations where you just don't know how much power it's going to bring to the table because you haven't seen it. Possibly could get another pause in here as we work out the kinks, but it looks like we should be good to go. Crumb's back in and logged into the client, and the game will resume. We're 23 minutes in here at 22 and a half. 5-3 as Dig has come up with those 4 kills. It was 1-1. They got 4 kills in a row, and CLG has been able to pick up 2 more, but one after the other.
I think Dig are thanking their lucky stars that they have Ziggs, too, because being able to wave clear from the other side of the map is such a big benefit for the Dignitas team in this situation. And they're really going to be relying on Skara for that wave clear to deal with all of this push from CLG. Not only do they have Nien, who's constantly by himself, but Double Lift is confident to split on Vayne, or excuse me, Sivir, because the very quick wave clear and the ability to escape if she does get caught.
Gotta say kudos to Nien. He did not have CS for about 3 levels, and now he's just about the highest in the game at 204. Third behind, 222 is our highest. That's gonna be Skara, like we said. He got his Ziggs. He didn't have Gragas this game, so this is the fallback. He's been quite well on Ziggs. 2-1 in 3 plays.
Yeah. So what we used to call it is freezing a lane, what Nien did. A lot of people call it slow pushing now. Basically, you just last hit the minions.
Super last.
And that was that big wave that they were able to build up, but Ziggs just obliterated it. Nien was having a good time, though, just farming side lanes by himself. So CLG focusing a lot of farm into Nien. And we will have to watch Nien closely in the team fights to see if he has the proper rotations for Ryze. You want to make best use of that passive to reduce cooldown. And we also want to watch how CLG spread out during the team fights. As we get, into close quarters, the combo!
They're trying to go on
they
to
got
Dexter.
One ulti down. One ulti has been used.
One ulti, one teleport.
Oh no, that's pretty much the ace that was there for Dignitas. They no longer have that trick up their sleeves, and now they're really forced into a position where they have to go for Baron. Because they're going to be losing this top side and then can't teleport down.
Well, it could be another inhibitor. Well, Baron's a little bit better than Dragon this time, and we'll see if Dignitas can lock it down. The curse of the Sad Mummy is down.
Kiwi
Link's on the other side,
low.
ready to hit this. Cruiser going low. Crumbs is going to be going low here. These guys do not have much armor. They've been building magic resistance.
Dexter's
Baron
going to go
is
for
shredding
it.
them out. The inhibitor turret's so low. It misses. Baron almost within smite range. Dexter ready to get into the pit. He goes up. Dexter's going to be coming down the queue. The smite coming from both sides. It goes over to Crumbs. Dig gets the Baron. They're going to keep continuing the fight on. Double it. Very close to getting the kill, but Crumbs stays alive. Back and forth. The one-on-one between Link and Skara. He comes up big, and he walks away from the explosion.
3 members of CLG down, but they got the inhibitor turret. That is 2 inhibitor turrets down. Nien's still working on the inhibitor itself. He actually has to back off since that Baron team fight went heavily in favor of Dig. Man, can you give credit to Crumbs. He has been the one in the high-pressure shot-calling seat for Dig, they've said. And he made, again, the call to go for Baron. He's had so much confidence in his Baron smiting abilities, and he showed why there. Now he's even chasing down Nien. Crumbs
trying to go big.
Keeping him there long enough for Cruiser to get in, and he baits Nien over.
They're going to have this. Duranduin goes down. He flashes in. Oh, it's going to be on the clone.
Crumbs with the outplay. All right, Dignitas fans are probably chanting for Crumbs right now. That is ridiculous. They come out with a Baron. They got the 3 kills. Yes, their base was destroyed in the process, though. Now we have to see what they do with the Baron buff. Yes, they have control of the team fights, but can they get the team fights? Because there's a lot of repositioning for CLG.
Yeah.
And the teleport's now down.
CLG sees what happens when they walk up to the Beast. Dignitas took that fight very well. It's been what they have been wanting. They stay away from the Baron, but sometimes you got to make it work.
Okay, so a lot of credit during that Baron fight, though, because not only was it Crumbs, with the shot calling, high pressure smite and high pressure choice to go for that Baron, but Cutie Pie saw him chunking Dexter down over the wall with his rockets before Dexter came in. So once Dexter came in, it was quick work for them to burst him down and take him off the field as quickly as possible. And every member on Dig was so low after that Baron, they all had to play that very well. Even though Kiwi had no ult and no life, he was able to stay alive as well. Just such close game here.
Should have been a lot different if CLG decided to fully walk around the Baron, because they held that smite for quite a long time with that pressure at Dexter.
And it showed in their life bars.
Yeah.
Holding on to that smite means you take a lot of damage from Baron.
Could have been a very different play. CLG maybe hesitated, maybe not. We'll see. Dig taking advantage of whatever happened there. Baron, now Dragon. They are putting gold in their pocket. A 3,000 gold lead after having basically no gold lead this game.
That's
now
that standing gold I talked about. If they can win the team fight, they get so much of an advantage out of it. And they're still 2 turrets down, so there's still 2 more before they even this one up.
539 out of 750 right now for Nien. Close to the Seraph's Embrace, trying to get stacked up. He is almost to full form himself. He is, although, on that Rod of Ages. That's fully stacked up already. 28 minutes into the game.
Take a look at the magic resist stacking. How far have Dig been able to get? So as I said earlier, very magic damage heavy team for CLG. Dig do have another Negatron Cloak there for Kiwi Kid. So really it's Cutie Pie who's a vulnerable target. As well as Skara. Skara, though, very long range. He can stay in the back. Kiwi Kid wants to get in the front.
Ooh, Twin Ghost.
Twin Shadow does catch one.
Spooky Ghost coming out. Cruiser gets hit up, and it's going to be the spear to the backside. That's why lawn darts are illegal.
Uh-oh. On the Hunt is popped here in the retreat for CLG.
Oh, Link, bad choice.
Talisman.
Oh, the Black Shield. That was so close, especially by Kiwi Kid. Almost a max range grab there.
Another binding.
He'll be all right. Takes one. He's not too sad about that. They're going to set up in mid lane here in the end to the bottom lane. He's been playing his own side game the whole entire time.
And he also popped his ulti there. So Rise ulti down, on the Hunt down as well. Dignitas with Baron buff definitely want to force another fight. The outer turret that is standing, extra gold for them to take. They definitely want to push down. There's a lot of poke from CLG. Oh my god! Scar's long range not coming into effect there. He was the other vulnerable target, but he was on the front line. Good skill shots from CLG.
Very nice. Sliding those right through the trees, threading the needle. Wards coming out for Dig are all over the map, but you can't get away from those skill shots. You like that?
Yeah, well, that was party over there for Skara. He basically shut down the push for Dig, getting nailed in the face there. They had such good vision control over the red side jungle.
He's got everything
and they had
still.
Baron. Dignitas had pretty much everything going in their way. But he just got a little anxious trying to traverse to the bottom side of the map. And you have to give credit to CLG for landing those skill shots one after the other. Aframu has been so good with his bindings this game.
Definitely coming up big. We've seen him talk about the Alistar combo earlier, about his Leona Zenith Blades and Solar Flares, but still making it work on Morgana as well. It's going to be his first play, like we said. He was able to bring out Thresh last week in Week 7, as he usually does. But everybody's bringing out the Morgana. Kiwi Kid says no. Amumu this time. They've been struggling a little bit with that. Like we said, they got out of the laning phase, but Dignitas is now putting themselves back in the game. Kiwi Kid is level 12, which may make the initiations hard, but Dig's been finding what they need so far.
Okay, Void Staff for Nidalee is big for the spears, but they also need one on Yen. Once the magic resist does really start stacking up for Dig.
Ooh.
PewDiePie taking one spear. He does have a Negatron cloak on himself now, though.
Yeah, you can see it's not half of his HP. That definitely makes
They're
an
going
80
out
carry
fast.
feel safer. They could get the pinch here, and the end's on one side. He can get to the back line. They go into double lift, making sure he gets on the hunt
and they got him.
to assist the team. And full Soul Shackle goes down. Great spear to the back line, taking down Kiwi Kid. Dig is looking to reassess this fight. Maybe coming out here, Dexter and Nien could be pretty big. But Nien will not be able to rune prison anyone. They're just going to go for the pressure.
Oh,
watch
Flame
out.
Chopper. They don't get the inhibitor, though. So it's just a little bit more gold here for Dig. Still a very close game. And as I said, they're pretty much always going to go for double. Get that AD off the field. Ooh, Link playing with fire here. Able to get out of the way, though.
Oh! A good 350 damage off of your health bar. Still with the Athene's Unholy Grail as well, so Link has to be very careful.
20 seconds. Nobody has vision of Baron. 4 sweepers for Dignitas. 2 for CLG. Dig definitely going to want to return to the Baron area to establish control and force CLG into making a bad decision, because Dig, with the crazy AoE team, obviously want CLG to walk right into them. And since CLG have no standing coverage of Baron, they are going to have to either side push and go for one of the exposed inhibitors. I don't think they can even walk over to Baron. I think they have to side push and go for one of the inhibitors.
Even if
when
they do
establish control.
Even if they do, they don't have a huge amount of damage to shred down Baron in the first place, so it's going to be scary. Dig will always have time to get there.
CLG got positioning, though. Whew.
Yeah.
That's pretty big for them.
Gotta
Aphromoo laying down the wards.
Got to be big positioning. Curse of the Sad Mummy, Crumbs on Cyclone, and a Mega Inferno Bomb will be coming in. If you aren't positioned correctly, that could be half of everyone's health bar very quick. 3,600 gold in the lead. Actually, just 3,000 gold in the lead, as it's 50.8 on the other side. Turrets are almost evened up. The inhibitor turrets are really what's keeping Dignitas not at that Baron pit, not in the face of CLG right now. I got to make sure they don't lose those.
Yeah, there's a big wave top, and that's why the pings are already going down onto that top inhibitor. There's constant pressure since CLG have cracked open the base. Oh, they go for Scar!
Oh, just flashes on the outside.
Ghost
they try
is
to
going
go
to get
for
him,
the
though.
Ghost.
Nien's still going.
Nien's trying to go through. He flashes for the Rune Prison. How much power does he have? No, they blow up Scara. Mega Inferno Bomb won't be used in the fight. He tried to throw it out. A good Curse of the Sad Mummy. Coming from the outside, PewDiePie has free damage to deliver to everybody, and they will receive. Link's on the outside. Kiwi Kid back in as well. They cannot kill Cruiser right now, but they are sure trying. Aphromoo still onto him. Cruiser in a 4v1 for a good 6 seconds. Kiwi Kid with the Isotoners and a good grab there.
They need to get home guards. Okay, Crumbs has home guards. That's 4 versus 3, though. Exposed inhibitor. Can CLG get this one?
They definitely have the
Before
HP
Dig
advantage,
heal up?
Kobe. It's going to be big damage
They're
onto
getting
this.
They're getting 1.
Flow some super minions into the bottom lane and give him a good amount of pressure to go back towards Baron.
He lands 1 cleaver, though. Good cocoon from Dexter to cover the escape. Cover fire does hit. Aphromoo also throwing 1 in for good measure. CLG come out with a win. Okay. I do want to take another look at that fight, though. CLG, they pressed so far. Nien did not give up on the chase, and that was a fight that was determined by milliseconds. Because they got the kill so fast and were able to get out the side of these 2 turrets, so they go in between the 2 turrets. If they were caught here at the turret, they would be toast. But all of CLG path out away from the turret. So the turrets are not actually doing damage to them, even though they dove so deep. And they did a great job positioning after they dove for the kill. This is why everyone's able to stay alive, because of that half second. And now another Baron fight breaking out. Dignitas starting it up, and CLG on the outside poking.
Baron down to 3,500 HP. The smite's about to come in. 2,200 health on the Baron. Cruiser's very low. Both the junglers make it out. They make it back in, and it's going to be going down.
He got
goes to Dexter, and CLG's coming up big on this. PewDiePie's in the back of the den, and he goes down as well. Dead to rights, and it looks like CLG's making their way for the next.
Nien feels very good about his situation now. All items stacked up. He's very powerful. Plus, inside the Baron pit, you get that magic damage debuff on the enemy team. He cleans everyone up. This is CLG pushing for the win.
CLG going hard. They have that primal surge coming from Link. They're going to be able to get very good attack speed and damage onto this inhibitor now. They could have just gone right through the bottom lane, but they know they have the power and enough time. 13 seconds, max 22 on Cutie Pie. They could do it right here. It's one, boomerang, 1, 2, 3. The punch, Scars lights out. And it's going to be the Nexus turret going down. CLG in the third game of the day coming up with a win over Dignitas. This was a 1-to-1 head-to-head. CLG is going to get a few more kills. Actually, no, they take it down. CLG now 2-to-1 versus Dignitas.
Great game by both teams. Amazing, amazing early game calls from Dig. CLG reacts so well though, and they're able to get the map advantage, the positional advantage on that top side. So many bindings landing from Afro Blue, and the flash at the end just to secure the kill onto Skara. Wow, Crumbs as well. You have to shout out the all-star plays from Crumbs, getting the Baron and turning it around for his team. Such a close game. Very well played by both teams.
I love the compositions coming into this one. Rise and Morgana. You almost get a long-range Rune Prison and then someone to follow up again. And then the Nidalee Spears for someone standing still that long. They played it perfectly. And something that has amazed me about Chronologic Gaming is when they put something in their sights, it doesn't seem like they falter. They wanted that the entire game. They don't hesitate and stop and have 10,000 gold and sit there on the outside of the base and wonder if they can win. They definitively are winning games.
Yeah, man, mid-game 2, rushing up to get more vision of Baron before Dig can actually establish their control. It's these so close, these few seconds that make the difference between the game-changing plays.
Like you said, Dignitas as well. Really showing a lot more of doing the right things when they needed to. They didn't look like they were scared to make calls. Like you said, Crumbs making calls when they needed to. It was not a quiet game for Dig. There was still a lot of chatter, and it almost brought them back to a full win in that game.
The teleport from Cruiser towards the mid, that then they were just pretty much forced to go for that Baron because Nien was pushing up top, and they all got away with just slivers of HP. Crumbs smiting the Baron. Oh, so close. But then in the end, CLG, they come up, they catch Dig at the, I don't even know, that must have been the second or third Baron that CLG had. CLG were able to catch Dig at and turn the game, winning it off of that one Baron fight.
It's crazy, and it's something they have to do, right? Dig's not throwing at Baron. They needed that strength. They were two inhibitors down.
Now.
They're good at Baron now. That was a good decision. It's something they needed to win the game. It's just an unfortunate outcome, right?
Yeah, the second one maybe. We were so caught up in the replay, we didn't see the makings.
What's happening?
We didn't see the makings of the second one there, but yeah, very, very impressive.
Super Week delivering quite well, giving us some great stuff. We see a Rise coming out. Nien in that game was so far behind, and I got to give him credit. He did kind of play his own game. He was like, all right, I'm farm Nien this game. This is going to be like double lift X2.
So, yeah, where Cruiser started out in the jungle, that's what you're talking about. Yeah, yeah. Cruiser started out in the jungle. He got up, you know, that little base of jungle minions, and Nien was just sitting there. Then he started
kind of floundering.
Once he froze the lane, though, he was going to get that whole time, just last hitting the minions and
67
get right
farm
back
over Cruiser, and he was down a good 30 farm in the beginning.
They fed him all the side lane farm, and he didn't have
effect.
teleport. So it's not like he's a side lane farmer with teleport who's going to join your team fight. He's just a side lane farmer who's going to farm the entire thing.
He just gets happier when you teleport.
I would come, guys, but I don't have teleport, so I'm not coming. I'm just going to keep farming.
So Chronologic Gaming now 5 straight wins. It doesn't look like they're slowing down at all, and really it has been crazy that it's when Dexter started coming in. They had a little falter there, but it's crazy to think that one member like that.
You can see the decisiveness. Several times, Dexter would go for, flash cocoons, or if he landed one cocoon, he'd flash right in for the super aggressive play. It's that decisive enough. I think it's kind of affected the rest of the team too. All CLG
they're on board.
Very, very crisp.
All right, we got to take a quick, or we got to pull a quick lane swap. But when we come back, we'll talk with Nien and Link. Then Curse battles it out with XDG. Two teams desperately looking to turn their season around. Stay tuned.
shield me? Can we shield me? Yeah, I shield you right now. Go, walk. Wukong, watch Wukong. Hey, kill Mundo. Wukong. Let's go. Mundo. Give me. Go, man. I don't know. Kill Jinx. Go, man. Finish the game.
Welcome back, everyone, to the North American LCS. I'm David Frick-Turley. This is Joshua Leesman. We're still paired up today. This time we're casting the games.
We stayed together through thick and thin, and it's been a while since we've cast a game together. I'm looking forward to it.
I am too.
I think it was the Challenger Series 1 final was the last time.
Yeah, and you shoot me down for all my jokes every time.
Yes.
I've forgiven you. Hopefully you'll play along better next time. Real quick, guys, want to check in on the conversation on Twitter. Earlier today, we asked you, what's your favorite champion ultimate to watch in LCS games and why? Here's what you had to say. Captain Cuddly. Here comes the man drop. Pantheon's Grand Skyfall makes the LCS so exciting with a constant threat to be ganked from out of nowhere.
Yeah, well, it's out of somewhere. It's out of the sky.
Yes.
That's why it's called the Skyfall. But I agree with that. Pantheon can initiate almost any fight, and it's really good against the disengaged compositions that a lot of teams like to run. You just go behind them and they can't do anything.
And it's pretty awesome. Next up, at No Nonk. No Nonk, sure. Yeah. My favorite ult to cast is Zax because, well, who doesn't like not giving a damn in a team fight, which is a double negative.
Who doesn't like? Yeah.
Doesn't
Anyway,
like not.
yeah, Zakasum was actually kind of falling out of favor a little bit.
Yeah.
It was Quas who was the last guy to play him.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta say, bouncing around a whole lot can definitely change the impact. Watching-wise, though, I disagree.
Yeah.
He just blobs everywhere.
Flubs around.
Blob, blob, blob.
I mean,
That's
it's
what
cool,
see.
though. He's nice and green or purple.
Yeah, depending on the skin.
He wants a suit. We'll see if he gets one at some point. At Gone Lethal, Gragas. Explosive Cask has to be my favorite ultimate because if you manage to hit the right targets, it can really turn games around.
Yeah, I'd say the first big-time competitive Gragas we saw was Reginald TSM back in 2011. He was really the one who started that whole fad, I'd have to say, and he's still playing it. He was 6-0-14 in that last game.
Yep, still playing it. Guy's still around. Mr. Travis Allen says Fiddlesticks and his surprise party ultimate. He really becomes the life of the party with balloons, streamers, and of course, death.
Yeah, hard to disagree with surprise party Fiddlesticks. The fiddle all. That's
decent.
not how it sounds.
No.
Yeah.
I'm not
Kobe
gonna
did a really good impression.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we can get him on the
mine
analyst
wasn't
desk.
very good then.
No, but it's okay. We'll talk to Kobe later today.
Yeah.
He can give us an impression. Kobe, if you don't do it, I'll be upset with you. Remember to follow us at LOL Esports and use the hashtag LCS to join the discussion. Now to walk us through their victory, let's send it over to Riv and Kobe, who are joined by 2 members of the victorious CLG.
Thank you very much, Freak. We are joined by Link and Nien, fresh off their 5th straight win. Gentlemen, congratulations on the win. We had new champions for you, obviously, but a Rise possibly new. How'd that feel? Was it the pick you guys wanted coming in?
Yeah, with the buffs to Rise, he's started to see some play in other regions, and I think he's a pretty strong pick. So, yeah, maybe some more Rise in the future. Stay tuned.
Got to ask about Amumu here. Did you guys expect Amumu coming from Kiwi Kid?
No, not even that close. Because we know that Kiwi Kid has been playing some kind of unconventional supports, especially in solo queue. So we kind of expected like some weird things to happen, like maybe like a sport brand or something like that, or like Karma. And those heroes are slowly, like rising in solo queue too. And like you can just kind of run anything you want as support right now because of the new spell thief changes. So it's kind of interesting to see the Amumu pick, and it kind of worked. So
yeah. And once the game started to unfold with the Amumu pick, comboed with Jinx actually switching lanes, what was going through your guys' communications? Like, how did you react to lane swap?
We pretty much had an idea that they will lane swap because Mundo loses to Rise, and Amumu Jinx in 2v2 versus a Morgana Sivir. That won't exactly go well. So we kind of expected them to go 2v1, but we didn't plan it out as well as we wanted to because nobody really does 2v1 in scrims. So in LCS, it's just like, well, you just gotta think on your toes and you just gotta go for it. And we kind of reacted. We kind of reacted pretty well, but not as best as we can. But we had the general idea of what we wanted to do with the game, and we made a couple of mistakes, especially in the early game, which kind of made our mid game kind of hard. But we just out-rotated them and we won.
And so, Nien, did the game play out as you guys would have expected with having Rise? Because the early game, you weren't getting any CS, and then you just kind of played your freeze master flex lane game and just kept going after each lane. Did that play the way it was supposed to?
I expected a 1v1 matchup, so obviously it didn't go as expected, but how it went was perfectly fine by me. I mean, you just want free farm on Rise, so I just wanted to freeze the lane like pretty much the entire game, get my core items up, and then you can eventually 1v5. And I didn't really 1v5 that game, but Rise is pretty strong, and with your core, you can do a lot.
So late game, with Mundo having teleport and you having ignite, were you just telling your team, hey guys, I'm just gonna farm and split push. If the team fight breaks out, then good luck with Mundo?
Pretty much. Like on Rise, if you just get your core, you're like good to go. So I just wanted to farm up, and you can just outscale Mundo and crush him in group fights. So as long as I'm just splitting versus Mundo, I can also stop his TP with my W, but when he TP'd, I just wasn't positioned to stop his TP, and he didn't end up getting much out of any of his TPs. So it ended up working out really well for me. So I could just free farm versus him. Eventually, I ended up getting like 100 CS lead on him, I think, even though he was like 30 CS to my 1, like at the very start, because he can farm the jungle and I can't. So it was rough.
All right, so let's get into one of the replays, some action from this game. I believe this is a move from Nien here, where we're at the middle inhibitor, if we can get this up on your screen. And you guys initially chase Skara, and he burns his flash, but you don't give up on the chase. And you guys go very deep here. Can you walk me through what you guys are thinking?
So I knew that he had no more escapes to get away, and I was moving speed steroids like crazy. I have the Ryze ulti and Sivir ulti, and if we get that pick, they aren't positioned to protect him that fast. So I want the Ziggs kill, and then I know that I'm really strong, so I can tank them for a little bit, and I know that we can win the group fight if we go super hard, if we kill the Ziggs instantly. So that was my mentality. I just really wanted to kill the Ziggs instantly. And if we do that, we can win the fight, and that's what ended up happening.
How much more do you guys feel in your confidence when you're initiating fights like this? Because you had to go a little bit longer on that one. What's the mentality like and the comms like during those? Because Chronologic Gaming is a completely different team now than we've seen through past splits. So a little insight into those.
Basically, everybody is talking, and I think me and Afro kind of stepped up recently in terms of talking and planning out what we want to do. And not only that, everybody, like Nian and Double, they're really good at timing flashes. So they know exactly when somebody's flashes down. And the instant somebody's flashes down, we know exactly how to initiate and go for it. And with Sivir and Ryze movement speed, we know the initiates can go long because, if you play this game for, a long time, you just know what your limits are. And because of that, you can just go really ham and you can get a kill and it can just win you the game.
Yep. Right. And I saw that he used both of his escapes. I had my flash up still, so I was just like, team, I'm going ham, basically. And then we ended up going ham, and it did really well for us.
Thumbs up.
All right, let's pull up another replay here because there were a lot of exciting fights in this matchup. This one's at Baron. Let's get this one on your screen. And this is actually the one, I think, where you guys get him the second time around and you come out on top. Let's take a look here.
So basically, Dignitas is doing a desperate Baron right now. And we know that we just have to kill the front line. And the Wukong and the Mundo are our targets. And basically, Wukong just instantly dies, and then we see Mundo just walk up to us. And afterwards, their front line's dead. And Jinx has Flash and Berry, but Dexter gets a Cocoon. And he gets Morgmanded, and he just, they just die.
Yeah, and he got Baron as well. Yep. Still took the Baron away, so pretty big plays from the jungler.
Yep.
All right, guys, so with 5 straight wins, you're looking at Team Solo mid to tomorrow, and especially with Reggie's play today. Both of your opinions, how are you feeling about that game?
TSM is going to be hard, and they're a good team that they have good team coordination. And I think, this game we just played right now, I think it shows who is better than who. And even though we fell behind, I think we're a superior team than Dignitas. But versus TSM and Cloud9, they also have really strong rotations that kind of match us. So it's going to be a tough game, and it just depends on how lanes go, and it depends on who can outplay who.
Yeah, TSM's nickname is Free SM for a reason. I think that we will be able to take the victory. But I think they're also a very strong team. I just think without without Bjergsen, they're a little bit weaker. But with Bjergsen, they're arguably the strongest team right now in NA LCS. But I think that we can definitely win tomorrow.
All right, guys, and with this win today, what's the prep for kind of Super Week? Not even for TSM, but what is your prep like in a Super Week? Final question.
We're just going to prep like we did versus Dignitas, and we're just going to talk about everything, and we're going to think about what we should do every single time we get into game, and we're just going to play our best.
Yep. Right on. Well, congratulations on the win. Keep the streak going. I'm sure the fans are quite happy. Best of luck in that. All right, everyone, we're about done here at the analyst desk, but there are much more games for the Super Week to come, so we're going to send it back over to Freakin' Jad.
Thank you very much, Riv. We're now going to go to our next matchup, Team Curse versus XDG Gaming. For the last few weeks, the lineup changes within XDG have continued to make news, but with the addition of Sheep, they say they finally found the right man to round out the team.
It's definitely frustrating because last season we finished 20-8, and this season we only have 4 wins. So we know we can do better.
We've been one of the best before, and now we've been one of the bottom 4.
Earlier, mid-January, Blowwater did announce to the team that he was planning to retire eventually. With that in mind, our team, we were looking for other options of what we can do.
We found Sheep in the Challenger ladder.
I was on an amateur team, Curse Academy. I didn't expect it at all because I didn't think many of the pro teams even kept an eye on the amateur scene.
We tried out him and some other support player, and Zuna liked Sheep a lot more.
When I played with him, I felt like he didn't hesitate ever to engage when we laned, so I really like that.
As soon as we picked him up from LAX, you could just instantly, it was just an automatic click for the team. And the first thing he did when he got here was are we ready to do, are we ready to win? Let's do this, let's synergize, let's do this whole thing, even after 11 hours of travel.
The first day against C9, I was like, oh man, I'm gonna get smashed.
I was scared because that was his first LAN and stuff. Even before the night, he was so scared that he had the jitters, he couldn't sleep at all.
The first day I walked into the studio, the whole C9 team walks in right at that time, and I'm like, oh my god, because I have to walk by them to go to my room. The entire team was just like mean mugging me, trying to intimidate me and shit.
We were worried that he might choke just because of his first game.
I know, XDG is working with some jitters here coming in. Sheep mostly now on the big stage. He really hasn't had this opportunity for himself yet, and he knows he has to show pretty well. According to LOL Esports, 92% of you think that Cloud9 is going to come out on top.
When I was first learning the support role, Lemonation was one of the people that I looked up to, so I was pretty excited about getting that kill.
Lemonation very low. That's going to force the flash if they want to get this. No, Sheep comes in and gets the kill for XDG.
Big plays from Sheep and Zuna right there.
Going into that game, when we were playing, he actually was one of the best supports that I've seen.
His Leona was on point, and it was just really impressive watching him land all these clutch ultimates.
Sheep and Benny gonna do what they can. They put up their dukes and they dive into the fight. Sheep's gonna be one, but they get a kill actually. High goes down instantly, and it's gonna be a turnaround from XDG.
XDG engaged that fight basically 2v5.
53 minutes into the game, XDG takes down Cloud9. Wow!
I feel like Sheep is definitely a breath of fresh air. He comes in the team, plays really solid, and he's not afraid to voice his opinion on anything.
I was pretty intimidated coming out. I was kind of hesitant, but I'm definitely excited. I can't wait to play more and just show what I'm capable of.
Right now, the immediate goal is to get out of the relegation zone, but I definitely think that we will be able to get our mojo back.
We can definitely bring it back next split, but right now our goal is to not get bottom 3.
I really think that we can be one of the top teams in NA again.
I believe we can be the powerhouse we once were. We just have to get everything back in shape. After this coming Super Week, it will definitely prove a lot whether we're back at the best or we're just at the bottom of the barrel.
Well, he said coming in he'd be a little bit nervous, but he wasn't sheepish. Went for the engages, found the kills. The crowd groans. I deserve that. Well, of course, not to be done by XDG's roster swaps. We have a change-up from Curse as well, with Bunny Fufu hopping into the bot lane to take over for St. Vicious.
You don't have anything for Bunny Fufu?
It's too easy.
Gonna let it go? All right. Well, anyway, he's been around the challenger scene for a really long time, but he's never really found his way into a top-tier team. He's also been really high-rated in solo queue as well, and it's kind of been a pattern here in the LCS Freak, where teams will make a lineup change and then immediately have a victory and then lose their momentum right after that. It happened with Sheep, it happened with St. Vicious, and if we're following trends, it could be a really good start for Bunny Fufu here.
See if you can pull a rabbit out of his hat and get a win here. We're going to see if the right lineup is here for them.
See, that was too far. That was when you should have stopped, because you had a good one up until that point.
Okay, guys, we're into the back half of the game for this split, and games like this become really important. You don't want to get stuck at the bottom of the standings at the end of the season. Otherwise, you risk losing your LCS spot.
Right, and there's really good challenger teams this year, as we've seen in the Challenger Series, both 1 and 2. So games like these really are a fight for survival in the LCS.
Yeah, exactly. You just heard XCG saying we don't want to finish bottom 3.
It's a really dangerous place.
Yeah, they're 3 games behind Coast. They win here, they tie for 6th. 3-way tie there, so we'll see if they can make that happen. But let's talk about the game in front of us now. Looking at the history for these two teams, Curse is 2-0 against XDG so far this season.
Yeah, so all of Curse's victories actually come against bottom-tier teams. They got 2 wins from XDG, 1 from Dig, and 2 from Coast. And since these are the only teams that they are beating, these games become increasingly important as they also try and get up above that 7th and 8th spot.
Exactly, Curse not in the best spot. So let's check out the starting lineups. On the blue side is Curse, Quas in the top lane, I Will Dominate in the jungle, Voyboy in mid, Cop on AD carry, and Bunny Fufu premiering on support.
Yeah, on the red side, of course, it is XTG. Benny in the top lane, Xsmithy in the jungle, ManCloud in mid, Zuna back on AD carry, and Sheep on support.
So battle of new support players coming up from the Challenger season within the last week now in these guys. And it's like, all right, let's go into the prime time.
Well, theoretically, they're going to be used to playing against each other. If they really did come from solo queue and challenger tier level, those guys generally play against the same people every time they go in. But the synergy is going to be the question. This is the 6th support Cop has played with in the past year alone.
Yes. It's a lot of supports, the revolving door for Curse right here. And it's funny, it feels like support is like the one role that gets replaced the most as well.
Yeah, it is.
Like Daydreaming came in the middle of last year, got a quadra kill in his first game. Big shoes to fill.
Honestly, I feel a lot of the pro teams undervalue the value of a support player, and they feel like they can just put anyone in that role. It's like, oh, we need a shot caller.
St. Vicious.
Let's do it.
Go play Thresh.
Zuna, he calls shots. It's like that has never really worked for a team.
No.
So I actually do like that they're now dipping in, looking at the ladder like they would with other roles, being like, all right, who's the best support that isn't on a team? Well, that guy, let's put him on our team.
Yeah. And generally speaking, these guys that are coming in are doing quite well. So Evelyn Thresh banned away. Sheep's losing his mainstay champion here of Thresh. He did say when he talked to him last week, he had a couple more champs that he didn't want to tell us just yet, but he had them in his back pocket.
Yeah.
See what else comes through. Cassidon does get dropped away.
There's going to be a lot of Morgana coming out.
Yeah, true.
Evil Geniuses first picked it in their first game we had today. And Sheep and Bunny Fufu are both avid Morgana players. I really just wonder what the prioritization of first picks are now on this new 4.3 patch. I would still put Lulu far above Morg.
Yeah, she is a high tier pick there. Great. I guess we don't really see her support much, like in the defined support role. Although with the changes, like I wouldn't be surprised to see her go back there and find a new mid laner.
Right, with a Spell Thief on
yeah,
Lulu,
exactly.
you think?
Just because she scales so well with AP, you get the chance of buying it. Like, I'm also curious to see if we actually get itemization opening up as well, instead of the standard
I think
Mikael's
that would
Crucible.
probably work, but I just see so much value with Lulu in the mid lane.
Oh, sure.
It's especially in the competitive level right now where control, move speed, rotations are so valuable. Lulu's shoving combined with her ability to slow and speed people up is just unmatched from a mid laner, you know?
It's true. It's true. So XTG going to make their choices now. They know the likely mid laner here for Voy is their player to watch for the week. Voy going to put on his performance here. XDG hovering over on Sivir and Renekton. I mean, you talk about move speed being valuable. They've grabbed it for Zuna.
A lot of, I don't really want to say like high tier picks, but in a sense they are. They're just the champions that always get picked near the start of the lineup. Doublelift has been playing almost nothing but Sivir because CLG's game is increasingly about objective control, and that could be something that XGG focuses on in this game, especially against Curse, who Curse's main weakness has been their lack of objective control, so XGG might be looking to exploit that with the Sivir pick.
We'll see if they can find that here, because Curse have some of that rotation covered up with Lulu getting around there, some good wave clear. See if she can supplement a good front line here. So we do talk about Lulu being slightly lower damage than the other mid laners, guys like Gragas and Ziggs, who are there for damage primarily. Lulu sometimes needs a bit more of a damage front line.
You generally can. It's not amazingly necessary, but it's definitely highly encouraged because the synergy between those spells is so high. That's a lot of hard initiation they're picking with a very early Leona support. I feel like the fact that they've locked in that Leona support almost just locks in the Morgana immediately. Yeah, basically the Morgana versus Leona matchup is incredibly one-sided. You let Leona come into you, you black shield the target after the Zenith Blade has been landed, so the Q doesn't stun, and then you just trap Leona there and beat on her. It's a tremendously one-sided matchup.
And if you have the reflexes to block solar flares later on, do those as well, and then just X Soul Shock when the fight begins. So Lee Sin coming through here for Smithy. Of course, Smithy only is what will be his third game this season as a pro-tier jungler again. See how his Lee Sin stacks up.
Well, his mechanics have been highly praised by the entire XTG lineup. They're going to run the risk of not having enough damage on an XTG team unless ManCloud picks a very high damage mid laner. But aside from that, they have incredibly strong laning and early game potential. That's probably going to be XTG's plan coming into this one.
You know, I have seen teams engage fights with like Sivir ult, Morgana ult, where like getting her in range is enough to make Soul Shackles land offensively. Though typically support Morgana doesn't play that way. Squishier champion there. But we'll see. Curse, 15 seconds for their last few choices. Caitlyn locked in for a cop. I'm going to make that a rough duo lane. And Quas going to take Trundle there versus Renekton top lane.
Yeah, surprisingly standard picks for Curse, and I don't necessarily think they're being that reactive to what XGG is doing, especially with the Leona pick with Morgana still up. Also, another thing to note, Voyboy was sick earlier in the year in that one game against Popo, but he's feeling apparently very ill right now. So being that Lulu mid laner could have a bit of an impact. ManCloud, who will be his opponent in this game, has been struggling almost the entire year. Maybe going against a somewhat hurt Voyboy due to physical illness.
We'll see. I mean, XTG has been fighting against some of the top teams in the league ever since their roster swap there. ManCloud going to go for the other big ticket support mid laner, Orianna here. So Orianna versus Lulu mid, a lot of shields. And you said, hey, who else can speed people up and slow them down and press R and knock people in the air? Orianna can.
Yeah, all of those things combined, it might just be those two. We've been thinking about that one for a while. There's
know the game so
if
well,
Sona
Chad.
was mid, she could make them dance. But as far as XGG goes, I feel like they have a very strong early game composition, and it really does hinge on whether or not ManCloud can control Voyboy. because the Renekton lane and then the Sivir Morgana lane both have heavy advantages. And if ManCloud can get control of the mid lane as well, when you get all 3 lanes going, it becomes a very difficult game to lose.
All right, we'll see if they can do it, guys. We're about to get underway for the game. Let's see who you guys voted on to win. And according to LOLesports.com, you've tipped Curse to win with 2/3 of the vote, 66%.
Yeah, a lot of faith there for Bunny Fufu coming in. I really wonder how nervous he's going to be. You can see Voyboy actually having to get up and walk off stage very briefly. Gets referee approval for that because he is feeling very ill. And that's just going to add to the stress and tension on this Curse team. They've had to undergo a lot of adversity, you know, having Zcan to the start of the year, now St. Vicious, now Bunny Fufu, so many roster changes, and now illness on top of that. It's going to be a tough game for them to overcome.
It's going to be tough. The guys making sure they're happy to go. Game is still loading in the background anyway, so at least a conveniently timed bathroom break, if nothing else.
Yeah.
We were going to wait for it anyway.
We'll have a very slight delay probably coming into the game for him as well.
Yeah, of course. So likely to get this pause as we go into the game. And it is. The game is paused, guys, just so you know.
We're in the game.
Yes.
There's no game issues here.
4v5.
It's a player impacting. Yeah. Well, Voyboy can't come back.
That'd be unfortunate. Okay, so interesting lane matchups. I actually do want to kind of keep talking to you about the duo lane because you talked about how rough Morgana into Leona is. Morgana winning that one because you stop all the engages. On the other side, though, Kate versus Sivir also sucks for Sivir.
Yeah, that is a really good point. It is a strangely mismatched matchup.
Yeah.
Yeah, if that makes sense. Just because the AD carry has such a range advantage over Sivir. Yet, if Curse ever wants to turn that lane aggressive, they can't really go in on Morgana.
Not easily.
I do feel like that's going to mean the play emphasis is actually on Sheep's Morgana to land a binding, and then they would be able to go in.
Get some damage down.
Whereas the lane for Curse is really completely in the hands of Cop. As far as Bunny Fufu's ability to make an impact, he can't make an impact with Morgana there in the lane, but he would be able to make a big impact in team fights.
True.
There's a chance that they asked him, hey, what support are you most comfortable on?
Okay.
Knowing this is his first ever LCS game, and he may have just said Leona, not thinking about the lane matchups, knowing that if he's on a comfort pick, you know, it's going to take a little bit of the early game to get himself settled anyway. It might be good that he is forced into playing passively on Leona.
And just like hope he can kind of sit there, let Cop control the lane, sit back, not take poke. We'll see if that does matter. Of course, the mid lane as well, you've got Elise on one side, a Vi on the other to gank for them. And two, like, moderately crowd control mid laners in Orianna and Lulu who don't have these built-in escapes. Like, okay, you've got shields, those are okay, but like, you can pick on these two mid laners, Voyboy and ManCloud.
It's a very farm-heavy mid laner, I have to say, but like we said, oh so important. And currently, it's a 1v0 because Voyboy is absent from his chair, unfortunately, because of illness right now. ManCloud, I feel like he is getting a little bit better in the mid lane as the season progresses. I think having Smithy back in the jungle, if anything, makes him a little bit more comfortable. I don't think all of his struggles this year have been due to not having Smithy in the jungle. I think a lot of it is actually on ManCloud for not adapting his champion pool. In this one, though, he's kind of going back to what worked for him. He played a lot of Orianna at the end of Season 3, and now he's back on it here.
Well, the thing is, like, all those old champions still actually function. Like, I can't think of like any of the big like Season 3 mid laners that aren't like completely like fine to play right now. Like Zed, we've seen big success on. Kha'Zix, we saw success on. Even today, Orianna, we see all the time as well. Even Fizz gets played a little bit. I think a bit more so in Europe, but we see him once in a while. So like all the big ticket mid laners are still around. Like I don't buy that excuse from XGG necessarily because you can just play that sort of style. We see NIP, Nuke Duck, crush people on Zed.
Yes.
Dangerously so. Split pushes all game.
Bjergsen do that as
play
well
around
over North
exactly.
America.
Exactly. Gragas still a huge champion to get played around.
Karthus has made a few comebacks. There's so much value in getting comfort champions. And to get back to Bunny Fufu right now, I really wonder how he's feeling at this point. It's crazy. How long has he waited to be in his first LCS game?
And now he's waiting some more.
All right, guys, let's do this. Okay, now you're not allowed to talk and sit staring at a gray screen. Okay.
To think about the matchup really heavily, value that initial GP10 purchase and say, yes,
what do I do against Morgana? Oh, I can't do anything. That's great.
Okay. I will hit W for the Dark Binding me.
Yeah.
And then walk away 2 seconds later once the route finally ends.
Maybe he will surprise us all. I mean, Sheep really jumped out aggressively on Leona. That's an interesting parallel. Sheep's very first LCS game was on a playmaking champion like Leona. That's what Bunny Fufu has put himself in right now. Trying to keep his hands warm with those hand warmers. Very critical.
Yeah.
We used to talk about that very often, but you do not know how cold your hands get until you're in a very high-pressure gaming situation.
Yeah. Once I actually, when I moved to LA, I missed how quickly my tap water turned warm. Because I would like go into a loading screen, but my hands are cold, and the tap would take a long time to turn warm, so my hands would be cold going in instead. It actually affects you more than you'd think. You like miss all the CS and whatever. But I do want to keep on this curse point though, because the reason they put Saint in the support role in the first place, replacing Zekant, was a bit of a lack of leadership in game.
Yes.
And they've dropped him out, saying, you know what, it doesn't really matter that much. Now the question is Void picking up that slack? Because we talked to Curse before about who calls late game. He said, well, Void does. He's got that. He's been in the team for so long. He's got that experience. So does Void pick up the slack, or is Bunny Fufu making calls now, new to the team, somehow understands the dynamic? Like, where does that lie?
Yeah, and one interesting thing to note is the refs have allowed the players to talk because the game hasn't started yet. There's a rule about no talking during pauses to avoid abuse, but there's really no abuse that would happen here. It's still pre-game chatter.
Yeah.
So they are allowed to talk. And yeah, to go off of your shot calling point as well, I'm not sure how it's going to affect Curse. It really depends, I think, how much Bunny Fufu's allowed to step in and kind of make his own calls, or how passive the rest of the Curse personalities are. I know that I Will Dominate is not a passive personality.
No.
Like, he is someone who is very much saying, we'll go now, and you better follow me, because he will just go whenever he feels like. And
He's on Vi.
that can absolutely work as far as a team dynamic. Now, the quality of the shot calls can be questionable.
Sure.
And that is where you have to rely on the rest of the team to filter I Will Dominate quality information with which he can make good plays off of. It's that strange balance in shot calling. There is somewhat of a misconception that one person is just this all-knowing, amazing beast that just can track the whole map, but that is not the case. Each laner is responsible for tracking their own stuff, then they need to find a way of relaying that to like a primary decision maker. I think that's how most high-tier shot calling would work. It just hasn't been the case on Curse this season.
Yeah, exactly. The top laner will be like, okay, well, he warded here. Like the laner himself will track, like, okay, the Renekton left lane. He was gone for 5 seconds. The ward's probably like down near the golem brush, and then, okay, like he'll time like the duration at which his opponent is gone, or he'll track how many wards are in his inventory, and then see when he comes back. He actually didn't use any wards. No, that's still clear.
Yes.
You know, if someone, and this is actually an interesting advantage, if you buy a pink ward when you go back and put it down before revealing yourself, no one's seen you ward. Like, there's all these little advantages here where you rely on the laners to tell you when things are going on. If they can never see that happen, then you don't have the information there for you. We saw, for example, in our first game of the day, an Evelyn getting caught out because she walked by a pink ward she didn't know about. Like, all these sort of hidden tricks where the information isn't there and no one's ever seen it go down. You don't know what's going on for you guys.
And I really do wonder how Voyboy is doing right now, because he has been going on 7 minutes right now, about 8 minutes. He is definitely not feeling well, and having to come back and play after something like that is excruciatingly difficult, especially since he's already had one negative experience this season, feeling ill before a game, and then dying at level 1 to Po Belter. And in his words, costing his team the game. At least they're giving him a treat when he comes back.
Yeah, I like that, moving it around. Dominate helping out a little bit, Cop looking over. They're making sure. Setting up his desk like properly, making sure he still feels at home. It's a good way I would, if I got sick in a game and had to come back, I would hope there were presents on my desk too.
I love presents.
Presents are
nice
great.
to come back to.
Yeah. Is there waiting for you, smiling. Poro's, I think, among the best presents you could give. Because they're always happy. They're like ready to lick you. They'd be like the most affectionate pets ever.
Creepiest looking thing I saw. We have this Poro. I think Kobe took the ears off of it for some reason.
Show it sideways.
It was on the desk, and I was like, why is this thing earless?
Poor little
E-scar,
ear scars.
Yeah.
For reference,
yeah,
it's supposed to look like
That's
this.
a normal-looking Poro.
Yeah. And just, it's mutilated. The poor guy.
I know. Nervous tick or something.
Just, the ears are gone. Don't listen to me anymore. My jokes were bad. I don't know.
Kobe's going to be like, it wasn't me. He's going to be so angry about it. Well, it wasn't me. And who else sits in this chair?
Yep.
Yeah.
Riv reached over, did it before, then planted it to frame Kobe.
Yeah.
I mean, I got to point out, you know, we asked Kobe to do his impression. He didn't do it. His Fiddlesticks impression. Hating on us. Right? Kobe, you're letting us down, man. Twice now in the day. Anyway, guys, while we wait for our game to get underway, we're going to send it over to Riv at the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Freak. I am joined by Zion Spartan from Coast. Welcome to the desk, a little impromptu interview, but I would like to get your idea, your take on, you have Dignitas coming up next as we wait for this game. How are you guys feeling about that matchup? Obviously, you just had kind of a hard-fought loss.
Yeah, after a loss against TSM, especially with me, the 4.3 patch really threw me off my comfort picks and like what I like to run. So I kind of didn't expect to be so far behind in lane against Dyrus,
Right.
and that was kind of an issue. And coming in this game against Dignitas, we're going to make sure we have a really solid pick and ban phase, so we know that we have the advantage coming into the game.
Knowing that Dignitas has kind of been forcing teams into fights, we saw it in their games earlier. How are you guys going to play against that, knowing that that's going to be a portion of the game Dig is going for?
I just really hope that they're the ones going for Baron and we're not the ones doing that, because I think we can really take advantage of things going around the Baron pit. Hopefully, hopefully that doesn't happen. And looks like Voyboy just came back, so.
It does look like Voyboy is back, but I want to get your take on something that's been interesting with Wicked kind of posting on his Facebook saying that the choice of Aurelia, not many people seeing it, kind of gave him an advantage. How do you feel about that and, looking to open up your champion pool? Do you think that kind of gives you a big advantage when you pull out something that hasn't been seen in a while?
Yeah, I really think picks like that are strong. Like Wicked's Irelia, if somebody plays against something they've never seen before, they'll just standardly play safe because they're like, I don't know what that champion's going to do. So I'm just going to stay back, make sure nothing happens. Like you saw that with Nian's Rise. Dignitas even 2v1 that. They're like, we're not going to have Cruiser in the top lane against Nian's Rise because we haven't had much practice against that. And that kind of thing, like that's why new picks are so strong. And you're going to see a lot of that coming in with the new patch. The nerf of the Doran Shield in the top lane kind of allows for all these bruisers. They're a little weaker in the top lane now, so you're going to probably see new range champions like Kennen, who was strong before, Ryze, who was strong before, champions like that coming back and starting to dominate the top lane.
And with this kind of happening, if you have that new champion and somebody is playing passive, what can you kind of abuse and really take advantage of against somebody who doesn't know what's going on?
You can just really abuse the fact that they're going to be playing scared. They're going to be playing safe, so you can play even more aggressive because they don't know the damage output of that champion. Because Ryze, he has really strong burst if you utilize his combo really well. Kennen, nobody really expects all the ranged harass he has because he was such a dominant top laner before and he just fell out when the Doran Shield was so strong. So now with that getting nerfed, I think it's not going to be the same Mundo, Shyvana, Renekton every game, and I think I'm going to love that.
And kind of switching gears here to bring focus on, what's going on at hand here with Voyboy not feeling well. What does that do to your mentality? Have you yourself ever kind of played under the weather? Does it really affect you that much?
Yeah, there's definitely times like the day before a game or like right before a game's happening, I get really excited. Like sometimes I'm so excited that like I can feel it. Like you get a little nervous, and usually when I get into the game, that goes away. But definitely like the first game of the day, like the game before TSM, of course I'm like a little nervous. Like I feel it in my chest, but like it goes away when I get into the game usually. And for some players, everybody kind of takes stress and pressure differently. Sometimes it really gets to them, and it can even lead to the point where you're like puking because it's just that bad. And like that. Fortunately, that doesn't happen to me, but for everybody kind of like looks at games and they can really, really get so excited that they're just that nervous that they're literally, it's affecting their health. And I think you just want to try to look at it in a little lighter way if it's affecting you that hard. But for me, it gets me excited to the point where I can really focus on the game and play my heart out.
And, for everybody that watches all the fans that want to be pros, the Challenger Series is there now. What is the best thing that you can do for a teammate that's kind of feeling like this? Kind of feeling under the weather?
I think the worst thing you can do when you take a loss is just feel bad because feeling bad isn't going to really change anything about the impact of the next game or how you're going to do. You still have more games to play. There's 28 LCS games, so anything can really happen. And I think the best thing to do is always be positive, no matter how bad you played, even if you're just playing the worst on your team. Like that last game, Dyrus definitely had a much bigger impact than I did. And I definitely got to feel bad. He did a lot more than I did that game, and that's how it was. But I'm going to go into this next Dignitas game, look at the mistakes I made, try not to make the same mistakes again, and come in stronger even the next game.
All right, Zion, final question here. Thank you for joining me. Curse versus XDG we got going on. Who are you going to give this one to?
That's a hard one. I think it could go either way. I really like both the teams. I think I'm going to have to give it to Voyboy, actually. I mean, Curse and Voyboy, because I think Voyboy's going to play really well this next game, and yeah.
All right.
I'm going to root for Curse.
All right, got himself cleaned up, back onto the sea, almost into the Rift. Thank you for joining me. Best of luck in your game versus Dignitas today, Zion. All right, we are prepared, and we are ready to send it back to Freeze.
Thank you very much, Riv, and the players are present and accounted for. We're going to get ourselves into this match again. Rehosted the game real quick. It's in the loading screen right now. And then we got video games coming up.
There was a long amount of pause time, so it's better for everyone if we just remake the game very quickly. They went through champion select, and we're just loading in right now. But to kind of recap what's been going down, when we get in this game, we'll go over the champions a bit. But Voyboy was feeling ill, had to leave for about 10 minutes. It was an extended pause time. No big deal. Now Curse has to adjust to that. Voyboy feeling ill, splash some water on his face, try and feel better. Bunny Fufu, first LCS game ever, having to play support after a large delay. Tough stuff.
And he wasn't even on one of the the heavily competing challenger teams right up to this point. Whereas, like, at least in the case of Sheep, he was like on Curse Academy. They'd been playing games. They'd actually been getting themselves back in on the rank 5s
and
ladder.
now playing against Curse.
Yeah, which is awesome. But yeah, at the same time, you've got Bunny Fufu was in the various challenger leagues, but I hadn't seen him in the recent past. So he might have been playing a lot of solo queue, kept his mechanics up, but had been outside of a lot of that sort of regimented team practice for a short time. But here he is, back in the Rift, going to be playing here with his new team, Curse. And here we go.
Touch again on this Morgana versus Leona matchup. Especially with the nerf of Doran Shield that happened in the 4.3 patch. Doran Shield losing 20 health and going from 10 HP 5 to 6. We're getting to see those support items again. Also a big change to Spell Thief's Edge and why it is so good on Morgana. Basically, if she lands her Tormented Soil on someone, since it ticks every half second and gets 1 auto attack off, if they're on it for a half second, she'll get 2 ticks of Tormented Soil and 1 auto, and that'll give her all 3 of the Spell Thief's Edge procs. Every time that happens, it's going to be 10 damage and 5 gold that she's going to receive, and when the upgrade, it's even more. It's all the rage. People are building this all the time on Morgana, and it's really enabling a lot of new powerful things.
I want to see support brand. Heard someone talking about it.
What's going to happen?
Yeah.
Support brand is absolutely going to be a thing. He can build Spell Thieves, and it ticks off of his passive. So if he lands 1 spell every 30 seconds, he's getting full efficiency from that item.
It's going to be wonderful to look for. Let's see what these guys can do. With the lineups on the screen right now, mirror builds for the most part, except Benny starting out with a Doran's Blade, and Quas, I guess, partially off the nerfs, going Cloth 5 for his opener.
Yeah.
But if you're getting spotted out, 5 gold for Sheep. Started out early.
Good job.
Yeah.
Big lead.
Big lead. That did 10 bonus damage, too.
He's also gained 4 gold from his passive. 2 gold per 10. One thing to note as well, all the support items got changed even a little bit. The Relic Shield as well has much less HP 5, but as you level up, the item will heal a little bit more on the active hits when they last hit. So Leona actually going to be able to give a bit of sustain as long as he can get those last hits off, but that's a tough binding to take.
Already the early damage coming out. Bunny Fufu down to half HP. He will regain 40 health to himself and his teammate on last hits, but Sheep not allowing this. Look how aggressive Sheep is playing, pushing him away. Cop's going to dodge that. Thankfully playing Officer Caitlyn. I'd be sad if he weren't.
And one of the big things we mentioned about these team compositions is how heavily XGG wants to push in the early game and gain control of the lanes. That is also to work better with Xsmithy's jungle Lee Sin. Lee Sin, more than any jungler, loves to invade at levels 1 and 2. He's actually going to try and cut off I Will Dominate as he runs to his blue buff and maybe get a kill. That's why you can see ManCloud already coming around from the mid lane to try and catch I Will Dominate or kill him at his blue.
All right, here we go. Dominate likely starting Q and W. There we go. Gonna watch into a Lee Sin. There's a slow coming across as well. Lands the Q. There's the E coming across. Dominate into 100 health. That's a flash away. And down he goes. EW. Actually, I believe the skill order.
There wasn't anything Dominate could have done aside from not do his blue or more proactively ward it out. His lanes were pushed back. They could not support him. Renekton roamed down. And it's just a smart jungle move by XDG and Xsmithy.
So well played. Flash gone. Blue buff going to be controlled as well. Voyboy and ManCloud in a trade. Half HP on both these guys, using their passives to amplify their auto attacks for the trades here. Both guys losing some health, chugging potions. Voy already out of potions here at the very start of the game.
Yeah, he starts with the Doran's Ring as well. ManCloud having to run out of mana, but this is the interesting thing about the buff steal. It can actually give ManCloud a blue buff right at the start of the game, and that could potentially swing him over the top on the Lulu matchup.
And look,
Lulu should beat Orianna, but not if Orianna has blue.
Oh man, this is going to be pretty rough then for Voyboy. Already a small deficit there. He's brought it back to 20 minutes to 20, but ManCloud level 4 early on in the game before 4 minutes and wearing the blue buff. We check now towards the top lane. Benny and Quas in a battle right now. Actually going slightly in the favor of Quas. So he's getting pushed in. He's killing minions very successfully. It's 25 to 21 early on in the game.
Yeah, so still just farming out. I think the effect of the blue buff that was stolen is going to be seen shortly. At the start of the game, you don't necessarily see gold leads this big, but you can definitely dictate and see the way the lanes are going, and that can dictate future pressure. And at the moment, XGG has the upper hand in every lane, and usually soon enough, unless something big changes, that will mean much more gold later.
And here we go. Just these AD carries trading their waves back and forth. We'll see if XCG can capitalize any more on their pushing lanes. Smithy looks towards the top lane. Quas is unaware. Trinket Ward already been used. Dominate's going to recall back. He's not there for the counter gank.
He'd be pretty hard to kill, though,
yeah.
at that point. With the cloth armor and having his flash up, Benny not really able to out-bully Renekton, it seems, with all those health potions. He can hope to get his health potions down and, you know, make that consumable gold really hurt Quas, but outside of that, he's not going to be able to do much on Renekton. It's giving I Will Dominate the time he needs to hit level 6.
This is working pretty well. So Dominate for Smithy the same, even though the blue buff steal came through. I'm going to look at this dual lane, though, because it's still really interesting to me. Morgana not able to easily use all of her stacks. You're seeing them play much more passively now that Cop has hit level 4 or so and has some decent damage. Level 1 very different here from level 4 right now.
Yeah, he's a little bit scared of going in to Leona, especially not knowing where Vi is. And Morgana is more of a defensive laner who like will poke you with Dark Bindings and then create initiates off that. It's not really something where you say, all right, I'm going to get super aggressive with Morgana. He's just going to get close enough to get off his Spell Thief stacks.
We'll see. He's waiting on 3 stacks right now. He's going to have to churn through those, or he's giving up free gold.
Yeah, well,
shouldn't be doing that.
He's gained 95 gold to this point in the game off of his Spell Thief. So when you contrast that with the 93 gold that Bunny Fufu's gotten off Leona, there is really not much of a difference yet. He's not optimizing that item as best he can.
Not yet. It's the high risk, high reward GP10. If you can get the money out of it, it's the best one. If you can't, it's not worth a whole heck of a lot. Smithy walks by a ward that he definitely saw. Can't find the gang. He's going to go for this kill right here.
That's kind of a required ward for Curse, even though they know it's going to be killed, because they need to know when X-Smithy goes through that path. It is the only way they can stop their bot lane from getting completely destroyed.
And it's going to keep them from getting ganked for now. But now Smithy, though, on the bottom side. Voyboy level 6 nearby Lee Sin. Smithy is walking by the lanes. He shows himself, but never gets a gank to happen for it.
Yeah. Aside from the early blue steal, Curse has done quite a good job farming. They've had very heavy ward coverage to try and prevent X-Smithy's Lee Sin from doing things. You notice how everyone has wards mostly in their inventory, especially the solo laners, is when you really notice a team is doing extra special to ward, because obviously the support on your team is going to ward heavily, but when your solo laners contribute as well, you really cover the whole river, and they need that to catch where X-Smithy enters.
Yeah, see if they can find him. 2 pink wards down for XCG. Smithy goes by the mid lane again. He's constantly showing himself, saying, hey, I'm around. Using the wards of the jungle gym, looking now towards that bottom side red buff. Cop gonna get hit up there. These attacks are used by Sheep. They go in for a lot of damage, level 5 only. It's not gonna be the ulti locking Cop down. No flashes burned, just damage trade back and forth.
Yeah, looks like XGG's trying to go in for a bit of a red buff maneuver right here. But their bot lane isn't necessarily down far enough to support. This is a rather dangerous ploy by X-Smithy, but Curse is peeling back. Everyone collapsing in. Dominate gets it.
Yeah, he pulled it back far enough. He was well out of smite range. Bunny Fufu showing up as a little bit of support. Doesn't necessarily need it, though. Dominate is 6. Smithy cues the dragon.
Ooh.
He's going to get out over the wall, and they're actually starting this here.
I don't know if they have enough harass down onto Curse. If they could get over there in time, they would be able to push them off. There's not level 6 on Morgana and not level 6 on Lee Sin. They would have to fall back.
XCG does back off. Well chosen by Curse. So you know he did cue that. Let me just ward that real quick. Good instincts there by Dominate, stopping the attempted dragon sneak. Quas again under his turret. We're going to see this a lot this game, but you see that even though the push is going down, there's like a little bit of turret damage.
Yeah.
Quas really not losing anything to this.
No, Quas is doing quite fine on Trundle. I think he'll scale pretty well too. And just speaking of that last dragon fight, I think that was a really poor read by X-Smithy going in there. They did not have the ability to force the dragon, and he was very obvious about going in. It cost them a lot of time and investment for almost a kind of a low payoff.
Yeah.
Because it was very likely to get scouted out by Curse when he queued over the wall in full vision of Curse.
Oh, so it's not going to be much picked up. Voyboy grabbing his own blue buff. The first of the game, actually, for Curse. That's going to go to the Lulu mid. These guys going to stay happy. Bottom laners both recall. Got a mana potion here for Zuna, but both guys grabbing their BF swords here to start things out with the right kind of damage. Normally see Bloodthirster opens for AD carries. That's all well and fine. The lane does come in first for XDG. There's going to be a bit of time for free damage here with no defense. This could get very low off this wave.
Yeah, timing is spectacular for XGG. They may even be able to take out Now, the Leona will come in time, but that just means the next time there's a small window in this lane, the turret's dead.
If they stay with Black Shield, they could try one hit from dead. They don't go for it. They're the binding onto Bunny Fufu. Ulti's going to be available, and Black Shield will time out, but not going to go for it here, Curse. One hit from dead on that turret. Tier 2 GP10 for Sheep, but not so for Bunny Fufu. He's open Sightstone. So differing builds slightly now for these two supports. Want to see if that pays off anywhere good. And we'll see where these guys move. 6 and 6. Cop still putting the damage down. Still being a Caitlyn, which means Sivir's going to be sad.
Farm's been pretty close in this lane as well, knowing that we had the Caitlyn who outranges the Sivir and has an edge there. And bad time to initiate because there is Lee Sin.
Ulti popped in. Smith is showing up the flash. Not going to do much for Bunny Fufu. This pool under his feet as well. There's the ulti coming across. Spell shielded again. Damage coming across now. Ford, I will dominate. First blood, of course, did come down for Smithy. And the disengage.
Wow, the timing on that has just got to get into Bunny Fufu's head. Think about first game LCS, first time he goes aggressive on Leona, and Lee Sin's just sitting in the brush.
Man.
Very unfortunate, and he is the first death of the game. See if XGG can use that to try and take some momentum in this lane. Maybe
they should be able to. As long as Dominate's not around, that should be the turret kill.
Should be.
But are they afraid of Dominate? They do have one ward in Tribrush that's timing out right now. But Dominate's on the other side of the map at this point. If they wanted to, they could grab it. Cop couldn't defend.
Yeah, I think they should be a little scared of Dominate. They know he has Vi Flash Ult up. These bot lane's very good at timing summoner spells, but Suna wants to get in range. You could tell.
He wants it. He's hungry.
Good hold right there by Cop, making sure the minion wave never got aggro from the turret. Therefore, if Zuna wanted to step in to hit it, he would have taken damage and endangered his own life.
And Sheep gonna get all triggers of the
yeah, that's why it's so good.
Frostfang, it's called now.
Because it goes so quickly. He's got 360 gold from his Frostfang right now, compared to 167 on Bunny Fufu. A big disparity.
Absolutely. Bunny Fufu sitting on 2 stacks for a while, and of course, hasn't upgraded the Relic Shield either, so half the potential GP10 on that item. Look back at the mid lane. Voyboy's blue buff has timed out. ManCloud still got his, and you're seeing him trade farm back and forth. ManCloud getting the small lead, though, 118 to 97. XGG in slow control over this game. Keeping the lanes push. You're seeing this mid lane turret take a bit of damage. Smithy has been available to make plays, just hasn't been able to make a ton of them yet.
Yeah, Voyboy trying to focus in that mid lane. Obviously, we had that 10-minute pause while he composed himself because he is feeling very ill. I think this dragon fight is going to be pretty important if we end up seeing it. XGG has very good ward coverage inside where Curse would be approaching the dragon, but Quas is the one with teleport in the top lane, whereas Benny does not have it.
There's got to be where that Benny doesn't stop him with like a flash slice W. Get the stun on. It's one thing to be aware of. Minions under the turrets, getting low. Not enough. All right, Bunny Fufu tanks up the caster minions.
There would have actually been some value in Curse letting the minions kill that turret.
Yeah.
Because there is 150 local experience that only goes to people near the turret when it dies. Does not go to minions, obviously.
No. Minions
so
don't
they
use
could have
gold.
saved about half a kill's worth of gold there. Because the next time XGG gets that push on the turret, I imagine someone's going to be close enough.
Well, we'll see. You've got actually Smithy already in this brush. They know it's safe. There's a pink ward in there.
They need to wait for Dominate to come and support them. They smelled it this time.
I don't know. Dominate's going...
Sheep got incredibly aggressive all of a sudden.
It's true. They're pushing in for it. Minions is getting swept away. There's just no chance for XGG to really push in. One hit from the turret, and Curse holding it very strong. In comes Smithy, finds the Q. Probably shouldn't chase that. He doesn't. Good.
Yeah, now they can finish off the turret. ManCloud going
Shockwave in. Voyboy getting down to 600 health. Pops the ulti onto himself, knocks up ManCloud, ignites. Going to be traded down onto ManCloud himself. Shielding himself with the barrier. Voyboy forced to run away. Still has his flash. Misses the Q. Bottom lane turret finally goes down the roam towards mid. Smithy can't quite thread it through the minions in time. Can't reach Voyboy in this one. Nearly got the kill.
Ooh, he may have killed him if he hit a minion with that Q, but oh, ManCloud.
Jumping in there, the flash into Smithy, shields ManCloud. Gonna kick back, I will dominate. Voyboy finds the kill. Dark Finding will miss from Sheep. Gonna be the dodge from Smithy not to get stunned. Voy, though, on the wrong side of the map. Smithy, you make the Q happen. Voy gonna put the glitter lance down. No team's gonna be there in time. Sheep finds the kill with the ulti. Stun onto Bunny Fufu on top of a ward as well. Putting plenty of damage down. I just don't know if he's going to die. There's not much support here. Smithy, it's a trap. Follow it. You know you want to.
All told, it is a 1-for-1 right there. But who gets the dragon afterwards? Smithy's still fairly healthy. XGG going for this one. Curse would have to teleport down. It is just not worth it at this point. Overall, XGG wins that trade.
And a very nice trade as well. Sheep proving the superior mammal so far. He's got a kill. Bunny Fufu has a death. That goes down 2-1 in kills, XDG 1-0 in turrets, and 1-0 in dragons. So, all in all, 1,800 gold lead for these guys. And it seems that the 2-game veteran Sheep slightly outperforming.
It's the experience.
Yep.
Coming in handy.
Yeah.
But really, Bunny Fufu has been in an incredibly difficult matchup, having to go into Morgana. Obviously, it's kind of their fault for picking Leona so early. But as far as the farm goes in lane, they're winning it. So you can't say they've lost that lane whatsoever. Just had that one unfortunate time getting ganked. Another update, though, on the Frostfang. It's 480 gold that is generated for Sheep already 50 minutes into the game, whereas the...
Oh, Smithy gets the blue buff. I know you're checking something important. Smithy
No, this is much
in.
more important. Continue.
Yeah. Blue buff stolen away on by Lee Sin. Trundle and Renekton in the battle. Smithy not in the best spot. Jumps over. Dodges the Q, but the Lulu is going to lock up a bunch of people. Not good for XDG. Smithy will go down. Dominic gets the buff. Benny trying to run away. Can he get anywhere safe? Sheep. Ooh, wow. They all dodge the Dark Binding. Not going to chase any farther, though.
Curse really locking down and protecting their blue at that point. Extremely important for them to be able to push back, and they do kill off X-Smithy. Great play.
All right, so Cop now alone against Zuna. Zuna, not actually much of a lead at all, just pushed farther down on the map. Bunny Fufu lurking around there. All right, mid lane Siege. His turret's still taking damage. XDG really are the ones pushing better.
Yeah.
They overextend once in a while, but they're pushing well.
This is what they expected to do with their team composition. They wanted to shove the lanes, get early turrets down, and then try and control with Lee Sin. It hasn't been the smoothest experience. They would like to be farther ahead right now, but it is still going mostly according to plan for XGG. Although Voyboy does clear turret lanes very quickly.
Yes, he does. He's a Lulu. She's pretty good at that. To finish your point, it was about, now it's at about 207 to 500.
Oh yeah, but the big thing is the fact that Bunny Fufu never upgraded from his Relic Shield.
Yeah.
It's still taking 60 seconds to accumulate a charge on the Relic Shield, where if all he does is upgrade it once to a Targon's Brace, he would have the cooldown and get twice as much gold out of it. But he has decided not to.
Rush the Sightstone instead. Only 800 gold for the Sightstone now. Can't say I'm necessarily sad about that. Uses the savings to buy an early Ninja Tabby here. Bunny Fufu showing his last hitting talents there. Kills a melee minion off successfully. All right. Sheep gets his own Sightstone as well. Boots of Mobility there for Sheep. By the way, changed Boots of Mobility is 200 gold cheaper, but slower in combat.
Same speed out of combat. They're now basically just Boots 1 when you're in combat. Still pretty usable on supports like Morgana or even junglers like Lee Sin, because it's all about getting in there for the initial hit, and they can still do that just the same.
XG just saved 400 gold because of this patch. GG. Got that going on. Ninja Tabby for I Will Dominate. Golem Spirit as well. Golem Spirit for Smithy also. So both junglers, though we've seen them go Lizard Elder on other players, both choosing a tank spec here for this game to be much more supportive of the front line for these teams. Which is weird because the mid laners are supporty as well. So much lower damage compositions.
Exactly. We could see some very brawly team fights that extend on. Nice binding shot by Sheep though.
Shockwave goes in. Voyboy going to self-ult as well to keep himself alive. There's a jump in. Bunny Fufu locking down Mancloud. Can they find the damage? Bunny Fufu's going to drop it. They're going to trade one back and forth. Mancloud dies 1-1.
Honestly, just a complete trade there. Pretty much across the board as far as ultimates being used. A little bit more, I'd say, by Curse, but now Quas getting dope.
A lot of damage going in. Can Benny do enough damage? Yes, he can. Has to flash, and he will get away from the turret in time. Damage now available on this turret. Team out Renekton dealing some good damage. Quas couldn't survive it. And nearly going to get that turret, but the mid lane turret also under siege. Sheep, I'm not sure if he can defend this very successfully. Puts the W down. Top lane turret goes, but Dominate still putting the pressure down. They're going to trade the mid turret for it.
Yeah, support Morgana doesn't kill turret waves or creep waves very quickly.
No.
They only put 1 point in Tormented Soil because they're not trying to push with it. They'd rather max Dark Binding for the long bind duration. Just means that that turret gets pushed really easily for Curse, and it's very important for them to get something back. And now Cop needs to take the same initiative and get something back in this lane, so Curse can even out the pressure.
Sivir ulti, Sheep in from the back as well. Cop going to put a good amount of damage. Ulti Papa Smithy easily going to block that one out. Cop has to flash away to keep himself alive. Quas going to put the nice pillar down. Sheep has nowhere to go. Q misses though, but he's going to go in anyway with the dive. Ulti pop by Quas. Shield coming in from Smithy, and it's going to be the back off.
Great moves by Cop, I'd have to say. Very mechanically skilled right there. They're losing the mid lane because they over-rotated down to help out Cop, who really didn't need that much assistance.
So The mid lane down to only a sliver here. Bottom lane, though, just the rotation works for Curse. They push everybody away. 2-2 in turrets now. They're in danger of losing their third in the mid lane, but gotta say, Curse holding on nicely.
Really fascinating game. I'd say considering these are the 2 lowest teams in the standings, they aren't really playing like it this game. They're playing fairly smart in their rotations. Their lanes aren't making big mistakes. XGG tried a lot of high-pressure gameplay, but Curse is repelling that quite well, especially with those most recent turret kills. A lot of it's going to come down to the next Dragon.
Oh, it's going to be the mid lane turret going down first. Dragon, as you state, up in 33 seconds. Right now, a scattering of wards here. Curse has quite a few. XG starting their ward. Oh, that was bad coordination. 2 wards in the same spot.
Well,
you got to say body language for that one.
Yeah. They had good coordination until they put 2 wards in the same.
Yeah.
Now it's all gone.
Nope. It's like when you walk towards a ward, you should know, like, of course he's going to ward there. He's kind of showing you, but
But
go for it.
Finally, no, still on Relic Shield. Never mind. Thought it updated.
Gets a lot rounder when you upgrade it. Okay, XGG in position. Smithy times that one very nicely, and here comes the pressure in. Curse not even going to try. So XGG 2-0 on Dragons here. Gonna make the rotations back here. These guys very much winning global objectives. Now up 3,500 gold. The Sivir ulti as well. Deliver Bunny Fufu. Binding gonna be flashed. Round 2.
Yeah. There's more people to shoot at, but they're all really fast. So they're gonna get away. This is tricky for Curse right now. Smithy finding Bunny Fufu.
Kicks him into the wall, slows him down with the E as well. Just rank 1 slow, though. It's not a gigantic slow. Wow, the binding dodge from Bunny Fufu. Trying to run away. Ulti pop. Not going to land anything from the solar flare, though. XG going to back off of this one. Curse will dominate.
Renekton's around the back, though. They could still think about re-engaging this one.
Ult from Kate. Oh, nice 2-man shockwave, though. The re-engage comes in. There's the dive. Who's going to drop down first? Bunny Fufu's going to be the one to drop. Zuna in the back line's getting another shield from McSmithy. Quaff in the front line. Kick is, of course, down. Another kill for ManCloud. So far, a great game for him. Who's going to fire back one? Zuna does fall. ManCloud chasing onto Void, popping barrier, but Cop just firing down onto a ManCloud. Forced to run. Good dark binding onto Quaff, keeping the chase away. Going to be a 2-for-1 battle.
Everything going XGG's way in that last fight, and it all stems, I feel like, from Curse's poor objective control. It's been their Achilles heel the entire season. They did not contest a Dragon where they could have had a game-changing team fight, and since they didn't even seem to know what was happening, they got chased and outmanned their jungle. They got caught out of position. Bunny Fufu uses Leona ultimate on nothing. Just watch the way this came out, and then when they tried to re-engage, they didn't have that much. Bunny Fufu had no Leona ultimate from that huge clump of people. That could have been game-changing, but it was down from trying to run away. At that point, XGG could just pick off Curse as they tried to chase. Voyboy did get one, but it's just not worth it at that point. XGG getting a lot of kills in response.
Void's flash kept him alive from that QW from ManCloud. Well timed there. Mechanically by him, but the game is slipping away. Cop 0-0-1. He won his laning phase. As far as minion kills go, 207. Highest among the 80 carries. Has some good items, but hasn't just done much with that. Hasn't been there for the team fights. They haven't found the battles they need with Cop. Bunny Fufu giving 30 gold over to Sheep for the QW. Likely to enjoy that money coming through. Mikhail's Crucible done for Sheep, so he can block away some more of the stuns and slows that Curse has.
We could think about seeing another fight here if they catch I Will Dominate at all.
Ooh, Smithy nearly dodged the Vault Breaker, or blocked it.
Barely gets out of there.
I love those tweets. I look at my CS and cry a little bit. Yeah, guys, very incredible players. Good at slaying minions is one of the big steps to turning pro.
Cop always gets his farm. And ManCloud a little bit of return to prominence right there. 231 at 23 minutes is a very high CS number. Wearing those double buffs as well. He feels at home on Orianna.
Yeah, he's been playing very well. His shockwaves have been very good. His plays have been great. He's been putting good shields down, keeping his teammates alive. I do really like the Season 2, Season 3 mid laners from ManCloud.
And I wonder what kind of timer they're keeping on that teleport, because this is an opportunity.
Shockwave not quite going to hit the Lulu knock up, pushing Smithy back. Multi-man ulti in from Leona. Might stop him in their tracks, but no, XCG still trying. Sheep dangerously low. Might have to cut away from this one. Can Void find more damage? Ulti coming across. Doesn't really get blocked by much, but the Orianna shield. Kick back from Smithy, going to keep the team alive, but Curse finding ways to fire back for damage.
Really good disengage that time by Curse, especially the Leona ult from Bunny Fufu and the Glitter Lances the Voidboy could push through. That was a incredibly dangerous situation for Curse because Quas was bottom lane with about 30 seconds left on his teleport. There was no way he could come to support that, and if they would have been left in a 3v5, that would have been the Baron for XGG. Great escape by Curse.
Wow, well done then by these guys to keep themselves in this game. 4 1,000 gold, roughly the difference. Voyboy recalls an award, no big deal. So here we go. ManCloud playing a bit better. Voyboy sick, 2-1-2, 199 CS, still fighting very well, even though his nerves might have been shaken at the beginning of this one.
His team fighting is good. I would say his CS is a lot lower than normal for him, especially on someone like Lulu. But he is definitely hanging in there, playing very well. Once he gets death cap, I think it'll be a pretty big moment for him on Lulu.
And watch the AD carries as well. Zuna returning to his main role of AD carry. Of course, I kind of got to talk about XGG kind of as a new team here. They're 1-1 since they swapped their whole roster around, put Smithy back in the jungle, including a win over Cloud9. Sheep still stepping up 2-0-3 on Morgana. Has a Sightstone done as well as the Mikhail's Crucible. That's a big one. Sweeper, of course, already there. And just picked up Distortion Boots, I believe, fairly recently, so he can flash in for the ultis.
Yeah. He's got 1,000 gold off that Frostfang. Still hasn't upgraded it to Frost Queen's claim so we can shoot out that Ice Lance. Extra CC, I'd like to see that. But I also have to mention, Bunny Fufu is opted out of the game.
Yeah.
He is instead decided to go for the components of a Talisman of Ascension, which at this point in the game, since Curse has been a little bit getting jumped on and needs to find ways of initiating fights, I think that Talisman active is going to be incredibly potent for them. It just sacrifices his own tankiness.
It does, but at this point he's got the max rank W, so maybe it's enough for this guy. Ninja Tabby, of course, there as well. Upgrades Ruby Sightstone all the way as well.
Well, Ruby Sightstone gives more health on this patch as well. So it's a stat item at that point. 400 health on the Ruby Sightstone now.
Yeah, don't underestimate that item. Only 150 to the regular Sightstone, so a fairly big stat difference, 250 health between the two. So do keep that in mind. The color change, fairly important here. Cop's still sitting there in the back line. 0-0-1 always has kind of the lowest total numbers in his KDA, generally. Doesn't die.
Yeah.
Kind of will play safely enough in team fights. Like, he won't trade a kill for a death almost
I like
ever.
to call them action points.
Yeah,
Kills
I do too.
plus deaths plus assists. If you have the most, you're doing well.
Exactly.
That's how I play my games.
It's wonderful, which means that
This
Bunny
dragon,
Fufu
this
is
dragon is really
outperforming.
important, though, as well. XGG again in position, and Curses scattered along the sides. That's Dragon
a little
down.
slow. 3-0
and
on
initiation
Dragons.
with no trundle.
Binding onto Bunny Fufu. The team grouped up, though. Two-man stun. There comes I Will Dominate. Lulu ulti as well. Big hits there. Two-man Shockwave. Fight still continuing. Smithy on the backside, low on health, and there comes Quas, finds one kill. He's going to keep on going, chomps down onto it. Looks like Benny right here. Voyboy low, Bunny Fufu low as well. Double cover Quas, Chase still going through. Benny low, one hit from Dead. Going to give it away to Cop. 3-man kill here for Curse. Big fight.
Curse landed almost all of their spells just right in that fight. They did not have the position at the start of the fight, but when XGG jumped on them, Curse retaliated so well at that point. Really good play by Voyboy, specifically with a lot of glitter lances through there. Now they're going to try and push this middle turret.
Let's see what else they can get off that fight. The respawn's just now coming in, so Curse have a few more seconds of power play. Mid lane tier 2 goes down, worth about 700-ish gold. It's going to be a nice spot for them here. So, we're going to within 2,000. Let's check the replay.
Well, watch this. Not only do they get a good Leona, when Dominate ults the back, he pushes almost all of them to the side. And then just track these glitter lances from Voyboy. He hits 2 up in the top, but then as the initiation continues, he gets, I believe, a Pix. See, he hits 3, I believe, with that last glitter lance. So just all of Curse's kind of hidden AoE came into that fight and caught XGG, who was incredibly clumped, completely off guard.
Very nicely done by these guys. 41 to 43,000 now. Curse showing their way back into this game. It's very important for these guys to continue to do well. Top lane turret still hasn't gone down, but they're just kind of waiting for them whenever they want it. Quas finally showed up there in that fight. 2-1-3 on him. Has the Randuin's Omen, so he's going to be a tanky man. And really, there's not that much magic damage he's facing. A moderately farmed Orianna, kind of the only threat to Quas right now.
Yeah, ManCloud's going to have to do his best to carry this game, I feel like, for XDG. Even though they do have a gold lead, that last team fight kind of showed how, since their team composition was so heavily...
Okay.
The team comp was so heavily about pushing the lanes early and getting early turret pressure, that since it has failed to do that, they really need ManCloud to land big shockwaves in team fights.
See what else they can find. Curse going to sweep away the pink ward. These guys both know that Baron has been bittersweet for these teams. But we'll see if these teams can set it up properly there. But that's kind of the point of the game we're getting into, 29 minutes in. Starts to be more of an objective. XGG undefeated on Dragons. Don't know if that'll transfer to the other globals on the map that these teams can both contest. Curse rotating towards the top lane. We talked about the outer turret being available. Looks like that's their next point to prong their way in and see if they can get some more gold out of that.
Yeah, XGG has to be very careful as well where they go next, only because that last team fight loss really caught them off guard, especially considering Voyboy's almost on a timer here. I think once Voyboy hits a Lich Bane, he's going to be a little bit too much for XGG to handle. Their front line is built pretty much all armor at this point because they've only been worried about diving Cop, but they're going to need that magic resistance for Voyboy very soon, if not already.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one thing to really keep in mind is that Curse have really good engage potential, and they're going to have really good damage coming out in the near future once Voyboy does turn, as you state. And I'm kind of comparing the junglers right here because they've been differing their builds a little bit. So I will dominate dip down for a Brutalizer to increase his damage on his dives, and then is going towards the Randuins and adding some more stats. Smithy stopped and grabbed a Sight Stone. Right, 800 gold for 150 health, pretty low amount of stats there. And so he's kind of behind in the tank game just a little bit. And you talked about, the fact that, yeah, the frontliners are going to be a bit weak XTG against Voy.
Yeah, he's even upgraded his Sweeper. That's another 475 gold. It's not going to give them combat effectiveness. Obviously, mobility and vision are Lee Sin's primary strengths, so it's just the path he's going to. But if they get caught in those team fights, you can absolutely see it having a negative impact.
See if that matters here. Sheen done for Voy. And about 1,600 gold of the Lich Bane. Ward sweeping going for XTG. They are really trying to control this Baron area. 2 sweepers only so far. I've seen teams go as high as 4 today.
Yeah. Well, right now, Curse is at 3 because vision control for them is also a priority. They're a little bit farther back, and this could be the big fight. Sivir's not.
A little bit of slow. Bunny Fufu going to be slowed down. Not going to find anything, but they do find push for the top lane turret. They've got their first. Quas trying to come in from the backside, but XTG do make the pinch for this tier 2 turret, so 4-3 now. But here comes the engage. Curse looking for their way in. Quas going to dodge the binding, ward over the wall, and they know they can't quite jump XTG yet.
Yeah, Talisman down as well from Bunny Fufu, but Sivir ultimate still up, so mobility edge goes to XDG right now. What are they going to do with it, though?
They're going to position back around Baron, but of course, last time around, Curse got new wards in there, so it'll take some time for XGG to blind them if they go for that choice. It's going to be Lee Sin successfully jumping away. Not any. There is a pink ward still. One on the ground and one in the inventory here for Sheep.
Have we talked about Quas's Stinger yet?
No.
Yeah.
He has a Stinger.
He's got a Stinger.
Now, that can build into Zephyr.
Uh-huh.
It can also build into Nashor's Tooth, which I think is unlikely.
I think Zephyr is the likely choice. It wouldn't be that bad on Trundle. He already gets a huge attack speed start, and that will kind of take him over the top. Plus, if he's worried about resistances, yeah, look how fast he can go with that Stinger.
That's almost like Jack status.
Yeah.
It's like thud, 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 thud.
I gotta say, I kind of like it.
Mm-hmm.
Plus, if he gets hit by a Dark Binding, he's going to need the tenacity to break through it.
True.
Does not want to be stuck there for the whole 3 seconds. Plus, he's farmed enough that he doesn't necessarily need the tankiness. Since so much of XGG's damage is going to be Man-Cloud trying to land shockwaves on the back line, that's going to ignore Quas.
Well, that'll be fun to watch. We'll see if we can make that one happen. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Voyboy is ill.
Don't normally
big,
call
so
attention to tweets, but
this one's worth it.
NC322, good work.
Nice job, Voy. Let's see what we can get on this one. Pink ward down for XGG. He actually popped his Oracle's lens with the pink ward already down. So you like double sweep that ward, Smithy. Wanted to really make sure it was dead.
Double check.
Curse got their new pink ward down on the Baron itself. So Curse now in control of this area of the map. Yeah, Quas not able to sweep just yet. Zuna on the bottom side of the map, though, getting some of the farm here. Their blue buff has also respawned. Might be going to Man-Cloud. So we've hit a bit of a lull in this game for a while now, right? You talk about XGG, how they're not really built for the team fights. They're built to get vision control, but they've not gotten any picks with it.
They're built around mobility, and they can team fight if they catch the start of it just right, you know? Whereas Curse is a team that is kind of waiting to be engaged upon with the Lulu and then disengaging. And I think the big reason this game has slowed down as XGG takes another dragon is the amount of pushing that XGG wanted to do stalled when they realized they couldn't beat Curse in team fights anymore. And now we're just kind of paused because XGG is trying to find ways to gain more objectives, but there's not too many objectives to take at the moment. If they overcommit to the second-tier turrets, they feel like that's too dangerous. They're basically waiting on Dragon respawns, and they're not strong enough to force a Baron yet. So it's really just a bit of a farm-off right now until someone finds an opportunity to make a play.
But one thing that I like for XDG is the fact that you've got a Void Staff and now a new needlessly large rod done for Man Cloud. Gonna have a lot of damage potential there. Smithy in a bit of danger actually, down to 1,000 health, and takes another Glitter Lance. Gonna have to heal up when he gets a chance to.
Yeah, that's one of the reasons XGG's been trying to stay away. Voyboy
Smithy
still
not durable
with his Lich Bane.
2-item jungler versus going on 3 here for I Will Dominate. 2 combat items, I should say, just to specify.
They might be looking to force a fight here.
Bunny Fufu taking some damage. That was a good choice by Sheep, actually. Make sure he hits Baron with that to aggro it onto Bunny Fufu. But he's so tanky, Lulu Shield's all he needs to basically not take damage. Like, that was like 4 Baron attacks right there.
Well, surprisingly, there's about a 2,000 gold disparity on the supports because of the amazing amount of gold that has happened out of that Frostfang. About 1,300 at this point in the game for Sheep. And also the fact that Bunny Fufu's resold some of his items. So he's even lower on total gold. It's just that Leona W just makes you tanky.
Yes, it does.
One of those things.
It's worth a good amount of stats. I believe 65 armor and MR, if I have my numbers right.
And we're finally forcing some type of action here. Quas going bot lane on Trundle is putting XTG on a timer for how long they can be around the Baron Pit without doing anything, or just giving up control of the area. This is an advantage of Quas having a teleport and getting to this point in the game.
And we've also got to the point where now XTG's gold lead is only because of dragons now. They've got 4 of them, worth 1,000-ish gold apiece, but they're only up about 3k. So this becomes the point where XTG becoming a little bit scared of this game. They're losing a bit of control there. Benny sweeps away wards again. Smithy Q's onto Cop. They're going to get the damage down. Honestly, the rotation's finally working here for XTG. They finally get another turret here, number 5 of the game, but they have not done anything about Quas there on the bottom. It's going to be the recall for Benny to stop him, but they just traded tier 2 turrets.
Yeah, I think the mid tier 2 turret is a little bit more valuable. There's the Talisman and the flash.
It's going to be the engage in onto Dominate. He's going to go in, though, for the backliners. Can they flash out? Man, they're trying to get away. Shotgun's going to land onto a few, but the engage still coming in for Bunny Fufu. Dominate, burning to death, but he's going to survive.
Oh,
the
Quas
battle
is huge.
continuing. Quas is absolutely gigantic. Attacks very fast. XGG trying to run away from this one, but they're still lurking around. Benny low on health is going to back away. No kills picked up. A lot of low health bars, though.
Nobody died.
Nope.
And this stems from these teams being so defensive in composition. They have the supportive mid laners, as we like to call them, with Lulu and Orianna, as well as 2 full tanks in the jungle. That's why we saw that incredibly long, drawn-out fight. Ridiculous that no one died, but Curse thinks they had higher health bars, so they are forcing a Baron. Really dangerous for you.
Well, they're home guarding Dominate in, but Dominate's cut off from his team, so XTG say, you know what, don't even bother trying. I don't think you'd try to, do a smite battle when your jungler's not there, so. Curse back out, XTG sweeps the wards away, and we're back to no vision control over Baron. These guys still know that's something to keep in mind, though. And here we are. It's almost like nothing happened in the last couple minutes.
Amazingly,
They got low, no one died.
There were so many skills used in that team fight.
Yes.
For nobody to die.
It was a high-skill fight, you might say.
Very high-level fight right there. But the rest of these guys need to make sure they're building damage. It's a strange situation to be in. These AD carries not getting reached too easily by the tank lines. Obviously, I Will Dominate could ult onto Sivir, but that's one of the reasons the Morgana support is such a good pick in this situation.
True.
It can completely stop I think it's just a knockup that the Vi ultimate does. It's like a suppression. But it would stop that, and Zuna can basically go Glass Cannon, as can Cop. But because they have so many shields, it's very hard to kill anyone at this point.
Yeah, they're not really quite getting through it. And honestly, the amount of haste, like everyone can Zerg down. You get a pillar from Quas, you can't really spell shield that. That might be one of the ways to get in onto Zuna if they try. Pillar goes down right there, pushing Man Cloud around. Quas level 17, Benny only 16. Trundle likely to have more impact in this game. The level and CS lead there. And the assist, so that's pretty nice. 4,000 gold. XTG still controlling the mid lane. I mean, we've just kind of seen the song and dance before. XGG trying to outposition it, and they're just not finding it.
Well, I think the big move will be if someone fights without the rest of their team and a tank gets dropped with no team backing them up, or if someone can find a clean path onto a AP carry or an AD carry. So ManCloud, Voidboy, Cop, and Zuna are by far and away the priority targets in these fights. Everyone else is just playing around those damage dealers.
See what they can find. Keep in mind, Quas' teleport's down for about 2 more minutes, and the Mikhail's Crucible for Sheep, that extra cleanse to bring in. About 30 seconds to go there. So sometimes these teams might just be waiting for their longer cooldowns, and then saying, okay, we'll go in once those are available. We want to be at full strength. you'd feel like your opponents get their cooldowns back as well.
We, of course, have to point out the 400 CS on ManCloud, too.
Yeah.
He is about 3,000 gold over top of Voyboy, whereas Sheep is about 2,000 gold. If you look at the other roles, they're nearly identical, aside from Dominate having 1,000 gold up. So it's pretty much the mid laner and the support that are giving this gold lead to XGG. The other roles are very comparable.
Well, the Dragons really separating these teams, especially because in the one-on-one matchups, you'd seen it go the other way. So there we go, small lead XGG. And they're going to start making their way around the mid lane, still doing the wave clear.
And Chris has got to make
happy.
a move when XGG takes these Dragons. Either right up the mid lane, a fight at the Dragon, or a force at Baron. Because right now XGG is sneaking it, and Chris is just fanning out.
Curse are letting him have it again and again and again. You said, you know, Curse sometimes sloppy in the rotations, not always with the objective calls, and it's undefeated Dragons, 5 now for XDG. The entirety of their gold lead is Dragons here. We are at max level Dragon by this point, caps at 15. Skills with the average champion level in the game, which we're basically here. Cop running towards the back. I do like they have both cops in the team, though I didn't realize, but it's Officer Vi as well as Caitlyn. So they got that synergy going on.
That's important.
Yeah, you get 1 extra gold per killer assist, so 11 bonus gold to Curse here. Will they go in for
Quas behind
ManCloud?
them.
Black Shield is on Quas there as well. ManCloud dangerously low, puts on Barrier. Morgana will pop, there we go, 2-man Shockwave, dominate Bunny Fufu, low on health. Zuna now in the back line, has been stunned up. 1 kill onto Bunny Fufu. Can the fight keep going? Smithy drops down. Benny in the front lines, outnumbered though. Can he stay alive? Sheep and Zuna running back away. Double kill now for Voyboy, showing up big in this fight. Looking for Benny now as well. Can they find it? Whimsy onto himself. There's the E, there's the Q. Flash in, it's going to be triple kill now. Can Sheep go down? Stolen away by Cop. Voyboy, can you go for the Quadra? And it is Scumbag Cop, steals the Penta away. Huge for Voyboy.
So close to a Pentakill after sitting out the start of the game, sick and missing 10 minutes of pause time, but they're back now. Watch this fight. There are some very critical things as the crowd starts a Voyboy chant. Specifically, Voyboy sniping, I believe it was Zuna at the end of this fight with a Glitter Lance off of Smithy somehow. I'm trying to figure out how Zuna dies here, and it's just Voyboy. Does he go through? Yeah, through Sheep with the Glitter Lance to finish off Zuna. And at that point, Curse could just roll through the rest of them. We knew these fights were going to hinge on who could kill the squishy guy first. And at that point, Zuna going down was very critical. Flashes in for the quad.
Yeah, makes it happen. Stylish. Blue buff Athenes, plenty cooldown reduction. Pretty happy to spam Whimsy on himself. I will dominate, steals the red buff away. Of course, Baron happily picked up by Curse during that. So Curse, surprisingly, still in the gold deficit.
Yeah.
Because 5 Dragons, worth kind of a bit of gold.
But as we've seen demonstrated, they are a little bit better in team fights.
Little bit.
Which is all they need at this point. Knowing they have the Baron buff, much more gold overall on their team in actual stat valuation, and they have the tank line to probably turret dive and at least finish off the turrets. They know Koff is strong enough to be able to siege down those turrets, and that's very important at this point in the game, having so much AD on a ranged damage dealer like that to get the turrets back and really start taking control of this game.
Let's see what they can do here. Koff happy to sit at 4 completed items, grabs the Alacrity enchantment for his boots, so 15 bonus move speed for that man. Why the heck not? Gonna be alright with this one. Dominate.
Jeez.
Walking around. What's up?
When Quas is on top of his W, now he has that Zephyr completed, he has 2.2 attacks per second.
Pretty high.
On Trundle. That is really, really fast. Considering he gets a slow on his Q, he is just ripping through people.
Well, going to be bonus attack damage as well, and everything else happy for this guy. Benny takes a little
He's
bit
pushing
of
that
damage.
turret too down bottom.
Yeah, he's taking damage pretty quickly. He's going to be defended there by ManCloud. See if the Orianna can take down Trundle there, but that turret, it's going to die rather quickly. Pillar comes down. Quas likely to try to ignore him. Pops the ulti for the stats. Chunking down this turret. I don't think ManCloud does enough damage. Although he's getting low. Shotgun misses. That is not what ManCloud wanted. Quas walks away safe.
A big misplay there by ManCloud. Not much he can do against the monster that is Quas at this point in the game. And this could mean Curse wants to channel initiation. They know the Shockwave is down, which is incredibly key skill. It's pretty much the only thing XGG has to hold them off here. Let's see if Curse dies.
See if they can push in. Long-range Caitlyn's there, long-range Lulu as well. The only range champions on the team there to hit the turrets. Of course, a split push for Quas going to create some pressure along the side. Baron buff, 1.5 minutes left for these guys. Quas happy to do his job on his own. Still has his summoners available, so he can always keep the split going if he needs it. Curse going to push up the mid lane, though. All these lanes under pressure from Curse. They are ready to keep the fight going, and they can bring their Trundle wherever they need.
I think another big thing that's kind of swung this game is how much damage Quas is bringing on Trundle. It changes their team from having 2 primary damage dealers and gives them a 3rd, whereas Benny's Renekton has not made a similar transition.
Yeah.
We are really seeing the level at which Quas's Trundle is outscaling Benny's Renekton.
Having a huge impact here to be certain. Able to steal the tank stats to cover up the fact that he hasn't built so many for his items. He doesn't need them so much, though. Top lane now, the place of focus there. Benny likely to be under-equipped in that duel, though. I feel like Quas will be happy to take that down to about 2/3.
Yeah, he is ignoring Benny when he is the only one there.
Oh, yeah. He didn't go Sunfire, it's worth pointing out, because he won't pull turret aggro while doing so. No Thornmail, no Sunfire. Let the minions tank it all. Mid lane under fire a little bit here. ManCloud part-time defending the bottom lane there. And you can see Quas just will even take turret shots if he needs to. Smithy goes in, not even going to try to stop him.
And you can see because of initiation potential, Sheep has also picked up the Talisman of Ascension on Morgana. Being able to get the jump on the opponent is incredibly key this late into the game.
Puts a spell shield down, eats 3 Caitlyn traps, walks away. That is another unfortunate thing. Late game, Morgana stops Kate traps pretty nicely. Quas takes some damage, but still soloed the turret. So again, no one is there to stop Quas.
He is unstoppable right now. XG has to try something.
Jumps in, doesn't get the flash knock-in onto Void, but has to run away. But the shockwave going to land onto 3. Is this going to be what it takes for XG to win a fight, or will Curse outscale? Quas picks up 1. Fight still going on. Benny in a bad spot. They're going to trade back with I Will Dominate. 2 for 1 so far. Quas locked up by the turret. Has to flash away from that one. Zuna and Cop in a duel near the turret. Cop trying to run away. Q comes down. Pillar going to let the team disengage. That slow is massive. Zuna, the only one unaffected. No, takes a glitter lance to the face. 2 for 1 fight. Good for Curse.
The ricochet from Zuna nearly being the end of Curse. Very close fight, but lots of advantages taken overall from Curse. They made very good work of that Baron buff to get the base down from XG. XG is now trapped within their base, and Curse has taken control like they needed to with that Baron.
So 8 turrets have been killed now to the 5 of XDG, and the first dragon of the game going to go to Curse. Let's check the replay.
Yeah, Xmithy could not get the critical hit onto Voy Boy, and this fight was basically salvaged by ManCloud's strong shockwave. But as it continues, you can just see the power of Quas from the backline completely collapsing the XGG team and pushing them into their base. Obviously, it was very difficult for them to get all the way into the base because Sivir's very hard to dive, and Zuna is going full glass cannon, now building a 5th item offensive, going Blade the Room King with his last choice.
And I like that. I think it's a very good choice. He needs the damage. He's not been going down too much in team fights.
I think Cop should have done that as well.
I do too.
In this game.
I mean, Cop in general, but overly defensive.
Yeah, he's a little bit worried about ManCloud since he has 473 CS on Orianna. But ManCloud hasn't really been reaching him, and I think he has the positioning at this point in his career that he can build full offensive items against a team comp like this. But that's story for the other day. Curse is winning, and they're just making sure to keep Cop alive.
Yeah, I guess with Quas to do as much damage as possible, or as he does now anyway. Yeah. I feel like Cop's like, you know what? I'll relinquish some of that carry roll. Quas, you go for it. Voy, 7, 1, and 7 as well. 4 completed offensive items for Voy. I feel like there's actually a large amount of damage in this Curse lineup, and they'll be okay.
They've been able to build it up as the game progressed. They really got pushed around a lot early, but this time they were able to find the right counter fights. Even with the offensive items, Quas isn't getting touched.
He was alone versus 2, and they're like, you know what? I don't really want to go in and fight you. I feel like Quas is scaled nicely.
Might be getting overconfident here.
I think he's just properly confident.
Yeah.
Not even, that almost hurt. It looked pretty, that was it.
Slightest. This is 2 inhibitors pushing. Curse will have the Baron up soon, but they want to try and take this while they can. They have the pressure up, so why not take advantage?
All right, well, inhibitor number 1 goes down again. Top lane under siege, nearly. Wave clear from ManCloud, still pretty strong, though. See if Curse keeps pushing somewhere else, or if they go for the Baron up in 8 seconds.
It's about an uncontested Baron because Quas would kill the entire base by himself, even if they have 1 person defending. So they have to take almost their entire team to try and stop them, which means Curse gets the Baron. Quas is okay with this.
Quas going to get stunned up. Can he survive? Likely not down to 1,000. He will go down, shut down by ManCloud. Now what else can these guys do about this? Not too much. It's going to be the Baron picked up by Curse without much contest. Smites early just for fun. Blue team picks up Baron Nashor. So as soon as they have Quas back in 60 seconds, they'll have a good chance. What can XDG do while they're dead?
Not much.
Likely not.
That was about the best thing XGG could have done, given those choices. If they try to contest the Baron, Quas takes their base. If they don't kill Quas, Quas takes their base. They had to give up the turn.
making the best of a bad situation. XCG looking for a brush here. Don't even want to steal the red. They're just hoping someone walks through this brush.
Worth a try. XGG is playing with a high level of risk and panic right now. But they do have a 5v4 situation if they could find a fight.
Got 20 seconds. Small timer on the bottom lane that will be pushing for them. And look how far back Curse is. They're like, if we just wait, we will win the next fight. Just wait for Quas. There's no wards, just wait for Quas.
Yes. All they have to do, wait for Quas, push up mid, get those inhibitors down. And it should be good for Curse. They've really had to fight for this from the very start of the game. Tough match for everyone on Curse. Voyboy especially, getting a quadra kill. What a performance, considering how ill he is feeling. And then Bunny Fufu has had some really hard points in this game. He gave up first blood.
Yeah.
He's honestly been getting, I feel like, a little over-targeted by XDG, trying to really catch him out. But Curse as a team is persevering.
And it's worth pointing out that Curse Voyboy specifically, 14 of his 14 kills. He's been part of every single one of them.
Participation.
Yep, 100% there for him. Should have been 8-1 and 6. Scumbag Cop making it not so.
Would have had the pentakill.
Yep. It's okay. We've had him actually multiple stolen pentas so far this season. I think like 2 or 3.
I still say you got to earn your pentas.
I think Boy earned it. Cop's just a scumbag. It's okay. I love you, Cop. We share the same first name, so I can't be too mad at you. Boy. And he's thematic, so that's more reason to love him.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Curse needs to get control of their lanes right now.
Yeah, they do.
It's a little slow. I think they could have planned this a little bit better. They're running out of Baron time. Slightly, they've used about 2.5 minutes of the 4. Also, the inhibitor is going to respawn fairly shortly for XTG. All things considered, they should still be okay, but this is a little bit slow of them.
Yeah. 51 minutes. Taking their time with this one. Curse happy to play longer games. They've played a 51-minute game already. They're okay with that one. Here they go. 5-kill lead. 4,000 gold. To be fair, only 4,000 gold in Curse's lead. They just feel so dominant here.
Yeah.
Because of how well their lineup is working together. How gigantic Quas is, 3, 2, and 8. Adding in for a Trinity Force next. Wise choice, sir.
So fast.
Yeah. I mean, he's going to destroy people. That key will hit for like 500 something.
Zuna with full offensive items. ManCloud with full build. A lot of full builds.
Voyboy's full. Cop's even got the... He hasn't upgraded his trinket yet, though. Still got his boots enchantment first, but likely full as well. Sunfire done for Bunny Fufu as well, so multiple capes here for Leona. Yeah. Comes with one, bought another.
Smart move.
Yeah. Red inhibitor respawn, so bottom lane is back. Curse. Very few turrets in their way, but certainly some champions. Zuna, not gonna like where he is. Good block there. Pops the ulti. Smithy comes in. Quas does back off.
Sivaralt is down, though.
That is worth
most
pointing
likely
out.
worth what Quas did. All it took him was the Blade of the Ruin King active.
To be fair, there's only one armor item for Quas. Like, if Zuna gets time to hit Quas, Quas will get killed.
Yeah. Good point there. Although, if Quas gets time to hit Zuna,
I mean, yeah.
The similar thing could be true. It's a pretty good person they picked to defend, though. The only person who could really threaten Quas on that side lane. Definitely not Renekton.
6 offensive items, Zuna, if you count Berserker's Greaves as such. Blade of the Ruin King should help him kite as well. I do want to see Zuna in that fight, see how it goes. Sivir ulti already halfway back up.
He does a lot of damage.
Yeah, Quas down to half. Zuna, 6 offensive item 80 carry. We finally see it in the LCS. Working out pretty nicely.
What kind of base defense is this going to be? They're going to have to do this for a little while longer and basically win a straight-up team fight. They're holding off the Baron quite well, though. It might be time that Curse actually has to group up his 5 because the split push is no longer working. Quas has been neutralized by Zuna's item build.
And I got to point out, even the jungler is going to be tankier than Quas at this point in the game there.
Yeah. Quas,
again, only 2 defensive items, Spirit Visage and Randuin's Omen. One thing to
and he's
keep
recalling.
in mind.
This push is over for Curse.
Wow. Curse completely stalling out here. 53 minutes in. 23 kill games so far. 4,000 gold separating the teams. Talisman of Ascension done for all these guys. And Sheep now starting his Zhonya's Hourglass. He already had the Distortion Boots, already has Talisman of Ascension. But he's starting in for the Zhonyas as well to make the offensive engages work even better. Keep him live during the Soul Shackles.
Yeah, more gold than a lot of these guys know what to do with right now. Game got more interesting when the push failed there by Curse. The split pushing ways of Quas. He needs to find good access into team fights. And Curse needs to be able to finish off Zuna before fights or early on. Otherwise, those ricochets are just going to shred their team. Boy sold his boots.
Got a Zonia's.
Yes.
I believe it was Zonia's with the pickup. Already had the GA. I'm pretty sure that was the pick. Either way, very hefty build here for Voy. Had 3,000 gold when he backed. He's pretty much out of things to buy. Still, though, who cares about the team? Don't upgrade the trinket. You got to sell your boots first. Team comes last for solo laners.
I would say of the AP champions, to sell boots, Lulu is one that you can probably get away with because you can grant so much movement speed and slows. Like, let's see how much movement speed Wobo's granting right now.
I'm guessing like 80%?
102%.
That's close.
Movement speed. More than
So,
doubling who he puts it on.
Slightly
and his
fast.
Lance is a full 80% slow for the full 2 seconds. Those are his scaling ratios. Not to mention with his 721 ability power. His ultimate is giving 960 health, and his shield is going for about 670.
So pretty good amount of stats.
He can put an extra person on top of something.
That's good. And Quas gets to steal defensive stats, so you know his very offensive build does work out. Right, it's the one thing we always talk about with the supportive mid laners, and yep, Quas with the squishy build. Relying on Voy a fair bit here. Dominate going full tank though. Brutalizer upgraded to Black Cleaver. He's now done in items as well. At least he wants to sell his boots. The Black Cleaver, Banshee's Veil, Thornmail, Randuin's Omen, and the nice Ancient Golem. You know, we don't track jungler GP10s very much anymore.
No. Let's take a look.
All right, let's do it.
We got 1,000.
Hold
oh,
on.
There's Sibiralt. No
All
longer
right,
matters.
Quas not in a good spot. Pillar
It's
goes
the Baron
down.
trade
He's
again.
running in for Zuna. Yet Baron is alive. He's getting away pretty successfully, though. That dude is trucking his way around. Flashes just to buy more time. Baron likely to fall. Quas, he's going to all in for the inhibitor. Nope, he's going to go for the touchdown.
How many points do you get if you circle the Nexus?
I don't know. You do get a Baron buff, though. Dude, he might get out. Okay, kicked against the wall. Unlikely now.
He's really fast.
6 points if you make it. Oh, taken down at the goal line. Gonna be first and goal for Curse, though.
Wow.
They're gonna get a few tries.
This is the same cycle that we just played through 7 minutes ago, where Curse took the Baron for Quas's life. I hope, like, do they have a new plan? Because otherwise we're just gonna keep seeing this game again and again. Let's check out those jungle items. 1,091 on the side of I Will Dominate and 713 on the side of Xmithy.
Wow.
Which is not too surprising considering I Will Dominate. Definitely much more farm, more likely to take advantage of conservation when it comes up.
Yeah, he doesn't conserve those stacks for long. Smithy, he's got a full item still to go. For a team that's only down about 6k, he's like just a full item behind, including some of the fact that some of his items are very cheap, such as that Sight Stone only costs 1,600 gold, I think. I forget the exact cost.
The Sight Stone?
The Ruby Sight Stone. I forget what the upgrade cost.
1,600 gold is the total cost.
Yeah, okay. So, still an item to go for Smithy. You see Sheep in the bottom of your screen, still laughing with his team. For an hour-long game, they're kind of keeping themselves in it. Bunny Fufu,
Well,
much more serious-faced. So is Quas, so is Benny.
The gold is getting interesting here. The Zephyr was sold on Quas for a Thornmail. He is trying to match Zuna right there. He's going to try, I think, more of the same on this next one. He's just hoping the Thornmail is enough. But that's what's interesting about Zuna's Blade of the Ruined King build. I like this as the 5th full offensive item on AD carries because it allows him to lifesteal through the Thornmail.
Yeah.
If it's just the Bloodthirster, when AD carries get this fed, oftentimes it is not enough lifesteal, and they end up hurting themselves when they're hitting a Thornmailed enemy. Not the case with Blade of the Ruined King.
Yeah, you're going to have 33% lifesteal from items. Most run 4% from runes.
Yeah.
So, 37% lifesteal is my guess for Zuna.
I'm checking, Freak. Just for you.
Appreciate that.
37%.
Yes.
Zuna running 4% lifesteal runes.
Yep. That's how it works. It's the math. It's the numbers.
Still only having 1.59 attack speed at this
Yeah.
point in the game.
Sivir gets
there's-
really low attack speed per level. It's
Yeah.
all on her Ricochet passive. Well, her ult passive when Ricochet's on, but Curse looking for the bottom lane here. They've waited out the respawn for Quas. Nothing magnificent happened during that time. 50.5 minutes in. Thornmail, Quas, double elixir, blue elixir, just to make sure he has the cooldown reduction.
This is important. So this time Curse is trying a full 5v5. It's going to be very critical how ManCloud lands his Shockwave, and also Sheep has his Zhonya's now. He may be able to put out some quality team fight zoning. everyone is much stronger than the last time they team fought, so it's actually kind of hard to judge how this one's going to go as they look to embrace each other.
All right, Klopp has sold his boots, grabbed a Zephyr here. 59 minutes in, they go for the inhibitor. Quas taking some decent damage. I think Leandry's might have been done there. I thought I saw burning. Gonna see the jump in, the jump back from Smithy, and this turret really kind of getting defended but taking a lot of damage.
I wonder how much XGG is wanting to initiate full stop because that inhibitor has been down before and they have recovered from it. They don't want to lose the game just because they're trying to defend an inhibitor. They should only go if they find the right fight.
We'll see if they can find it. More poke coming down. Smithy losing about a quarter of his health. Black Shield goes on to him. Maybe premature. Will he go in? He'll eat a trap, though, to be fair. He's going to be safe. The ball comes down. A little bit more damage coming across. There comes the pillar. There comes the ulti in towards Benny. The knockback from Smithy. Inhibitor goes down. Shockwave in. They catch Dominate. There comes the Morgana ult. He gets stunned up, though. No more ulti for him at all. Pops the Zonias early enough. Here comes the backline. Mancloud trying to get away. Zuna there as well. Sheep dangerously low on health. Exhaust on Smithy. He's going to get out. Still no kills coming through. The flash in. Zuna is alive thanks to Black Shield. Barrier pop. Can Void get the damage? Nah, he can't. Everyone disengages.
Everyone is still alive, but Curse has more health in there. Looking for more inhibitors. Home guard was coming from the base.
And let's see if they can find much more. Smithy does not have his kick, but he could have the slows. Turret goes down. They're not going to find much more. Zippy says Void Bolt, and out Lulu goes with the team. Still 14-10 in kills. Hour into the game. No turrets away from the Nexus are still alive.
We're just getting started here, but the Baron's up.
No.
Which means Quas is going to... Oh, it's just the Dragon.
Yeah.
Yeah, you were correct. I thought it was the Baron. XGG trying to counter push right now, although they have a empty inhibitor in the bottom lane. If that goes undefensed, they will lose Nexus turrets. I wonder why XGG is so forward in this game, unless they are planning on a full-up turret dive. Their only ultimate that is up right now is, well, Mancloud's ultimate just came up, but it was Dragon's Kick and the Shockwave. Of course, they have to back away. It is too dangerous for them to be up there.
Yep, all of Curse's just ticked up this second.
Yes.
Significantly lower ult cooldowns for Curse here by a pretty major margin. XDG did get positioned to sweep away the Baron wards, though, so maybe they can set something up for next time.
How long has this siege been going on for?
Like 60 minutes and 59 seconds.
Thanks for that, Bruce. But if we think about it, 2 Barons ago, it had happened, and we're almost on the 3rd Baron of this initial siege. XGG has held out for so long, and Zuna just built more damage, and he didn't even go for his Zephyr. He just built another Phantom.
Yes!
So you can not get, I don't think you can get more damage on a Sivir at this point from a damage per second format, just auto tech.
My theoretical build.
You want 2 Infinity Edges.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
You'd sell
but
the Rune
he
King
needs
for
the attack
Infinity
speed
Edge.
on Sivir because
Yeah,
it's
he
low
does.
per level but not terrible base.
Yeah, 625 base, not too bad. Binding onto Bunny Fufu. Smithy eats a trap, though. Can he find much more there? Still going to get tanky. Only a chain vest for his last build. Quas going to be able to eat this stun in the back of the head. Going to get locked up. There comes the damage. Quas gets the big ulti. Sheep ults himself.
Zuna's got to be careful.
Alive. It's going to be very risky. Bunny Fufu into the back line. Zuna not in a good spot. He's going to go down. Sheep dropping as well. 2 for 0 in this fight. Bunny Fufu still alive. Mancloud flashing away. Big fight for Curse. 3 for 1 so far. Betty not going to find anything. Mancloud, the last man alive. Top Zonias, but it's 4 versus 1. Not going to work for him. Curse finally winning the fight. 62 minutes in. They're going to close out the game.
62 minutes for that initiation. XGG overcommitted. Zuna was paper in that last fight, and Curse was able to close him down. What a battle for Curse. They come out with the win. Boy, boys happy.
And he did amazingly. 9, 1, and 10 on the mid lane. Lulu, the first pick for the team. Of course, the crowd very happy for Boyd's performance right there. Smile on his face. Doing a lot better after that one.
Yeah, a win will always make you feel a little bit better. 9, 1, and 10 on that move. Bunny Fufu as well. Victory in his first game as Curse's support. 103,000 gold for Curse as a team in that game. Unreal numbers across the board. 600 CS for Mancloud in defeat. It's a tough pill to swallow for XGG after they held out for so long.
3-0-11 on Cop as well. Didn't die. Held on the back line nicely. The defensive line up there working. 4-3-11 for Quas. 2 of those deaths just given away to get a Baron. So it's like unofficially 4-1-11, which is a pretty damn good score for a game that long as a Melee champion. Yeah. Honestly, a controlled game by Curse. Very slow, to be fair.
It got a little dicey near the end.
Yeah.
A lot about that game because they were behind early game and they didn't necessarily fix their problems in a sense that they still gave up a lot of early dragons that were potentially contestable, especially with the strong mid game of Lulu.
Yeah.
But then they did come back strongly as a team. That's something Curse has always been good at. This split is when they find team fights, being able to execute them quite strongly. And we saw it again and again. Voyboy in team fights, Cop in team fights, incredibly potent.
Yeah, their overall sort of team positioning. I mean, these are the guys who have been on that roster the longest, Voy and Cop. The guys that are still there from Season 3, still there from Season 2, if I go back properly. I forget when Voy joined that roster, but certainly some incredibly strong players on these guys. And just to be able to have the cool head to play a 60-something minute long game. And I know from interviews they said that, yes, Voy is a shot caller in these really long games. He creates the long game plan because he's been in situations like this. He used to play on CLG. They know all about 60 long minute games. So he's been there. He's done that. And he's like, okay, well, we can play the Siege game. We'll take our time. We know late game Caitlyn Siege will work for us. So get the Barons, get the gold going, get everyone to 6 items. And they got there well before XDG. That helped them win for sure.
Yeah. I do think also some of the item purchases they made down the stretch were key. Voyboy selling boots on Lulu is not something you do often on AP carries.
Yeah.
They got to experience one of these long games that you don't get to experience often, and they played it well.
Yeah, you don't get them much in scrims, almost at all. Certainly very rare in the LCS, but they got one, they got the win. Remember, guys, you can share your highlights from the day by tweeting us at LOL Esports and use the hashtag LCS Big Plays. And now we've got to go AFK for 3.5. When we come back, Quas and I Will Dominate will sit with Riv and Kobe. And then it's going to be our final game, Coast versus Dignitas. They'll battle it out to see who can take the last win of the day. We'll be right back.
Bolting main cloud?
Yeah.
Main cloud.
I can't find
Main cloud's low. Main cloud's low. Main cloud's low. I'm on Smithy. I'm on Smithy.
Okay, I'm on Smithy.
We're getting chunked.
I ulted you down.
I'm on Smithy still.
I'm backing out. Like I can't.
Smithy's dead. I'm on Zuna.
Can we get Zuna? I'm on Benny.
Zuna's low.
I got the slow.
I'm on Benny.
They're slowed. Keep going. I think
they still have Oriole.
Keep going. Oriole is down.
I got feeling in 1 second.
I got Benny. Go on the next target. I'm gonna keep chasing. I'm gonna get Ori.
We can get Baron. Nice.
Good job. Let's go.
I'll tank a little bit.
That's it.
Welcome back, everyone. We are joined by I Will Dominate and Quas from Team Curse. Congratulations on the win, gentlemen. I got to start off, a little bit about Voyboy. Last time this happened, the outcome was not the same. What's the mentality going into the game knowing that somebody's not feeling well? Dominate?
The main thing you want to do when you have like a teammate that's sick is like remain focused. So during that like 10-minute pause, at the beginning we weren't allowed to talk, so it's really good to just review the game in your head. Like, for example, from a jungle standpoint, I want to be looking at the lanes, like what I can gank, like do I think I have any easy ganks, and then from there we can formulate a game plan. So it's to use that time, those 7 minutes that you're paused, as effectively as possible without being able to talk.
And then moving towards a 60-minute game, does that affect Voyboy being sick change anything at all for you guys? How are the comms like as the game got later and later?
I personally didn't really notice anything different than normal. Like once we loaded into the game, it just felt like he was 100% fine the whole time. So yeah, I didn't really notice any difference.
With you guys taking out Saint, I know he came in to help with shot calling. Has there been any difference here with Bunny Fufu? Has he stepped up, or is it more the rest of the team?
I think it's probably more the rest of the team stepping up. Obviously, like somebody comes new into a team, it's hard to give them all the responsibility. It's like, okay, tell us what to do. But I think that he's definitely done a decent amount of calling, in at least relation to like bottom lane, like how they want to play the lane, lane ganks, things like that. So he definitely has like a big voice in the team, but I wouldn't say that he's like a shot caller or anything.
All right, Quas, Trundle's 4-9 coming into the NA LCS. You brought it out and did some big things this game, bringing out the Zephyr in your build. You used to do that on Aatrox, which we haven't seen in the NA LCS just yet. What, is that part of your innovation, trying to do different things on different champions?
Yeah. Zephyr's a really good item that I think on Trundle because he has a really high base attack speed, so he benefits a lot from it. And since I knew I had teleport, I could apply a lot of split push pressure. So the extra attack speed from the item, it was really good for the split push that I.
So I liked you're stacking a lot of attack speed. You hit 2.8 attack speed, which is almost capped. The max in the entire game is 2.5 attacks per second. Had you already calculated that out, or did you just hit the sweet spot? Fortunately.
No, I think it was like really high in attack speed.
I gotta ask, is it kind of the same satisfaction as crushing turrets with Jax, or is it a little different?
I'm personally not a fan of the Jax sound, but yeah, Trundle is like really satisfying. You just melt the turrets.
Right on. Being such a factor in this game, obviously, or sometimes you're usually on a turret. What's it feel like now to be able to carry the team? Everybody's kind of been like, where's Quas been on the team? Does it feel really good to be able to do something like this for the team?
Well, I think this is the first game of the whole split where I was able to play a more commanding role of split pushing. So I think it felt really good, and I felt I was in control, and I really liked it. And I'll probably pull out more stuff like this in the future.
All right, so let's take a step back more towards the early game here and pull up a clip that we have for you guys. If we can get this on your screen, this is a dragon fight that happened pretty early. You guys really turn around here, and you get a pretty dominating team fight victory.
And so here we know that dragon's already been taken, and we're calling that kite out, but look for the fight. And as soon as Voy hits the slow on all of them, we know that we're going. So we know the Black Shield's down. I go on Orianna, and here I realize that I'm getting caught, so I kind of try to like kite out, flash away, and divert their focus, and then Voy just starts slowing all of them one after another. So we get into this chase, which is actually just great for Lulu. She can speed you up, get an E, keep on slowing repetitively, and we were able to carry it through the fight and then get mid-turret off it.
Yeah.
And we're going to have another replay coming up here but in just a second, but Voyboy started to come out huge in that game. Did you guys realize that your chase potential was just gigantic and you wanted to keep fights going? Because usually Curse has been all around the map in organization. You guys were going for fights this game. Was it more about protecting Voyboy and getting him going?
You want to take this one?
Either or. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was really taking control over the team fights and allowing us to like kill those targets and chase people down. So if anyone got caught, then the Lulu ulti was there to help, and I think it had a really big impact in team fights.
Right, and that plays right into our next replay, is that chase in the fights. This was going to be the Quadra coming up for Voyboy. We'll bring that on your screen. What was the initiation coming in here? Because you guys were kind of back and forth, but then you got what you needed.
Okay, so here I'm flanking from the back. I know that Michael doesn't have flash, so I try to focus him in the beginning. I back off because Morgana ults me, and then we just focus the targets that are in front of us. And this whole time, Voy was like picking off targets, like doing damage to the right targets, and we just keep chasing. He calls to keep chasing here, and we just all like chase him down.
So we're about 48 minutes into the game here. Where is the main voice coming from, or is everybody kind of given their 2 cents in what should happen in the fight?
It's mainly the carries that are killing people are what's saying what's going on. Like, for example, Void fight is like, keep going, keep going, keep going.
Give me a penta, give me a penta?
No.
Yeah. I heard him call that I have Benny, and then Cop flashes and steals it.
Yeah, that tends to happen a lot. But yeah, it was the more commanding voice in that team fight, definitely.
All right, so you guys play Cloud9, Dignitas, and EG coming up. The Cloud9 match, what is this guys looking like for you? How much time are you putting into this one?
I think Cloud9 looks really strong, and we've had issues in the last matches. But I think we're pretty strong right now with our roster. We feel really strong, we feel really good. So I think we're going to be able to have a really good game against them.
Right on.
Is there anything special that you guys are going to do during Super Week? Maybe have Voyboy under house arrest or something, make sure he gets enough rest and doesn't come in sick anymore?
I don't really think it's like a rest thing. I just think that sometimes he gets sick before the matches. Might be stress related. I don't really know, but I definitely think he's like trying to come into like every match prepared. So I think that the main thing that we're gonna do is just analyze our play and try to play solid within ourselves, and from there we should be able to play Super Week. We're not really evaluating any of the teams like too differently. When you have this many games and such a short week of practice, you kind of just want to get solid at a certain type of strategy and then be able to apply it to many different games, maybe switch out a pick or two, something like that.
All right, and final question for you guys. Obviously the win and Voyboy being sick, we can't overshadow Bunny Fufu on the team. Obviously wins for the supports. You guys are 100% when you bring in a new support here for them. How is it going melding with him, and how do you think he's going to do on the team?
I personally love playing with Bunny. He's an extremely good player, and you know, like when you go into a team fight with Bunny, he's gonna hit somebody important with like something big, like someone's getting hit with a stun, a hook, something. So I love having that like consistency from the support position. We kind of had people that had different strengths before, but I think Bunny's probably the best fit for the team that we've had because of his just high mechanical level of play.
And Kwasi, your take on how you enjoying Bunny Fufu on the team?
Yeah, I really like having him on the team. He has a great attitude. Like he's willing to improve, willing to work, willing to take criticism, and yeah, I really like how we're doing right now.
All right, guys, congratulations on the win. Hopefully the changes work out for the best. Best of luck in the rest of the games this Super Week. All right, guys, we're going to send it over to Freak and Jat for our final game. But first, Coast says their game against Dig will come down to early game mistakes, but mostly the early game or mistakes.
A lot of the game, Dignitas versus Coast, is either we're going to beat them in the early game really hard that it won't matter as much in the mid or late game, or they're going to beat us in the early game really hard that's not going to matter, or it's going to come up to who has the better decision making, because I think one of us is going to make a bad decision at one point, and I really hope it's not near Baron.
Someone's going to make a bad call. They're going to hope it's not them.
Yeah, that is generally a good idea going into games. Dignitas made, I'd say, a bad call in their game earlier against CLG.
Yeah.
Gonna try not to do that again.
You know, we've had some really good insight, though. It's if you don't lose, you're going to win.
If you don't lose, you win.
If you pick good champions, you're going to win. And if they make mistakes, it's good for us.
Yes.
High level of insight here from these interviews. Thank you guys for the winning ways. It's time for our final game, Team Coast versus Team Dignitas. Now, these two teams are coming off a loss in their first match of the day. And for Coast, it was a tough battle against TSM.
Yeah, Coast was not able to keep up with TSM early game, specifically in the laning phase. Zion Spartan, who has been a carry for his team, had a particularly tough time against Dyrus. His Shyvana was not up to par, and he was never able to get split push going, which really hurt their team.
It was a pretty big factor for them. And, of course, we've seen that Coast doesn't always do well when they don't get their solo lanes going. And now in their last two meetings, Dig has gotten the upper hand against them, 2-0 against Coast so far this season.
Yeah, we actually saw in Dignitas' first game, they ran that full AoE comp, and they looked for nothing but team fights. The Amumu, the Wukong, everything just went together. And since Coast generally looks to avoid team fights, I think we're in for a fairly interesting game.
Yeah, if they run the same strategies, it'll be weird. And, of course, it's also worth pointing out that Coast has the potential to tie 4th place with Dignitas if they do win this match. These guys both near the top of the standings after this game.
Yeah, Coast has really made more of a mid-season run, and Dignitas has made a mid-season fall.
Yeah.
So they're kind of going in opposite directions. Coming into Super Week, Coast had been 5-1 of the last 6 until they lost that game to TSM, and Dignitas had been on quite a slide.
Yeah, I believe it's 5-2 versus 2-7, their most recent records. So these guys, different direction. We'll see which way it goes. We're going to check out the starting lineups now, though. On the blue side, it is Coast with Zion Spartan in the top lane, Nintendo Dex in the jungle, Shifter in mid, Wiz Fusion on AD carry, and Daydreamin on support.
On the red side, it is Dignitas. Cruz in the top lane, Crumbs in the jungle, Scar in mid, I'm a Cutie Pie to carry, and Kiwi Kid on support.
We're going to get ourselves into this game very soon. And it's interesting kind of the way these matchups are going because Cruiser had such a good start to the game. Even though Dig lost their last match, Cruiser started the game like 4-0-1 or something, had a really good Mundo game. His teleports were awesome. And that's not the kind of champion that Zion's been playing necessarily.
Yeah.
He's playing, more fighter-based, more individual playmaking. And he specifically said as well, we talked to him, he said that with the recent changes in 4.3, it's actually hit his champion pool a fair bit. His playstyle's off.
Yeah, well, so just looking at the top lane matchup in particular, Cruiser has played 4 different champions. Zion has played 9 different champions, and generally he's gotten better at the tank counters. I know that the Perseverance nerfs to the tanks, not being nearly as good, have made champions like Aurelia go up as well. Wicked was talking about that over in Europe. I think this may be the time for a little bit more diversity in the top lane that would work perfectly for Coast.
Yeah, and I know with Yasuo getting a nerf as well in this patch, like that's one champion we're seeing banned sometimes, but also is a Zion Spartan type of champ here. So, Pantheon banned away from Crumbs, Renekton away from Cruiser. Of course, that was the champion that beat him up last time around, so not an unexpected ban.
Still
2
waiting
bans
on
away
that
from
top
Shifter.
lane Soraka to make its approach. There's
true.
a lot of solo lane Sorakas that just sneak through the cracks every once in a while, and Coast bans it.
Oh, man.
Damn.
They saw something
that
coming.
was a Scar pick. He's been doing mid lane Soraka. You can see the smiles.
The Lulu ban as well, so Shifter losing 3 of his champions out of his pool. Now, do they first pick something like Shyvana for Zion, or do they still get a Shifter first pick in? There's still stuff available.
I feel like Shifter's next pick is going to be Ahri, and they can wait on that. So I think their first pick is a priority. I would go with something like Elise if they were Coast.
Yeah.
Their Elise play has been quite strong in the past. Nintendude is 2-1 on it thus far. It is a pretty big priority pick normally. It's the second most played champion for Crumbs as well.
Nintendude's the one talking right now. So he's still saying, like, here's the champions we're thinking about.
How important is Elise? How important is Vi? Things like that.
Yeah. I mean, Elise big for both these teams. Elise, I think that is the right call. But it does leave 2 big picks open to Dignitas if they want something important here. Of course, Daydream known for his hook champions. Thresh is the big one he plays right now. Elise first pick going through. Now Dignitas make their choices. Of course, Kiwi Kid, kind of, I still feel like he's most known for his Annie play, even after the nerfs. That's been his big champ. But
it's been pretty good for him. We saw Special break out the Frost Queen on Annie earlier. The new Spell Thief's Edge.
Ice and Fire, it's a good mix.
Dignitas in their game against CLG as well, kind of just stuck with the champions they have played the most for the whole year, even if they put together an AoE comp. They picked Mundo, which is the most played for Cruiser. They picked Jinx, which is the most played for Cutie Pie. Lucian is the second most played. Annie is the most played. They're really just going off of what they have played the most of right now. It's all they could do at the moment since Elise doesn't really give away much.
All right, so Annie, Lucian, great lane. Very good at dealing damage to you and setting you up for kills here for the Dignitas bottom lane. And I like that because Lucian is also WizFusion's big champion right now, so it's a bit of a steal as well.
It's a really good takeaway.
Yeah.
Although Caitlyn is probably just the next thing he would default back into. Doesn't need to do that right away. Coast has a lot of different directions. At this point, Coast probably doesn't like being on blue side, honestly, because they want Zion Spartan to be able to pick his counter in the top lane.
Yeah.
And he's not able to do that. So just save Thresh and Caitlyn picks coming from Coast.
Okay, they're going to play reactively completely here. But overall, bottom lane is very gankable. Thresh Elise is one of probably the scariest things to fight against. Even if you are far away and have dashes like Lucian and Annie. But we'll see. It's going to be an interesting 2v2 to watch for if we find it. Likely to be a heads-up 2v2, but we'll see. Coast, of course, saw the entire lane before making their choices and said, yes, we are comfortable making these picks here. These are champs to go up nicely. Now, Dignitas have to show a solo laner here at this point.
I will have to say, Scar's 4-0 on Karthus. And picking it into Ahri is generally a bad idea, but especially after that defeat they suffered earlier. Why not play it until it fails? They could be a little bit dissuaded because they did that with Jinx. I'm a Cutie Pie was 5-0 on Jinx and has lost the most recent 2.
Ooh, so Jungle Evelynn and the Jace. We've seen it go a couple different ways. We've seen top lane Jace, we've seen mid lane Jace. But of course, Tear of the Goddess was buffed this patch. It now generates some max mana on its own. And Doran's shield got nerfed, so you'll see a little bit less of it and less regen, and Jace can maybe poke you out of lane.
I like it right now. Top lane Jace has made a bit of a comeback.
The Amumu hover. Giving Kiwi Kid nightmares. He's laughing. You can see Kiwi Kid. He's like, hey, it's the Amumu. No, they stole my pick.
Yeah, what else am I going to play? It was actually Annie mid the whole time.
Right?
This Jace pick is intriguing, though. I think it'll be a mid lane pick by Skara, which makes Shifter's choice a little bit more difficult. It's been a while since Jace has seen his way in NA LCS.
Oh, we forgot about this. Kassadin got all the way through picks and bans. And the Jax for Zion Spartan. I mean, Coast, I feel like got every single champion they want to play here.
This will be fun, actually. I feel like even though Kassadin was getting banned the whole time throughout this split, Coast was the best Kassadin team.
Yeah.
All through NACL. Because they tried to force Kassadin heavy play styles in.
1% pick rate.
Yeah, it's about right. But they tried to force Kassadin heavy play styles in when Shifter was playing lots of Katarina because they loved the roaming potential out of the mid lane. And especially with Thresh, he can go in with his Rift Walk for damage and then still get out with the Lantern, or he can Lantern gank. The only thing they do not have, though, is a jungler who can push hard with the Kassadin. That's something Coast usually synergizes together, but because they locked in the Elise as well, they're missing that little bit right there.
You know, it's worth pointing out, by the way. So, yeah, it's going to be top lane Jace, mid lane Kha'Zix. I do want to point out that the Kassadin no longer has 100% pick ban rate in the LCS. In CLG's game, it went all the way through. I think it was CLG's game.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
There was a hover and then no lock-in.
Yeah. So 4.3 Kassadin, base damages at rank 5 going down on his Q and his E. We'll see if that's enough. I did get to talk to Coast's duo lane after the games about 2-3 weeks ago. And like, so Kassadin 100% pick ban, like why is he so feared? And he's like, we could have AFK'd and shifted 1v5.
That's what they were saying.
Yeah.
I don't believe them.
I feel like that's overstated.
Yeah, and especially considering he's had a fair bit of damage taken away from him, as well as his silence been decreased. His Q at max rank went from 220 to 200. His E also, I believe, was taken down from 280.
I think it's down 40
down
damage.
To 240.
I
max
believe,
rank.
yeah.
Yeah.
So
But
some hits there.
Some decreased damage and less silence duration, but he's still Kassadin.
He is still Kassadin. That is
Yeah.
true. The name hasn't changed, so keep that in mind. You can find it the same way. As the teams load into the game, let's total up the votes and see which team you picked to win. According to lolesports.com, 59% of you think that Dignitas is going to be victorious. This is one of the biggest votes I've seen for Coast in a while.
Well, Coast has been on the upswing.
Yeah, they have.
And Dignitas actually looked pretty good in their game against CLG earlier. Considering how powerful CLG has looked lately, Dignitas had him on their back foot for a little while. The lane swap that Dignitas pulled with Jinx was very clever to get a Mumu out of the early game.
Yeah.
I wonder what clever ploys they're going to have to stop the Kassadin from Shifter here.
Let's see what we're going to get out of this one. Of course, I mean, Dignitas back in, I think it was the first spring split, would 2v1 mid every game just for the map positioning. And Scar would almost always be stuck in a 1v2. And it would like work out for them. Like they would just kind of play that way and rotate off of mid. I mean, QTPie's already running mid lane. They're showing their hand early.
Kassadin, weak early game.
Yes. Slightly weaker mid game as well. And you consider the main Kassadin build is like tier Rod of Ages. He's relying on base damage for a long time. And those base damages being lower really does delay his power spike for a while.
This will also be Zion Spartan's third game on Jax. He is undefeated. It's the 5th unique top laner for Cruiser to play here. It is his first game on Jace in the LCS.
The first Jace in general I feel like we've seen in the LCS.
This season, I think you're correct.
On either side of the pond. Cruiser chilling top lane. Did open up Doran's Blade. Zion Spartan, I got to point out, by the way, opened up Flask and Potions. So not Doran's Shield, not Cloth 5, not Doran's Blade. Certainly not Doran's Blade. That'd be horrible.
Jace is a very heavy early game harasser.
Yeah.
So I think it was either that or a Cloth 5.
And also got to say Flask Potions for Shifter as well.
He could have done Doran Shield. Like, even though it's nerfed,
yeah,
it's still very good against auto-attack reliant laners.
All right, well, Dignitas late invade here, 137 in. Trinket Ward over the wall. They're going to spot which way Nintendo starts in his jungle. Nintendo actually took a Shock Blast to the face a little bit ago. He's regenning. Chucked a potion, actually. I'm surprised.
Interesting choice by Kiwi Kid as well. I've been trying to track the support item builds throughout the day. Cruiser trying to be annoying. Don't fight
Zion's
Jax.
getting the better deal of this one, though. Hammer form, a little bit of movement speed. He's going to have his Q up in a second. Yep.
There it is.
Wow, and Cruiser only has 1 health potion. Keep that in mind.
Yeah.
So he's either going to regen off that 3 life per hit and maybe some lifesteal runes. Did Cruiser run lifesteal,
he's
by the
running
way?
4%.
Okay, so
just like an 80 carry would.
And Zion, though, just going in. He's chugged part of his mana bar down, but by going Flask, it's, I believe, what, 60-something mana per charge, so he can keep those jumps going in, pushing Cruiser down. Yeah, Zion's actually doing a good job in this lane. Look at that. He's pushing him around.
Well, high-risk champion taking risks very early on. And considering he's against an Eve, it's a very bold move, but there's actually a counter-jungling opportunity for Crumbs. He's trying to wait for Nintendo X's Elise. Fighting Elise at level 2 isn't wise. Crumbs actually was trying to avoid getting counter-jungled. Let's see if he can wait out this smite, and if Nintendo smites early. Just going for the kill.
There goes in for Nintendo. Has red buff here on Crumbs. Nintendo going to put in some damage, but down to 150. Can he get the rotation from Kassadin in time? Ooh, Crumbs putting him too low to stay in the jungle. Well played.
Yeah, knowing that Shifter's not going to be able to move down to help out. That is a brilliant move by Crumbs. Right. Evelyn is not supposed to be a strong early game jungler, and Elise is supposed to be the bully, but Crumbs just caught Nintendo unaware. He didn't think to check around his red buff because who counter jungles red to red on Evelyn? That doesn't happen.
Yeah, he got all the way around the map, but you're right, and it capitalized off the fact that Shifter's cast in a weak laner, right? Obvious push advantage for Skara. Shifter not able to roam around. A lot of really good things came into play here. Dig happy to let him play the cast, and of course they knew it coming in. They didn't ban it themselves, and they played around it well. We'll see if it burns him in the end. Crumbs puts the Trinket Ward down. Daydream help when Wiz Fusion kill minions under the turret. With the early push lead going to Dignitas in almost all the lanes, only top lane right now going well for Coast. So early game is on Zion's shoulders. We'll see how it pans out.
We'll see how Crumbs makes his impact now that he has the blue buff as well. He's going to have to heal. He burned through a lot of health potions, pulling off his red buff maneuver. But I think he's bought his lanes a little bit more time as well, trying to dodge out those early game Elise ganks. There's going to be a lot of jungle play interacting with each other this game instead of just trying to find ganks. Specifically against an Eve, Nintendo's going to want to try and do a lot of jungle invades just to see where she is, because wards don't help you.
It's true they don't. We'll see if they can find him out here. Nintendo a little bit on the back foot. Ironically, has more minion kills, but less gold. Couldn't finish his Spirit Stone on his way back to the base, but clearing the rest of his jungle now. Cruiser level 4. Zion did grab an early Doran's Blade. I believe Cruiser backed without getting to buy any items but potions. So a bit of a lead there. Shifter taking damage from Skara. Honestly, still on the back foot, and it's 15 to 33 in minions. Skara doing very well here.
Yeah, Kassadin actually does decent against Kha'Zix since it is melee champion versus melee champion. Kassadin generally struggles early more against range, but that is another jungle opportunity
Level
here.
lead for Nintendo that puts the stun down onto Crumbs. Crumbs still chasing down, flashes in for the damage. Nintendo lower and lower on health. Does he have to flash away or not?
They're gonna
puts the Q down. First blood goes through. Nintendo could have flashed and didn't. He just died.
They were trying to get the double buff turn. There was a miscommunication there. They were hoping that Shifter would flash over the wall and then try and kill Crumbs since he had already burned his flash. That was very close to being a turn, but once again, Crumbs ahead in the calculations. Nintendo did not flash away to safety.
Yeah.
And it gives Crumbs the jungling upper hand.
And just to keep in mind, with Crumbs getting the kill there, he resets the W. W will cleanse slows when used, so there's no way Shifter could have chased him down, even if he
Good
flashed.
thing he didn't flash in.
Yeah. So good patience by Shifter. Unfortunate move there for Nintendo. Not the right call.
It's counter jungling continuing as well.
Yeah, he's doing incredibly well there. Level 4 to 4 top lane. We're still watching very similar minions. Nintendo back to mid.
They're going to walk right into
though.
Eve.
This is going to be a bit risky. Skara jumps on in. Who's going to take the damage? Crumbs jumping into that battle. Nintendo does have flash. He's going to repel down to a minion. Flashes down to the side. No one in range of him, but loses the summoner spell.
Crumbs putting on a clinic early game right now. And Dignitas as a whole is really trying to pick on Shifter. Very late pick Kassadin. But Dignitas appears very ready for it. 700 gold lead already 6 minutes into the game, just from the laning phase alone.
Such good play here for Dignitas. 3 buffs to 1 early game. The kill as well on the jungler there. Unassisted kill, so a 400 gold kill. Wiz Fusion and Daydream are holding on to this lane. Like, for what it's worth, these guys are going more or less equal. Mid lane going to Skara, top lane going to Zion. We're still going to see this play out over time. Crumb's going to go Lizard Elder here on Evelyn. It's the build we tend to see from the pro tier Evelyn junglers, so that's kind of the de facto build. That's fine.
We're also seeing a Doran's Ring start from Kiwi Kid.
Yeah.
It's fun to track the support itemization now that Doran's Shield has been nerfed and the gold generation line for supports has been updated. Kiwi Kid opting for neither. And instead, there's the gank from Kassadin, but
and he breaks
doesn't
his
get the
own
lantern.
Oh, that is rough. Shifter doesn't get it in time.
Oh,
Failed
man.
gank. Lost summoner.
Man, that is rough right there. He does not click Lantern time, and it's funny because we talked about how Coast used to be automatic with this, and sometimes in scrims they would still let it through and it'd be like a free win. I bet you they haven't played this combo in forever, so they're
Possibly
absolutely
not.
rusty in this.
Yeah, we'll see, but it is worth pointing out QtPie and Kiwi Kid both lost their flashes. So aside from Shifter's time, it was a summoner spell positive endeavor.
Watch out.
Level 5 though for Crumbs, no ulti there. Putting some damage down. There comes Kassadin. Oh, he Qs it in time. Crumbs not arranged to smite it away. So, and Scar, well, this is interesting. Scar evolved his ultimate first, which did get changed. It's 2-second stealth now.
Yeah.
And he passes through minions, I believe, while doing so.
Yes, he does. But the key is the 50% damage reduction while stealthed.
Yeah.
You do not see that often, though. That means to me that he's going to evolve his E second. It's almost, I think it's ridiculous for a Kassadin to wait until level 16 before he can get jump resets. It's going to lower his damage in the lane a little bit, but make him nearly, I think, unkillable at this point unless someone brings a pink ward into the lane.
Yeah. Runs far away. Yeah, 3 stealth. The last quest is long to give damage reduction. The knock in onto QtPie. Ignite is there. Not good for the Lucian. Will he go down? Yes, he will. Daydreaming claims the kill. Secures that one nicely. Well played there, Coast bottom lane.
All about the hook. It kind of looked like it caught Cutie mid-dash. So, love to see that again. That was a very slick hook there by Daydream and giving them an advantage 2v2. Bottom lane had to make a play. They made one.
Shifter still on the back end a little bit here, putting damage back on a Scar, though, looking a bit better. Tier was built here for Shifter. Of course, that is a slightly buffed tier. So why the heck not? And now the play for Dragon as well. Coast really showing signs of life now.
It's because they got the kill in the bottom lane. Elise is one of the best Dragon killers in the game, watching the Spiderlings tank. Great moves by Coast all around, even though Shifter has been denied a little bit. That failed gank where he didn't click the Lantern really did help them get a kill. They had no flashes in the bottom lane. When that hook landed, it allowed them to even it out, and the gold bought the 12.
So Daydreamin earns his team a kill and a dragon here, Zion Spartan. Now onto the back foot a little bit going this lane. It's worth pointing out he's down 6 minions now. Yeah. So Cruiser has turned this around, even off a small item deficit there, not having a flask on his way through here. So 8 for 7, a level lead as well.
One thing to definitely note about Cruiser's skill order on Jace is he is maxing his W second instead of his Q. The old Jaces used to put everything in Q and E because it was all about the Shock Blast combo. But against Jax, Cruiser is leveling his Hypercharge because the 3 auto attacks in quick succession are what is harassing Zion Spartan out of the lane.
And not to mention the acceleration gate no longer goes down in cooldown with rank. So he's like, I don't want the disengage for the increased damage E. I'm just going to go for the W, the Hypercharge. Pretty good skill there. Brutalizer Rush for Cruiser, Phage for Zion Spartan. But it's still more poke damage. It's going to be very scary for poor Zion here.
I feel like Cruiser's really going to take some power in that lane unless Zion gets help, which is what Nintendo Dex is on the way for.
Going to be there by the time Cruiser comes back. Cruiser going to face check this brush. Nintendo.
Zion's not close. Oh, didn't ward the brush. So he actually feels a lot safer than he should right now. There's a low percentage chance that Nintendo was in that brush, and they want Cruiser to jump on him.
Going to find the stun. Will they go in for anything? No, he's going to actually pull Cruiser in. So here comes Elise. Nintendo goes in for the Q. Can he get the cocoon? The flash doesn't quite land. It pops the barrier anyway. Cruiser without summoners.
Doesn't matter that it didn't kill him. They have a huge minion wave. They have him low, and they have 2 people top lane. They're going to try to get the turret. In response, Dignitas might try a dive.
Oh, they're going to definitely crush this bottom lane right now. Crumb's already there. Takes a shot to the back of the head. Doesn't care too much. Looks like they're going to be a turret trade here in Zion. Getting some much needed relief though in this lane. Going to suck up a bit of experience. The 80 carries, I got to say, I'm a QtPie holding up much better now. 94 to 80 in minions and the turret kill. So Dignitas bottom lane looking pretty sharp. Look back towards the mid lane and you've got Tiamat already done for Skara, as well as that 23 minion kill lead.
Take a step back a little bit. The fact that Shifter's a 61 farm is actually pretty good for Coast. I think it was a really clever move what Nintendo Dex just did in that top lane. Because this is the exact moment in the lane where Zion was going to lose to Cruiser because of the itemization of the Brutalizer. This buys Coast a lot of time. Even though Dignitas was able to respond, really great play to buy the time.
Oh, well done right here. 100 gold separates these teams. Again, the minion deficit being really held up because of the dragon that Daydreamin earned for the team thanks to that hook onto QtPie, if you call your attention back a few minutes. That's why the gold is so close. Shifter still waiting to get to late game. Picked up a blasting wand, and I'm curious if he wants to delay his late game longer and still go for Rod of Ages, or if he's just like gonna rush a Seraphs and then just continue from there with
He's
the
going
offensive
Seraphs.
build.
Even last year we saw a lot of Kassadin's not even go Rod of Ages. They would go Seraph's and Azanya's Hourglass, just for more damage and, in a sense, more tankiness as well. It's another path to go. You have less max health. It's harder to execute Kassadin.
Yeah.
But still very effective.
I think it's just itemizing against the missing health damage from Kha'Zix. Less likely. I mean, technically, yes, the shield helps there, but
we'll go with it.
Sure, I'm making stuff up as I go, but as long as it makes sense, you'll believe me. Kiwi Kid chilling by the mid lane. Looks like Dignitas ignoring the bot lane for now because they want to keep pressuring Shifter's poor lonesome turret. Goes forth to defend that, and Dignitas actually get their way in on towards the blue buff. This is actually really good blue to steal. This is about the time that Kassadin starts becoming a little bit more important, and the blue just goes away from him.
And remember the last time they didn't successfully get the steal, which is one of the reasons Shifter's been able to stick around.
Yeah.
He won't be able to spam nearly as much with his pistol.
Looks like Shifter's doing a much better job of holding onto his lane now. He's kind of stopped bleeding CS. The siege mid didn't do much. It did, however, make a gigantic wave of Coast crash up against the turret, and PewDiePie is just now controlling these minions and getting the gold back in.
Yeah.
But it was a missed push opportunity there. That's not going to happen. Very little damage put in. Bloodthirster is done for Wiz Fusion. Gold's definitely there for PewDiePie at this point. So the AD carries will mirror their builds soon. And I want to see now how the top lane duel continues, though. Zion Spartan, right? He's been the guy. This is still a pretty solo lane focused team. Kassadin and Jax both able to make plays.
I feel like Jax will outscale Jason dueling potential straight up pretty shortly. Probably once he gets level 11 or once he gets to Trinity Force. Dignitas, I think, needs to do more right now. There's a lot of solo lane potential from the Jax.
2 vs 2 fight. Cruiser not going to get stunned. Crumbs is around. Do they have the damage? Dodge comes in. Zion, heavy damage onto Cruiser. Can he chase the kill down? Knocked back. There comes the Lantern, though, from Daydream. And can he pull the team in for this fight? Oh, almost gets the hook, but Crumbs finds one. Answered back by Zion Spartan. Double buff Jax.
That's the biggest thing. Buff transfer complete right there for Zion Spartan. He will be able to use that gold as well for more items. Even though the 1-for-1 isn't that great, overall, the double buffs will make it worth it in the long run.
He's going to have a fun time chasing down Cruiser, who did burn his barrier again in that fight. Cruiser's flash, of course, was still down. Zion has double summoners. Zintendude actually had flash and didn't use it during that fight.
Again,
partially let himself go down.
without
flashing.
away.
Do the Evelyn know that? No less either.
Although he's had reasons for that. He wanted to stay engaged in the fight last time. The flash may not have saved him. It was very, very close fight. And it's interesting because I feel like Nintendo X gets a lot of flack from the community for being such a long-standing jungler in the LCS. You know, most deaths in LCS history for NA. But even in his solo queue, he is top 50 last season. He is challenger now. He is a very quality player, but the style he plays within Coast leads to him dying a lot. His solo lanes are probably greedier in the sense that they get more farm channel to them than any other solo lane combo in the LCS. And Nintendo is the one that has to just help it get going every game. He has to come and gank, and he has to jump in fights. Remember, Coast runs one tank combinations more often than not, and it's always Nintendo.
Yeah.
Plus, he's working with diminished gold. He is set up to die. That is Coast strategy. It is just Nintendo dies, and everyone else will do things. I mean, so he has to do clever things, and his deaths aren't always his fault.
This is the guy who played Jungle Leona, who played Jungle Tank Fiddlesticks, rushed a Golem Spirit. Like, he just finds tanks playing and says, yeah, I got crowd control. If I die, it's fine. I got my combo off. And that's the champions he plays. Dignitas giving blue buffs to Crumbs, and they go for the Dragon now themselves. 60 minutes in, it respawns, and it's going to be a pretty easy pickup there for Dignitas. 1 of 2. Trading these back and forth. Fourth, Dig 1,400 gold in the lead. This bottom lane not to be pushed for much longer.
Yeah, this is quite interesting. Wow, flash!
The hook comes in a little bit late. The box comes down. J-Demon trying to run away. Nice damage coming across. Coast really disengaging that fight nicely.
Yeah.
Trading ultis.
And the disengage is going to be really key for Coast if Silent Spartan develops a split push later into this game. The fact they could do it there, very good. But Shifter, don't walk into that trap. He's safe.
I got to point out the differences in support some more. Sork Shoes rush for Kiwi Kid.
Yeah.
He's almost their only magic damage aside from Crumbs.
Yeah, he's looking to do big damage with that Doran's Ring stuff as well.
3-man ulti from Crumbs gets hooked in. Skara around the side as well. Jumps in. A lot of damage. Picks up Daydreamin'. Can they keep going? Wiz Fusion low on health, flashing away. Nintendude low. Has flash. Do they have enough? Shifter shows up. Big slow comes in. Jumps in. Finds one. Finds two. This could be the battle that Coast is looking for. It's looking pretty good.
Huge turn right there. Shifter, I believe, had a couple Rift Walk stacks. Over chased by Dignitas. Scar with his evolved ultimate. got caught with his ultimate down. Turret and kills for Coast. Big swing of the game right there.
Well, they let Shifter get Kassadin, and he escaped the landing phase without dying. Russian Archangel Staff, not even Boots, doesn't care. Just jumps in for it.
At this point, too, Crumbs' shield didn't have much of an impact for him. And really, I think Dignitas overcommitted. The Tibbers was not up at this point. QtPie had used his culling already, and the turn is absolutely there. Shifter, just too much damage with Force Pulse combined with ultimate. The slap in the face for the double.
That wasn't even stacked up, the ulti.
No.
I didn't see him charge it at all throughout that fight. Just the E into R combo, doing some decent damage. He's looking happy. Skara, level 10 in the mid lane.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Shifter maxed his Force Pulse before his Q, which is one of the reasons that E just blew everybody up so much. Even though it was nerfed from 280 to 240, it is still his highest base damage spell, and he took full benefit of it. There.
Gets the most damage per rank up. It says, all right, I'll go for that one here. I like that. It's something to definitely consider there for the Kassadins. Blue buff going to Shifter, his second of the game. Nintendude level 9 right here. Actually did buy 2 Ruby Crystals in a row. They only cost 400 gold now. So we bought them both. I guess Kindle Gem costs more than it does before. It's a 450 upgrade.
Yeah.
So he maybe not,
He
maybe
probably
couldn't have afforded it last time.
He'll eventually go Golem Spirit and then probably a Haunting Guise.
Yeah.
If he is to continue.
Well, mid lane turret now under siege. 2-1 in turrets for Coast. They're winning by most of the team metrics. Though still down in minions here so far. Zion Spartan yet to complete his Trinity Force, Double Doran's Blade. Ninja Tabby as well to defend against Cruiser. Cruiser going for a Bloodthirster. So the Muramana Jace not the build here, even with the tier buffs. Going for just hardcore AD Jace.
And I think it was going to work out for Cruiser when he went back and got the Brutalizer. He was in a position to destroy Zion in that lane. But I still do give credit to Nintendude for setting up that gank. I really think that swung the lane in some very dangerous directions. Now Cruiser is kind of playing from behind. I think the ideal for Dignitas is he lands a couple good shock blasts before a fight as Crumbs comes around from the back with Eve, and then Scar can theoretically get resets. But pulling something off like that against Coast, who is so heavy in the disengage, is really difficult. Coast, despite the gold being 200 against them, I think are far in the lead right now.
They're looking good right here. Daydreamin grabs cooldown boots for what it's worth, so both these guys going for combat boots, the two supports here. Daydreamin, only 15 CDR, checked his stat sheet, no cooldown runes or masteries. But he's going to grab Ascension later on for 35 CDR. That'll be fun for him. A lot of hooks, a lot of boxes. The engage comes down. KiwiKid finds Nintendo to jump in. KiwiKid explodes immediately. Box doesn't even get touched, doesn't matter. Skara doesn't quite get to block the ulti coming in from Caitlyn. Cruiser is low.
Yeah, one thing about going Sorcerer Shoes Doran's Ring on Annie is he forgets how squishy he actually is.
Yeah.
A lot of Annie support builds have been surprisingly tanky. There's not even a Sightstone worth of health on him. He got destroyed.
Poor guy right there. Mid lane turret goes down 3-1 now. And 5-3 and kills Zion Spartan. He sees QtPie and says, I want to kill you. Shifter comes around. Nice flash by QtPie. Gets him away, though.
Yeah, being able to dodge the Force Pulse, absolutely critical. Crumbs, though, stalking a little bit. They might try the flank right here. Kha'Zix is behind them as well.
Cruiser dangerously low.
KiwiKid just keeping him interested. Here
Get
comes.
From this one. All right, here we go. The engage. Can they find an intended slow down? A lot of bursts coming across. Will he drop? He Elises into the air. The rappel comes down. There's a shock blast. Going to be 1. Going to be 2 kills picked up. Dignitas big turnaround.
Really good flanking there. And KiwiKid had a pretty damn good bait right there.
Yeah.
What's an Annie going to do that has absolutely no Tibbers? They wanted to kill him again. Christ.
That's some good damage. That's some good damage. Shifter keeping them away from the mid turret. Shifter, being a Kassadin, still hasn't lost his turret.
Yeah.
One of the only guys to keep his turret alive, actually, is Kassadin, ironic as that seems.
Yeah, he's done a lot of force pulsing at the turret to keep it alive. Big damage coming out on QtPie, though.
Would you say he's kept the turret's pulse alive?
Yeah, he's kept the pulse alive. Go for it. This fight, though, was a good evolve, specifically, and then Dignitas just knew how to follow. Skara jump backwards for fun afterwards, but there was no chasing to be done. It means that if Dignitas gets that ideal fight with Crumbs coming in behind them and Kha'Zix going in, it can still be a good time.
Zion Spartan getting the red buff for himself. Trinity Force done. Starting on Blade of the Ruin King. Maxing Q, maxing W. 1 point in the dodge. I forget which one he maxed first. I never actually checked that. I feel bad for not doing it, but I didn't look. But 1 point in dodge, all you Jaxes out there. That's the Zion Spartan way. Force Pulse already max Shifter. 1 point to go still in the queue. But 150 CS now on Kassadin, 2-0 and 1. I think it's safe to say Shifter has successfully escaped the early game rather well.
And now the question will be how Dignitas locks him down in team fights. It's an interesting thought, too, as they take another Dragon. Try to figure out, how Kassadin existed for so long with the same Force Pulse mechanics and was never really a big problem in competitive play.
Yeah.
Right? Until basically end of Season 3 when he was just assumed to be too good. There's a Baron, though, coming down. A lot of split push. I'll get to Kassadin later.
Well, it's going to be Kassadin versus the world if he wants to stop the Baron. 23 minutes in a very early attempt. It goes past to no by this point.
At the very least, all Shifter's going to be doing here is trying to delay Dignitas from backing. I don't think he can actually stop this Baron, but he could probably maybe even get a kill.
We get recalls. Scar is low. Shifter doesn't know that, though. He can look for Cutie Pie, and he could probably beat him out in the 1v1. Doesn't find the damage, though. Bottom lane turret goes down. Inhibitor's going to fall as well, so 2 turrets for Baron. Similar gold, to be honest, with those two.
Yeah. We've heard an inhibitor for Baron being about the trade-off, where they're arguably the same because the Baron team can defend the inhibitor for a bit. But when you give away 2 turrets, I'd say that is definitely to the benefit of Coast. But Kassadin.
Yeah. So Jat.
I feel like teams used to be...
No, okay, it's fine. Mine was useless.
You're going to make a joke.
Yes, I am.
Yeah, we'll wait on that. The game used to have a lot more hard CC in it.
Yeah.
And much longer durations.
Yes.
I think even Fiddlesticks, Fear used to be 3 seconds, Ram's Taunt used to be 3 seconds. There were a lot more 2-second stuns in the game. And also, champions are more about mobility and slows, or move speed enhances. So you can slow Kassadin as much as you want, you're not going to stop him. Whereas in the past, you would have many more people who could stun him when he was going in and shut him down. Now there is not nearly as many countermeasures to what he is accomplishing on the map, which I think is one of the big reasons he's found so much success.
Yeah. A lack of point-and-click stun creep, I suppose, which is
sure.
fine. I don't necessarily like point-and-click stuns.
It's the direction that the game has taken, and it's generally a good direction. It just means Kassadin has gotten incrementally stronger.
Yes, absolutely. So, the joke I was going to make, this is hilarious, by the way, guys.
Yeah. And it's even better because we've been waiting for it for so long.
Oh my gosh, the payoff, it's so immense. So the joke was made, part of the joke is not mine, that Kassadin got buffed in this patch because he couldn't even escape the pick and ban phase. He was that weak. So now his pick and ban phase has been buffed, so we see him in the game.
Yeah, I know.
And now he gets to play.
Are you saying he escaped the early game because he got out of picks and bans?
Yeah.
Is that where you're going?
Yeah, basically.
I told you that joke.
I know, I didn't say it was mine.
All right.
I had a disclaimer saying not my joke, then continued. So if it's hilarious, people can still credit me. If it's not, be like, it wasn't my joke.
All right. Jats. No, it wasn't. I found it on Reddit. But anyway, Coast. Coast has done a good job here. Even though Dignitas has the Baron buff, not letting Dignitas take any advantages off of it. Oftentimes when a team gets a Baron, they will use it to gain lane farm and grow the gold back in the game.
The cop tweet. Yes. Wait, no. Boo. Boo, cop. Boo.
Dignitas wants to find a fight, though, with this last minute and a half.
Wiz Fusion is not in a good spot. Oh, he dodges it. Oh, crumbs. That is... No. Nintendo. Oh my gosh. That's 2 ultimates now.
Huge, because Zion is still split pushing. It doesn't matter if Dig has that Baron buff. They're going to lose a turret for this.
This is not good for Dignitas right now. There we go. Top lane turret. Thud, 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 thud. Zion's going to take this down pretty quickly.
And here's the game that Coast loves to play. Wait for someone to go for Zion Spartan, and then Shifter comes as well, and they continue the push.
He's there. He's waiting. He's got the Zonias. Scar gets revealed. That's one of the things I like about Kadol, is it reveals your target as you go, so they can like track more of Dignitas for longer. Be like, okay, Scar's near top. By the way, he's around. If someone's near him, they'll see him as well.
Ooh. Also, Cutie Pie went with the Ghost Blade on Lucian.
Yes.
He's done this before. And people generally agreed that he was messing around because they were winning the game by a lot.
I think it's good.
It's not the case here. It is his legitimate build. He will pop it during the culling.
Yeah.
To gain move speed and damage, basically.
50% attack speed, which is pretty high for an item slot. That's what Phantom Dancer gives. So he's got a Phantom Dancer with attack speed, 20 flat armor pen, then goes for Last Whisper.
Only for the 4 seconds with which it's active.
Yeah, which is fine. Culling doesn't even last that long. I think it's great, but it makes him really ult-reliant and does lower his DPS in fights. He has very, very little crit right now.
It's pretty good armor pen, though, especially when he combos it with Last Whisper, the way armor penetration stacks. But they're going to need him to do a lot. I suppose it fits their team composition if he is only trying to maximize culling damage, trying to get as many people low as possible so Skara can jump in. And it's a heavier poke-based comp right here.
Okay.
Off to the races.
Zion Spartan doesn't even see Crumbs, doesn't need to. He's all right. Shifter, Nintendo, they're around. And you got Wiz Fusion and Daydream and chilling mid, though. They're kind of keeping the push going on one side. The rest of the team kind of chilling at the top. Dignitas definitely on the back foot right now. They're the defending team. They've got a little bit of poke. They've got Skara Spines. They've got Cruiser poke. So long. All right. He'll be back, though.
His items are getting pretty good, too.
Yeah. Oh,
Last
man.
Whisper Brutalizer.
Cruiser's hitting some painful points
He's
right
going to
here.
want to get a Black Cleaver. If he gets a Black Cleaver, it'll be very, very good since, as we said earlier, they're pretty much all physical damage. And they're going to need to start shredding through at least Nintendo, who is the soul tank and is doomed to die in these games.
Yeah. See if we can dodge more spells with Repel or something, though.
But this split push is really going to be a problem. Zion Spartan's at a point where he can definitely destroy Cruiser in a 1v1, and Coast is consistently having to pull back for him. It's strange that Zion is pushing that side of the map, because they have littered the top lane with wards. It would be better for him to do that if they were trying to get picks.
Yeah.
But those wards will still come in handy in about a minute and a half for the ones that stay up, because they can get control around the Baron pit.
And I really got to commend Coast, though. They have really, really good ward coverage here, though. Dig are just now sweeping them out. Baron's up in a minute 15. Dig might be slightly late to the party, though, if they can't get rid of all the wards in time. Dragon is up as well. No one's yet gone towards it, though.
Coast a lot of gold at this point in the game.
Oh, wait, they don't see Crumbs. That's a green ward. Wait.
They do.
Okay, he did see him. Take it back. Crumbs not in the best spot right now. Does have Flash. Gets Cocoon, though. Kate ult's going to come across. Low health on the Crumbs. I don't know how they saw him, but the damage comes through. Shifter picks it up.
I believe Freak, he had used his W for the move speed, therefore he was revealed and had not re-stealthed.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but that is the ward control that they get. They could spot Crumbs wherever he was. Or if it turns out it's not, the replay will show that Daydream literally sees the future. But I believe they could see it.
He saw it in a daydream? The headsets are slightly soundproof, but I can still hear the groans from the audience.
I understand.
Oh my god. It's the best feeling in commentating.
For now.
Like Riv got to commentate that crazy Zion Spartan, or the crazy like Shifter like TSM Nexus
And
kill.
you just get to make people feel uncomfortable. But at this point, when he dropped the ward, he revealed.
He was already channeling the hook, though.
What the heck?
Yeah, I want
could've
to see that from
sworn he was
farther back.
invisible. Yeah.
Because he was invisible at the time. I could have
You're
sworn.
so demanding, Freak.
I just want to know, because that was awesome.
It was. But
I'm
this
just gonna
Baron is going to be really huge right now because the pink ward's getting control. This could very well be a fight. Nice catch. There's
Done
the
on the
Cocoon.
Kiwi Kid. The hook's going to land
Oh,
as
no.
well. He is not in a good spot. Wiz Fusion claims the kill that his team set up for him. 3-0-1 on Shifter. Oh, man, they started the Baron. There's no vision control. Crumbs eats a trap, so they know that he is around.
There
Do
could
they
still
risk?
be-
There's the hook. There's the jump in. The play backwards. Goodbye to Evelyn. But can Kha'Zix make it happen? Skara, can he try?
a lot of
Cruiser picks up
damage.
one. Zion jumps over towards the Baron pit, but here comes Skara. Can he get the damage? Blade of the Rune King used. Zion gets away from this one with his fusion. Not in a good spot. Can he pick up the kill? Doesn't quite kill off Cruiser.
Casket
shows
is
up.
still existing, though. It's a 2-for-2.
Oh!
Sky
Blue
Lord!
Trinket! Skara blocks it. I like that.
Yeah, Blue Trinket Caitlyn so she can call her shots, basically. Man, that
Yes.
fight was close.
Oh,
There's
man.
a lot of squishy assassins in this game.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
one of these reasons these fights are so explosive. It's like the opposite of last game, where we had nothing but tanks and support mid laners. Everybody wants to kill right here.
Everybody wants to kill everyone else. Kiwi Kid finally did make his way towards Talisman of Ascension and Sightstone. He's got the standard support repertoire of items now. Skara, Ravenous Hydra done. Adds a Hex Drinker for good choice.
Yeah, so nice catch on a Kiwi Kid right here, but the big thing happened with the follow-up shortly after when Dignitas went. Watch all the AoE damage they bursted right after Coast came over the wall, and it was scary when Coast came over the wall. Dignitas did not have much time to react, but everyone could support this. The culling, I believe, came out right there with the Ghost Blade on it, as well as getting a couple resets from Scar, which is just the big clump that Coast kind of has to avoid. This is why they want to do split pushing with Zion Spartan and having Shifter come in at the end of things, because if it starts like that, Dignitas may as well have the upper hand.
Yeah, as you say, Coast don't really team fight. They don't really want to. Baron, of course, is available. You did see WizFusion soloed the Dragon in the aftermath of that last fight. That's kind of all of Coast's gold lead right now, though. It's a very close game.
Shifter in the bottom lane. This gives Dignitas a bit of a window to at least control the terrain right now. They're going to try and kill us as fast as possible. Kha'Zix murders Baron. I don't think they can make it in time.
They're in Fog of War. Kha'Zix did get nerfed. That Q for minions did go down a little bit, or monsters, I should say. Dune puts the lantern down. They've got wards as well. Can they find the fight? Baron goes down.
But they're trapped in the pit.
Kiwik is going to engage on Dune and Tendude X. Can this fight happen now for these guys? Tibbers going to drop down, picks up the kill. Culling comes down. Good damage. Coast forced to run backwards. This is a good fight for Dignitas. They get the Baron and they get out.
Yeah, great job forcing a very confined 5v5 fight if they were to take it, and having the Baron beforehand. And it's not necessarily freak that Coast doesn't team fight all the time. It's that they don't team fight conventionally because they almost never have full tank lines. Because Zion split pushes so much, they would much rather collapse and find 5v4s than fight straight up 5v5s, which is exactly what Dignitas was forcing them to do there, which is one of the big reasons it worked.
And they made it happen. The late game shot calling still holding up for Dig. The Baron calls.
That one worked.
That one worked. They're 2 for 2 on Barons, to be fair. They lost an inhib for one of them.
Yeah.
But
and
this one was just
It's kind of
clean.
similar to the call that lost them the game against CLG.
Yeah.
Like, people always rag on Dignitas because they, quote, throw games at Baron Pit. And while sometimes they lose games based off what happens at Baron, Baron is the thing that creates action in League of Legends in the late game.
Yeah.
And Dignitas is often the team creating that action. So sometimes they lose the game. Recently, it's been more often than they're able to give themselves advantages. But that one was a really good Baron call. It was using the strategic positioning of Baron to their advantage because that's what their team comp favors.
And it was a well-done battle there. Kiwi Kid adding some more durability thanks to his gold from all the Baron money coming through. Looking for Negatron Cloak. Likely to be the Spectre's Cowl. I don't think he'd use Abyssal Scepter here. That'd be a little weird. 2 Hex Drinkers, 2 Merc Treads on the team for Dignitas. Of course, they know magic damage fairly heavy from Coast.
All the Negatron Cloaks are quite important for them. They're going to try, I think they want to catch from Daydreaming onto a squishy target like Skara.
Oh.
They get crumbs. That's not who they wanted.
Not a squishy. But the engage comes in. Kiwi Kid finds WizFusion. WizFusion goes down. Scar does not find much more, but Crumbs finds a slow. Then jump back from Shifter. The chase still going through. The shield from Shifter keeping him alive. Going to be blocked out by Zion as well, but the 1 for 0, big for Dignitas.
The acceleration gate supercharges Kiwi Kid as they go through there. They can take a lot more off of that fight.
It's looking good for Dignitas. Middle inhibitor turret goes down. Middle inhibitor itself soon to follow. 30 seconds on the respawn for
The inhibitor
carry.
is dead. That's a visual bug. Do not worry about that one. They did not leave that inhibitor with the sliver.
Going to be all right. And Dignitas go through the jungle, make sure nothing's left available. Dragon's still gone. Baron's still being warned by these guys. Shifter already ready for something in the bottom lane.
Yeah, Coast's split push has fallen apart based on the initiation from Dignitas and the forcing of the Baron. Zion Spartan has not been able to get going in a side lane or really in any fights whatsoever. And despite heavy ward coverage from Coast in this game, they haven't been able to get fights either. But watch that flash through the acceleration gate to just blow up WizFusion and end the fight. Even though they could only get 1 kill, the damage they were able to put down on the rest of Coast was enough to give them turret pressure. So Dignitas was just a good go button right there. Acceleration gate to flash Tibbers.
Very well done by these guys. Zion Spartan now the bottom lane split push, still putting money in his hands. Randuin's Owen picked up. Dignitas definitely a bit physical heavy, though Kiwi Kid contributing somewhat.
Yeah.
Kitty by starting a Lizard buff for himself. He's maturing his build quite nicely. Has Last Whisper building towards an Infinity Edge next as well. So low attack speed build, low crit build, but the IE will be coming soon.
And even in the fights that they're winning, he's kind of just using the culling.
Yeah.
To chase people down with that enhanced movement speed from the Ghost Blade. If he was to fight a straight up duel with WizFusion after his Ghost Blade was down, he'd probably get destroyed. But for the situation they're using it, the build is working.
Definitely is. Dignitas waiting for their engages pretty patiently. Fusion grabs himself. He did upgrade the Farside Orb, by the way. Farside Orb, the name of the tier 3 one. Cooldown goes from 150 to 90 with this one, and has pretty good range, so can pretty frequently check for people. 3,000.
Which is pretty much the entire screen, a little bit more. If we were to, like, from left to right there.
Really? I thought it was more than that.
About
That's fine.
2,000. I don't know.
Okay, whatever. See where this one goes. Minion's dying. Cocoon! Yes! Nintendo stunned the caster minion. Well played, sir. He's still waiting on his Randuin's Omen to be done, though. Only one tank item done for Zion Spartan, the poke. The Black Cleaver also, you mentioned that one. That's done for Cruiser. Also, Spectre's Cowl done for 3 members of Dignitas and Coast. They're going to give away the pressure on this turret, so now 6 turrets for Dig.
Yeah. And Split Push has been effectively shut down.
Yeah.
As far as Zion Spartan goes. Sweeper's coming out, triple sweeper as well. The ward control that Coast once had has completely disappeared. They're looking for a catch, but Dignitas is not giving them that opportunity. They're sticking together very well.
Good stuff by these guys. Not giving the pickoffs any room. Shifter hasn't died, to be fair. He's had pretty good presence in this game, but unfortunately can't get the fights to go into his favor. Kills away some of these minions. Level 17 on him. Of course, Seraph's Embrace has been long completed for him. Never went Rod of Ages, that's fine. Void Staff done. Dignitas, they're kind of trading farm. They do give it to Cutie Pie in this case. We're in this lull. Coast, of course, happy to play passively until Baron times out, which is about this time. Still waiting for the tank items to be coming through for these frontliners for Coast. Zion is trying to get durable at this point.
Yeah, he wants to be the carry and the tank. He's talked about his Jax builds in the past where once he gets enough gold, he just does everything.
Yeah.
Because Blade of the Ruined King plus Trinity Force is enough.
I guess you could say he's a Jax of all trades?
No, I would not say that.
I
say
would.
he's Jax. Damn it,
I got applause. Yes, I got applause for that one. Oh my gosh. You have never made me so happy before in my life.
Oh, man.
Crumbs eats another trap on his way over to the Dragon. Dignitas have been taking control of this objective as well. Undefeated in Barons, they've now, starting to split the Dragons now 2 of 5.
They're getting the objective control back.
Yeah, they are.
And as the Barons continue to respawn, I feel like Dignitas has got an increasingly important advantage off of each one. The first one, even though they gave up 2 turrets and an inhibitor, didn't cost them because they ended up defending it in the long run. Second one gave them a lot of Coast turrets. If they can get a third one, it may actually give them the game. They're at that point.
Keep a good looker for the engage. Can he find anything? Continues. He's got to jump into the air. He's going to flash first, taking a bunch of pain. Finally jumps up. Crumbs getting slowed down. Lantern comes down. Oh! Scar accused him in time. Down goes Nintendo. Scar prefers Sega. They're going to go mid.
They're just going to continue to go this one, just going right past that. Dignitas pushing in very hard here for the inhibitor, knowing they have a 4v5.
And it's going to be a lot of damage coming through. This one loses the health bar, drops down. Dignitas going to back up. They know Baron's up. They got 30 seconds. Likely to be hard for Coast to contest.
They're slowly breaking Coast.
Yeah.
One small fight after another. Because Coast is so heavily mobile, even with the speed of Dignitas, it's usually just one at a time. But then they will brute force 5v5 afterwards and get their objective.
And this is going to be the objective of Baron here off the back of the inhibitor. There we go, picked up. Good smite by Crumbs. Baron number 3 of 3. Dignitas definitely winning the global game. Coast, to be fair, still actually has a turret lead. As odd as that seems, they're still up in that score.
Yeah.
The kills are close, but Dig they're controlling the map. We've said it a few times, but it's true. Dig doing a very good job of making all these rotations work, of making the picks and capitalizing off of them so very well. Crumbs looking for a pick right now. Knows there's just so little ward control by Coast. He can run around like this, and he's safe.
Yeah. A lot of new stuff today as well on the 4.3 patch. You know, Jace coming out, Caston finally getting out of pick ban phase, and Coast desperately trying to hold off right here. Crumbs is trying to flank because there's that exposed entrance in the mid lane, and there could very well be a turret time. The flash on Kiwi Kid is up if he wants to get a Tibbers on any of these subsequent waves.
Let's see what they can grab here. Sweeper's used.
It's a little early for that. That is a little early for that culling. They use it to combo with their team fights.
Uh-oh, they're going to find a little bit of CC. The acceleration gate letting the team run back and forth, looking for the engage.
Wiz Fusion flashed.
Wow, yeah, he did. He was afraid of Kiwi Kid.
Now he's pretty screwed, I think, in the next fight, because all Kiwi Kid has to do is flash on him now for the stun. And it might be game over.
Mikhail's for Daydream has the Lantern as well, but that might not be enough for this guy. Zion red elixired up. Going towards a Thornmail as well, his next item. Can they defend this turret, though? Baron buff, of course, on Dignitas, going to help their cause. Hook not going to land. Push in now for the inhibitor. Dignitas 5 versus 5. Baron buff on these guys. Bottom lane minions not going to do too much in that corner of the map.
Pretty big wave, but...
actually, it might take the inhib. I take it back.
It would probably take the inhib if Coast can stop them from pushing here. That's why Dignitas is pinging back for that one. Someone's got to go deal with it.
And the recalls are coming through. Baron, of course, not available for taking. And there's honestly no turrets that are even easy to reach for Coast here. The bottom inhibitor dropping very quickly. Kiwi Kid's going over. I don't know, man. Inhibitor is going to try to live. Oh, Kha'Zix, the hero of the Rift. Keeping the inhib alive, making it look close. Woo.
Damn. That
it stands.
Is actually really important for the overall game.
Yeah.
Coast needs that time of that inhibitor being down to get some farm back up on Zion, to get Fusion having more items, and to get his flashback as well on Caitlyn. So good save there by Dignitas.
So it's worth noting, actually, that though Dignitas has a gold lead, GDPie spent his chunk of it on a Banshee's Veil. So the offensive itemization is actually equal between AD carries.
Yes.
Top laner's fairly close as well. I feel like they're both at like 3 major completed items. I take it back. There's 4 for Cruiser, so that's a lead.
Yeah. You're seeing.
I'm seeing like where the breakpoints are.
Items of each team.
Yeah, like who's a
really
big player.
I would say right now, Kiwi Kid probably has a bit of an edge item-wise because his Banshee's Veil is completed on Annie, so he's got a bit of tankiness when he goes in. And the tankiness of Crumbs is actually very concerning for Coast, not being able to get an Eve out of their backline.
And he's going towards, I think, a Frozen Heart last.
Most likely. Yeah, because it's not like Shifter's going to be killing Eve at this point. He needs Scar, Cutie Pie, and Cruiser down. So he can go straight armor and really just worry about that. There's the flash on Fusion.
This Fusion's going to be alive for now. The engage onto Scar. The stun's coming across. A lot of damage coming through. Zion's part of the front line. Boo's going to be going down. Tibbers is there. Daydream falls. 1 for 0. Turret drops as well. Cutie Pie going far into the back line. Nothing got picked up onto Nintendo. Wiz Fusion on the backside. Not in a good spot. He goes down as well. 3-0 for Dig. They're going to keep on moving for this one. Wow, Shifter pops the shield late. Still has to get away from this one. Another inhibitor's going to fall. This is going to be Dig's game.
Dig was just relentless in those last team fights. 1 Nexus turret down. There's the second. GG to Dignitas.
Dignitas going to go 3-0 versus Coast in the season so far, keeping on the hold of their 4th place spot. Great end of the day here for Dignitas.
Yeah, and they kind of clawed their way back in that one. 44-minute game. They did let Kassadin through the pick and ban phase 2, and Shifter got off to a very respectable start. But Dignitas moved up. They did not let Kassadin assassinate their targets. They stopped the split push of Zion Spartan, which is not what other teams have been able to do when he gets rolling. All in all, even though Dignitas went 1-1 today, I'd say it was an impressive performance.
Yeah, they've played very well so far this week. I think there's high hope for the Dig fans here throughout Super Week. They've put on some good performances, a couple of shaky calls, but overall, good performance by the team. Cheers to the team. You can kind of see the exhaustion on their face. Dignitas have played some very close games there. Last game of the day for these guys. Of course, still smiles there. And it's worth noting, Kassadin now 0-2 in the NA LCS.
Yeah, Pobelter was the first one to play. It's not necessarily that free win right there. They had a lot of potential to do some big things in that game, but it was really just Dignitas making stronger team fight calls.
Yeah.
And you could also score it Baron 1, Dignitas 1, because the Baron really helped them propel forward in this game. The fact they continued to force it, that they were even trading an inhibitor for it at one point, were all very beneficial for them in the long run.
Yeah, it did work out completely. The map pressure kind of ended after the Baron got picked up. It was like Coast kept pushing forward and getting more and more and more, and then once that first Baron came in, it just sort of stopped. Dig got all their map control back. It was actually funny, too, because off that first Baron, Coast had that scattering of wards you talked about before, right?
And
Zion was still in bottom
they were never
lane.
able to get anything out of it.
Yeah.
You know, when they broke the inhibitor wall of Dignitas, they couldn't get any farther. Coast kept that defended, didn't ever let that push into their base, and then they just weren't exposing themselves. They were in a full turtle while that Baron was up.
Yeah.
And just waited until they got stronger. They knew that they would be able to just steamroll through with the Tibbers and the acceleration gate. It was almost like a makeshift Sivir composition because of the acceleration gate and the way they were just stampeding in those team fights. And I think it really caught Coast off guard.
I mean, the math on acceleration gate has got to be really close to Sivir ulti. It decays as well, starts off high. Even if you maxed it last, didn't really matter. And the cool thing is you can refresh it too, so you can go in and be like, actually I don't, and then get the heck out just as fast. And we saw that a couple of times. Kiwi Kid was like, you burn flash, cool him out.
And it was kind of cool because they had so much stuff just flying directly at Coast with the culling and the shock blast and the Kha'Zix stuff.
Yeah, it worked out. They threw stuff at Coast. It worked out, pushed them back, took the base down. Now, guys, for a little post-game reaction, we're going to throw it over to Riv and a member of Dignitas.
Thank you very much, Jat and Freak. We are hanging down here Riffside with Crumbs after their victory. A very nice and well-played game. I got to start off with the Eve play. We saw a bit from Snoopy today. He tried some counter jungling. It didn't work as well. Why did you counter jungle on Eve, and why did it work so well this game?
I think as Eve, you really have a good advantage early game that there's no wards dropped, especially no pink wards. So going into the jungle, I felt very comfortable. And we had an early ward into the Elise red buff. So just seeing that early ward allows me to map out a path in my mind as to what Elise is going to be going, like what camps is she going to do. So then we knew she was going for her red, and then I took the first red buff, which was really good, especially because we have Kha'Zix pushing in mid lane, can push off Cassidy and he can't defend us. So we got the red and then have an idea, okay, Elise is going to be looking around her jungle, and then I can first blood her there, kind of secure our early game. And I think Eve is just a very different champion than playing, let's say, like Lee Sin or Elise or Olaf. It changes how you play and how you think about the game completely, and you can't just pick it up like 3 days of practice and try to make it work. You have to have played the champion for a long time and understand stealth champions.
And with the idea of new things happening, you guys letting Cassidy through this time, what was the idea behind that? Was it easy to fix a focus shifter, or you didn't think it would be that much of a problem?
All right, well, we're playing on the new patch, which means that Cassidy did receive nerfs. So he's got even lower base numbers now, which means that if he has such low base numbers, he needs a really high amount of AP to be as impactful as before. Before, you needed 1 or 2 kills and he'll get going, but now he needs 3 to 4. He needs a lot of kills, and if you get a counter pick on him mid lane, he's not going to be too useful. Taking Cassidy is something we didn't want to do because it hinders your early game. He just sits there and has to be useless until level 6. So we wanted something else, and with good lockdown from Annie and enough burst damage from Kha'Zix, Jace, and Lucian, we were able to deal with him pretty effectively.
And, you know, final question, that Lucian build, Cutie loves to go for his Ghost Blade. What's the idea behind this for him?
All right, so before he didn't use Ghost Blade, he used to go, I think it was Bloodthirster into Trinity Force, and now he started going Yomus, because then I told him, look, Cutie I've seen it done before. Yomus, you got to do it on Lucian. You have to do it on Draven too. It's an item that's very cost effective with its active, and it just allows for a lot of snowball. If you can get that item early and make it work, it just snowballs the game out of control. And I think being able to do that is something that's pretty invaluable. Just snowballing, why not? It's high risk, high reward. So
why not, indeed. Crumbs, thank you very much. Best of luck in the rest of Super Week. Congrats on the win. All right, everybody, we're almost done for the day. We're going to throw it back to Freak and Jat on the caster's desk.
Thank you very much, Riv. Now, turning to see the standings, we're going to see that TSM, they still hold on to first place, and Cloud9 are sitting 1 game back in second.
In third place and extending their winning streak, it is CLG, and of course keeping sole possession of fourth with that win is Dignitas. Then we have Coast at 7 and 11.
And 6th place is Team Curse, followed by EG in 7th, and in last place XDG. All these teams just 1 game apart from each other. North American LCS returns Saturday, 12 p.m. noon Pacific, 9 p.m. Central European time, with another full day of 6 games. Up first, TSM versus the surging CLG.
And that is a full day. After that, Evil Geniuses take on XGG, followed by Cloud9 versus Curse.
And if you're worried about 6 games not being enough, fear not, the North American Challenger Series will return tomorrow immediately following the conclusion of the LCS day. For a complete schedule, head over to lolesports.com. And now on behalf of myself, Jat, Riv, Kobe, and the entire North American broadcast crew, thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you here tomorrow.
It's a good Challenger game we got, too.
Yeah. It's going to be fun.
He's got vision. He goes for it.
Oh my gosh! Snoopy comes in with the steal. He throws down Agony's Embrace on the team. Inox wanted to go in. They said, yeah, we got Baron, but they said, no, we don't want the fight. There's the initiation at Tendu, like we said, trying to get the damage in with that new Black Cleaver he put in his belt. Spears to the backside. They trade good damage. Shifter over to Wild Turtle, but it's the focus of Wiz, Zion, and Daydream, and all huddled around Dyrus' Dominus, taking consistent damage, making sure he was in the middle of the fight. TSM looks to the Nexus turrets, and they look to grab the 2nd win in Super Week over Coast.
Are you guys sure we can't just win?
I think we can. I think we can.
Probably. I have ulti, I can just run at this guy.
Who has flashes?
I have no flash.
I have flash in 1 second, okay?
Okay.
8 seconds on the...
Give me. Going.
Is it the gods?
Amuma's up right now. Amuma's up.
Yeah, we got it.
Ignore them. I have Seraphs. I'll tank them.
Yeah, we got this. Can we kill him?
There's Black Shield. I'm gonna kill him for double.
No. End the game.
Yes.
Good job.
Good job.
Good job.
Keep going.
I think they still have Oriole.
Keep going. No, Oriole is down. Oriole is down.
I got Feeling 1 second. I got Benny. Go on the next target. I'm gonna keep chasing. I'm gonna get Ori.
We can get Baron.
Nice.
We're doing stress claps? Yeah, we're doing stress claps.
Look at that. I got rid of his hands. Now he doesn't have any more hands.
You paid. Okay, no, don't go that far.
Take the turret. I'm on the turret.
Don't ever go that far.
Peel back.
Okay, I got the turret. I'm on Daydreaming.
You can get together.
I'm on Nintendo. I'm on Kaylin.
I'm the ultimate shifter. Kaylin. I'm on Jax.
Nice.
He's stunned. No. Pull back. I'm really low. Yeah. Okay, I'm really low.
That's 3 or down.
It's game.